flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Through the screen he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello everybody, thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. Today is November 30th and it is 2:32, right on the mark. We're right on time. And I'm happy to be here with you, especially everyone in the United States. I know we just had our Thanksgiving, and I hope everyone in my audience who is an American had a wonderful Thanksgiving, surrounded by family and friends, food, warmth, and love. And for those of our audience in the 99 countries that watch this program on a regular basis, I hope you also had a weekend. Even though it wasn't Thanksgiving, I hope you too were surrounded by love and food and family, that you were secure in your nations, wherever in the world you may be. And it's great that we had that time. I took a day and a half off from following the news. It is amazing what I missed in just a day and a half from what I normally cover. But we're going to have a very interesting show. There's so much that has been happening, from Venezuela to actions in the EU, what's happening with the Ukraine-Russia war, information about what's happening here in the United States, over in California. We'll be talking about some of the breaking news in just one moment, but also not just what's happening in the U.S., in California, that breaking news, but also, obviously, we want to talk about the National Guard, the shooting in Washington, D.C., and how that's going to impact America going forward, but also how did we get to this moment, what actually led here, and how the media is trying to reframe the steps that got us to this shooting, the death of a National Guardsman, which is horrific. Terror in the heart of our nation's capital. It's ridiculous, and we need to talk about all of that. Plus, of course, I will be talking to you, each and every one of you. You can reach us through Rumble and YouTube and X, and SupreChat, RumbleRants. Remember, every single dollar that we are able to raise on this channel, whether it's on Patreon or PayPal, whether it's on Rumble or YouTube, whether it's our Zazzle store, no matter how we are able to draw an income, half of everything, half the proceeds of everything that we receive will be going in January to the Jericho Project to help the homeless, to help families, to help veterans. Because I have zero faith in Zoran Mandami. I have zero faith in the government, which has created the problem of the homeless and for many families and for our veterans. So I believe in community helping each other first. That's why every dollar We're taking half of that. We're going to send it over to the Jericho Project in January to make sure the most vulnerable, those in the worst situations, are able to have a little bit of help to start off 2026. I hope you will help us with that as well. That being said, we're going to get right into the show, right into some of the things that are happening. I just wanted to double check on some of the breaking news, which is, of course, the mass shooting in California. And I'm just double checking as we speak if there was any recent news. There seems to be multiple shooters that were expected. 3 children are among the dead. 4 people died, 11 people were injured. I hate that. I hate news stories like that. I really do. It's horrendous. And I wish that stories like that were not necessary, that they didn't actually happen, but they do. And they do. We must talk about these stories. As you can see here, I'm on the wrong news story. There we go. So, as many of us heard today, there was a mass shooting on Saturday in California, in Stockton, California. 4 individuals were killed. 3 of them, as we are learning, are children, 1 adult. 11 other individuals, some are reporting 14, were injured in this mass shooting. A family gathering at an ice cream parlor, it seems. And I've seen reports that say that this was targeted, that this was going after a specific individual. It's unclear all of the details. It is still a developing story. In fact, let me see if this updates at all. This is, of course, coming from RecordNet. There are other sources as well. Seems to be no update as of this moment on this reporting. But I think there's something that needs to be said about this, like many mass shootings. This happened in a gun-free zone. As always, 92% of all mass shootings happen in a gun-free zone. California has virtually every single idea that the left has been putting forward for the last 5 decades on mass shootings, on illegal gun use, gun violence in general. And yet again, we see in California, with every single policy that the left tells us will make you safe, after promise from Democrats across the country and from Gavin Newsom and the Democrats that control California for decades, what do we see? Another mass shooting. So we have to understand the promises that you were made that you would be safe is a lie, that you have been lied to in your face. And this is true every time we see one of these mass shootings, that you were promised you'll be safe. It was just one more law, and all of the criminals would see that and they would say, you know what, I'm just not going to break the law anymore, which is a lie. That's stupid. Doesn't happen. Those who are mentally deranged, those who are in gangs, often very foreign gangs, they don't care about the laws. Only law-abiding citizens do, and they're not the problem. 99.994% of gun owners in America are legal, law-abiding gun owners. That is a statistical fact. That is empirical. You can do the math yourself. It is absolutely a truth. Of the 160 million guns that are owned in America, actually 400, some estimate as high as 450 million firearms are owned in America. 1 out of 2 Americans own a firearm, and 99.994% of them are not a problem. It is that minuscule leftover number that somehow the left, Democrats, progressives, have told us they'll see the light. All we have to do is pass one more law restricting your freedoms, your Second Amendment right to defend yourself, your family, and your friends. If we just pass one more law, then you will be safe. Of course, you'll also be defenseless. And we know what is the number one thing that stops these events. Almost without any difference, it's a good guy with a gun. What stops a mass shooting? The shooter runs out of bullets, they run out of targets, they end themselves, they remove themselves, they self delete, or a good guy with a gun, whether it's law enforcement or anyone else, shows up on the scene. The number of people who are injured and wounded and dead is always reduced by how quickly one of those four things happen. And almost always, we see that the good guy with the gun, the sooner they can get there, the more lives are saved, the more people that are safe. And again, it doesn't matter if that's a member of law enforcement or another American citizen with a firearm that has been trained. We see this all the time. In fact, in 2013, the Obama administration did a study, the White House did a study on how often do regular civilians owning a firearm, how often does it save a life? 3 million times a year. 3 million times a year. And yet we have cities and states like California, like New York, like Illinois, Massachusetts. You can go through all of the bluer than blue states and cities, and they restrict the individual's ability to defend themselves, their property, their family. And what is the result of that? Are you any safer in Stockton, California, in New York City, in Chicago, Detroit, Baltimore, Boston, in Seattle, Austin? Are you actually safer? No, because the criminals don't care. And that is the one thing I keep taking away from each and every one of these mass shooting events. The news media never go back to those same politicians, inevitably, almost always. I think 99% of the time, they never go back to those Democrats elected in office who have made promises to you on national TV saying that you will be safe, that they try to micromanage and eliminate your ability to have magazines of whatever size, a specific model of firearm, or all firearms whatsoever. They've come out and literally said, remember, Beto O'Rourke? Yeah, Robert O'Rourke, who thinks he's a Hispanic of some sort. He looked at people in the face in Texas and said, yes, we're going to come and take your firearms. He literally said that. And yet we are not any safer because the criminally insane, those who have outside interests from the United States that would seek to harm you, they don't care. And we have to understand that to get to the root of the problem. We have to understand that the answer isn't just pass yet another law, because the laws aren't sufficient. They're not working. And it's not because they don't have enough severity. They are very severe. They are very effective at removing the ability of individual Americans from defending themselves. The problem is they're not effective. They may be able to stop law-abiding citizens from carrying a firearm with them to schools or to public places, but that doesn't make you safe. Putting up a sign that says gun-free zone does not make you safe. In fact, as we see repeatedly, I think it's about 92% of the time, I've seen numbers as low as about 86% of the time, being in a gun-free zone makes you a target. It doesn't make you safer. But yet, we're told, and we will hear yet again from Gavin Newsom, from members of Congress in California, like Nancy Pelosi until she retires, Adam Schiff, and many others, you're going to hear the answer, well, we just need to pass a law. We just have to remove the ability of you as an individual to be able to have a firearm, which has zero impact on gang members, on crazy individuals, on those who seek to cause harm, criminals. It's not going to have any impact on them. They don't care. They never have. You want to stop moments like this, and I do want to stop moments like this, then the only answer is that we have to get to the root problem. And there are many of them. It's not a one fix fixes all. I wish it was. It's not as simple as just get them jobs or just get rid of the guns. It's not that simple. I've been doing this for 20 years, and in 20 years of covering mass shootings, school shootings, criminal gangs, shooting each other. And all of the gun violence that I've been covering for 20 years, looking at all of the data over and over again, every one of the studies, like the Obama study, the answer always seems to come down to the same thing. The answer is multiple. In part, it's jobs and economy. In part, it's the gangs and those that are foreign gangs in our soil. In part, it's about culture and understanding what it is, gun culture, understanding firearms, their safety, understanding the consequences. There's a lot, but we aren't focusing on any of that. You will hear on Monday, later today, tomorrow, Tuesday, you're going to hear the same thing that you always hear. We need another law. There should be a law. There are 22,000 gun control laws, local, state, and federal level. Over 22,000 gun laws. One more law isn't going to fix this. We need to understand that. We need to change the root causes here, because this wasn't because we don't have enough laws. The reason why 3 children are dead has nothing to do with whether or not you can legally own a gun. It's the way someone used it. And that is the thing that we should be looking at in this terrible moment. That should be our guiding light to try and prevent this from ever happening again. Putting up another gun-free zone sign is not going to save anyone. It didn't save 3 children. It's not going to save anyone going forward. I hate to have to say it to start the show with that, but that is the breaking news. That is the concern at this moment across this nation. And we'll talk about other forms of gun violence. We'll talk about what happened with the Afghan shooter in D.C. We'll talk about that in a moment. But I think that's the thing we should take away from this moment in California. It is horrific. This should never happen to children. Never. There is no justification. There is no reason for it to happen. And so we must try to address the root problem, not the symptoms, not the things that just make you feel good so you can go to sleep with a false sense of safety. Because that's what you're going to hear from Gavin Newsom. That's what you're going to hear from Adam Schiff. You'll hear that from AOC and Bernie Sanders. You hear it from the left saying, oh, well, the answer is we just get rid of the guns. There, poof, it's all done. It's a lie. And I don't feel like lying to you. I've never lied to you, and I won't lie to you now saying, oh, yeah, that's the answer. We'll just get rid of the Second Amendment. That's fanciful fantasy. It is an outright lie, and they know it. That's why they have armed guards. Gavin Newsom, AOC, Zoran Mandami, they have armed guards surrounding them when they go anywhere. When they're doing their photo ops, they have armed security with them, because not having guns isn't an answer. Them being in a gun-free zone isn't an answer, and they know it. Why would it be any different for you? Oh, the difference is, well, they're elected, which in their mind makes them special, makes them better. It doesn't. It doesn't. And they know this, but they believe their position makes them better than you. Remember when Cory Booker, and I'm sure most people do not, remember when New Jersey Senator Cory Booker had his personal friend come to visit him over in Congress, and he walked that friend past the metal detectors, knowing full well that his friend was armed with a firearm legally, and armed with a firearm which was illegal to bring onto government property. And he allowed that person to break the law because of his personal relationship to Cory Booker. Oh, Cory Booker is happy that you'll forget that you don't remember that the next time there's another election. But it's an example of he lives by a different set of rules. You can't walk onto government grounds with a firearm, but Cory Booker's friends can. Again, he knows what the law is. He knows how what reason why he passed these laws so that it would restrict your freedom. But when it comes to him and his friends, those laws don't matter. How can we have an answer if so many in our government are looking for their advantage and not your protection. That they've inverted the oath of office, that they, each and every one of these elected officials, they all swear an oath to the public to serve you, their constituents. And instead, they use their position to be able to dictate to you. They are neo-nobles. And it becomes the most clear when it comes to dealing with issues surrounded by gun control, the Second Amendment, their personal safety versus your safety. They get all the protections. They get to break the rules. You get to have moments like this in Stockton because they know what they're promising you is never going to be a solution, but it will be a way for them to raise money and to get reelected and for you to be terrified and afraid, because that's what they focus on. Not solutions, not making your life better, not following their oath, what's politically advantageous to them at that moment. It drives me nuts. I wish that wasn't the case. Again, if there is any elected Democrat who disagrees with my assessment of the situation, if there is any elected Democrat from any elected office, local, state, or federal, that would like to dispute this, if Cory Booker would like to challenge me on this, I will be happy to give you as much time as you need to go through the record and to correct anything that I've misstated if you believe that's the case. We can go through all the data. I'll go off the top of my head because I have been doing this 20 years. I have in my memory all of the shooting data up to about 2025. We can go through the information, and Mr. Booker or Adam Schiff, Ilhan Omar, AOC, Pelosi, Schumer, name your politician, I'll be happy to go through it with you. And I would love for you to prove me to be incorrect, to show me how your data is showing that it is your actions, your restrictive gun control laws. I would love for you to show me how that is being effective in saving lives, because I can show you all the data that proves it doesn't, that your promises are empty while your re-election campaign treasury chest is filling up. I can show you how you're making money off of this, how you're getting political advantage, but I can't show you the people that are being saved or protected. If you can prove me wrong, please do. I would like to be wrong on this. I would like to know that American citizens are safer after you take away more and more rights and restrict the freedoms that Americans are born with. I would love for you to show me that that is an incorrect understanding. But in doing this for 20 years, I have yet to have one Democrat politician come on to this program or speak with me privately and show me how I am misunderstanding the facts and the data. Not one. In 20 years. All right, let me move on. It's an emotional story. It's an important story. But I do want to move on. And I want to talk about, it came out yesterday. And this is what the Democrats right now are focused on. Aliens and celebrating crime. Now, a lot of people will say, no, Mike, you misunderstand. You don't know what's going on. Okay, let's go through the details here, because I want you to see. This is a video from Exposing Extremists. This is the left celebrating crime in America. Celebrating crime in America. And they think that they are righteous and that this is a good thing. That you and I should be happy about this. And this is an expression of something that is horrific that is happening in America. And many people didn't see this. They're hearing some of the news, and we'll go into it a little bit later in the program, but a lot of people aren't aware. They heard, oh, well, there was a protest in New York City. No. It wasn't a protest. A protest are people voicing their opinion, and that is absolutely illegal. That's legal. That's the First Amendment. Absolutely, they have a right to voice themselves and express their opinion to the government and to other Americans that want to hear them. Absolutely, they have that right. What you are seeing here, and I'll play it again from the beginning so that you can see this. What you are seeing is lawlessness. You are seeing a bunch of people who are breaking the law, and they are being celebrated for this. They are being applauded for this. Every single person you see in this video should be arrested. They're not protesters. They are rioting. They are impeding law enforcement from doing their job. They are breaking the law. They are, by definition, criminals caught on video, but they're not being arrested as they should be because they're being protected by elected officials who see this as an advantage for the next election. They see this as a way to fearmonger. They see this as a way to get donations and to guarantee votes because they're promising that ICE is the bad guy, that enforcing existing laws is the problem, and that using violence against those lawful agents of the government, well, that's the way it should be. No, it shouldn't. This is destroying our society. This is making America worse. Let's look at this again. So let me stop it right there. What you are seeing is someone who is breaking the law on multiple levels. First of all, he's endangering his own life. This is a person who's pushing against a vehicle that is moving in the center of traffic. They're in the middle of the roadway. If you walked into the middle of the road and tried to stop a vehicle, if police saw you, they would arrest you for that. That is a crime. It is reckless endangerment of your life and recklessly endangering the lives of those in vehicles. That is a crime. This is being celebrated. Second thing, this isn't protest. This is physical force being applied against law enforcement. Law enforcement haven't broken their law, a single law. They've been doing their job. But this person who's hiding their face because they know they are a criminal, they're hiding themselves from the repercussions of their actions, from having the law enforced against them. Police should pull that person aside and arrest them because they are a criminal. But this is happening in New York City. And the reason why they're doing this is because law enforcement, ICE agents, and other legal enforcement of the United States and New York City and New York State, law enforcement are planning, not even doing, but planning to go enforce immigration law. Now, you may not like the current immigration law. You may say, well, the law is flawed, Mike. It's not absolutely correct. Okay, I agree with you. The laws on immigration are flawed. They do need to be reviewed and to be revised. Absolutely. This isn't how you do it. This is criminality. This is coercion. This individual is trying to use his force to change the law, to change the way people behave against their will. He's using his force to stop the law enforcement. These are the laws. It's just that simple. The law is clear. These guys are following the law. If you disagree with the law, that's why you have members of Congress change the law. You can do that. Petition to the federal government to not enforce certain laws. You can do that. That's the way the system is supposed to work. This isn't that process. This isn't protected by the First Amendment either. People often forget that. This is not the First Amendment. This isn't protected by your First Amendment right or any other law. This is criminal, besides the fact that it's endangering their own life, which is a crime, endangering the safety of those in the vehicles, which is a crime. Let's forget if you're not even thinking about those crimes, just understand this isn't protected by law. This isn't protected by the Constitution or the amendments. This is force being used against you. Let's see how this continues. So this is what we're supposed to be on the side of this guy breaking that law. We're supposed to be on the side of this guy who is trying to have his will, his personal individual feelings pushed onto you. Let's see what else. Now you see the people running alongside, and they have their relatively professional cameras. This is being used as a recruitment drive. This is recruitment material. He knows for a fact he can't stop this. And he knows for a fact that it's criminal to even try. And you see these individuals in the background running alongside. They're using this to try and get uneducated individuals, those who are vulnerable, to use that to recruit them into their criminal activity, to try and convince people who are at colleges and being indoctrinated that this is somehow heroic or epic or useful, beneficial in some way. It's not. But this is, again, another level of deception. And you're not being shown this on the nightly news. They're not letting you see this actual footage, nor are they explaining what is happening in this moment, how many laws are being broken, how this is abusive to our legal system and to our individual lives and the running of our cities. And you can see there are other individuals that are trying to approach this situation to make it escalate, to get it even worse. They want to impede the vehicles. They want to help this lawbreaker. They want to confront the police. That is escalating the situation. Why? Because they think that if they get just the right 15-second clip, they'll put it online like this is, and you will see it and say, oh my God, how mean and vicious, how corrupt, except it's not, because it's highly edited. It is meant to make you think that this is okay. Let's go on. Do you see the police trying to evade this individual? Law enforcement is trying to not endanger his life, because if this idiot trips, the car will probably run over his legs before they can stop the vehicle. They're trying to make it safe. They're trying to save this guy's life or bodily harm. They're trying to prevent that. He doesn't care because he wants bodily harm. So then he could sue the city for reckless endangerment of his life, even though he's in the middle of the street. He's the one pushing on a vehicle that's moving forward. He's the one jumping on the hood. He's the one who's trying to endanger anyone and everyone around him. What if he falls in the split second that he falls, the driver tries to swerve so he doesn't run over this guy and kill him potentially, and then he hits one of the guys with the cameras. They're there for recruitment for Antifa, BLM, the far left. Oh, well, then the driver would be the bad guy, right? No, the driver isn't. In no way, shape, or form. So let's go a little bit further. And now more individuals, this one, a member of Antifa, identified by his all-black uniform and the backpack. God knows what's in that backpack. So we know that this is being done by a criminal organization and a terrorist organization. Yes, I consider Antifa a terrorist organization who is trying to help impede the dutiful law enforcement of law. Again, they haven't actually done anything yet. The members of ICE and our law enforcement are considering, they're planning to do something. They haven't actually done anything. And these guys are trying to stop them. They're trying to increase the amount of crime in New York City, in America. That is ultimately what they're doing. Because those illegal aliens, they are criminal, first and foremost. In addition, some of those illegal aliens have continued to commit even more crimes in America since the first crime they did had no impact, had no negative repercussion. They were not held accountable for their initial crime. Well, if we're picking and choosing crimes, then what does it matter? No crime has any consequence. If the first crime you commit has no consequence, why would I think any other would? So he's trying to help increase the net amount of crime in America, whether that be drugs or slavery or child labor, illegal child labor, the burden on cities and states to take care of many of these illegal aliens. They don't care. All of those crimes come from this moment. This is what makes our cities worse off. This is what makes it more difficult to take care of American citizens in our country who are in need. The homeless, our veterans, children who might be hungry, they're all being hurt by this. This is a direct one-to-one relationship. The more that we see Antifa on the far left doing these actions, the more that we are harming families and veterans, the homeless, and our cities. It's mind-numbing to me, and I can't understand why people would allow that to happen. But I did get a comment, and I want to put that up on the screen for you guys, because this is an interactive program. This is a conversation. It's not just me speaking. It's us speaking together. So I want to share some of the thoughts, and I look forward to hearing all of your thoughts, folks. Now, this comes from Mike Kolodjitsky. Am I correct in that pronunciation? I believe it's Kolodjitsky. Sounds Slavic, probably more Polish. Am I correct, Mike? I could be off, but I think that's the case. And Mike says, I live in California for about 19 years, a large part of it in Tracy, just below Stockton. And Stockton and the left, just below Stockton, and left in 2007. It was a hole of violence back then. Most of the gun violence was from gangs with origins from other countries, like in Mexico. He goes on to say, you don't see it here, but he goes on to say in his full comment, countries like Mexico, Central and South America, Vietnam, Philippines, and some South Pacific islanders. We maintained a house in Stockton until 2012 and finally sold it when the market got better. I remember doing work on the roof and finding a bullet, the projectile, up there, the actual bullet itself, not the casing, up there from a 45. That was East Stockton. He goes on to say, let's see, that was East Stockton. We had a condo on the other side of Stockton, and it was way worse. They shot one of those ice cream sellers pushing a cart up the alley in the head to rob him from $5. I'm in Louisiana now, and we'll never look back, and we'll never go back. Everyone here has firearms, and no one in my community gets shot. That is the difference of the Second Amendment being applied and not applied. I thank you for the comment, Mike, and also the anecdote about your life, your experience. And I do know Stockton is one of the higher crime cities in California. And this is not new. None of this is new. And yet the answer we get is, well, the problem's the gun. It's never the gun. It's always the criminal that uses the gun. The gun is just a tool. But you'll be told guns are evil. If they're evil, there are 450 million guns, firearms in America at this moment. There are over 732,000 machine guns in America right this moment. There's 16,000 machine guns in New York State alone. There are somewhere around 32,000 machine guns in New Jersey alone. I believe in California, the number is about 20,000 machine guns in. These are legal gun owners that we are aware of that have machine guns in those states alone. It's in every single state. If guns are so evil and therefore bigger guns are even more evil, and automatic firearms, which a machine gun is and a rifle is not, well, that's the most evil of all, then why aren't machine guns being used every day? Oh, but no one wants to ask that question of these politicians. No, you just don't understand. It's always the thing they say. And yet, for those of us who do understand, who follow the data, who've lived in these cities, and individuals like Mike, who lived in these cities, saw that the promises never equaled a result, let alone a result that was positive, we only get to escape and get told, you just don't understand. Mike understood. That's why he left, took his family with him. And now he's safer than than being in California, where we're supposed to see, well, all that gun control makes you absolutely safe, except it doesn't, and it never will. Thank you for the comment, Mike. I appreciate that. And I look forward to hearing from other people. If you disagree, I'm happy to hear that. Tell me why. Don't tell me I'm evil, I'm a Republican or a MAGA. Don't call me a Trumper or old. I don't care about any of that. Insults do not advance anything. And just telling me things that you don't like, I don't care. Tell me why the data, the promises are being fulfilled, and or how the data is incorrect because it shows failure. Okay, let me go on. And again, Mike, I thank you for that. By the way, folks, whether you agree or disagree with me, perfectly fine. I'm willing to hear whatever you have to say. That's how we make things better. Maybe in having this conversation, we can come up with a law or a understanding or a way to apply laws that is better, that could make more people safe. Could happen. I know that's one of the reasons that many politicians, especially those in central New York, follow my program. I know elected officials, many of them, and I know many of them, they tell me privately, they follow my show from time to time. I know that their staff watch my show on a regular basis. They're never willing to come on live. They never leave a comment, but they do reach out to me privately and tell me these things because they want to see what you are saying. So never think you're not being heard, folks. But I want you to see what happened in New York City and to get a full context to understand the situation as it's actually happening. You have people who are trying to increase the net amount of crime in your city. These are leftists. And they believe that the best thing they can do is increase the net amount of crime in your city by committing even more crimes. And they want to be rewarded for their criminal actions and the spread of crime in your community. And they think they're the heroes. And the nightly news won't take the time to actually delineate how badly their actions are, how dangerous what they are doing is going to be to you. Again, as I just showed you that video in New York City, they prevented ICE and law enforcement from doing their job of removing illegal aliens from America, which is a crime. And some of those criminals are engaged in not just drug dealing, not just gun running. And drug dealing is bad enough. I mean, that's fentanyl, that's overdoses deaths that are directly tied to them. That's gun running. That's the gang on gang violence we see, which is one of the leading causes of death of young black men in America. That's another problem that they are helping to increase the amount of human trafficking, as the left likes to call it. But in fact, what is it? Slavery and sex slavery that they are allowing to go on by allowing these illegal aliens to exist in these groups to continue to funnel people in. That's another problem that they are celebrating. The news media doesn't want you to think about each and every one of these factors that goes into events like, oh, they stopped mass deportations in New York that 77 million Americans voted for. Oh, no, they're stopping that because it's such a bad thing. Well, what about the human trafficking that goes along with that? What about the drug dealing that goes along with that? What about the gangs that go along with that they just enabled? Oh, is that something that we're just not going to talk about? You won't hear it. Not on ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, MS Now, or whatever the hell they call themselves. You're not going to hear a word of that. They're going to ignore that. You won't hear it at Harvard or Yale or Columbia or Binghamton University, Stockton. They're not going to mention this at all. They will just ignore the negative realities of what they are doing to tell you they're the heroes and I'm the bad guy. That's what they will tell you. It's amazing what happens when you hear the full story and you start thinking about what is actually happening versus what you are told to believe. It's incredible. We have another comment here. And by the way, Mike, you were the first one to comment. Thank you very much from that. That's from Louisiana. We have Joel who says, when a gun is used by a citizen to stop a crime, It is rarely documented. So it's hard to know how often this happens. Well, again, the Obama administration helped us immensely with figuring that out. In 2013, the Obama administration put forth a study that they had done, and it told us that there's upwards of 3 million good guy with a gun scenarios. I think they identified it as a good Samaritan with a gun, was the way that the study detailed it exactly. 3 million times every single year. That was in 2013. That's how often. And the left neglect to mention this Obama White House study whenever they want to tell you about the impact of guns and gun control and whether or not a good guy with a gun exists. And we've seen that this year, by the way. Remember, there was the guy, Daryl Penny, excuse me, in Minnesota, who saved people's lives. There was a madman with a machete running around in Walmart, and he was stopped because Daryl Perry came in and held him in place with a firearm and held the man there until authorities showed up to arrest him. Do you remember that story? You're not supposed to. You're not supposed to remember things like that. Happens all the time, yet they don't want to talk about it because it defeats their fear-mongering and it prevents the left from taking away your rights and being dependent on government. Again, the left can come onto the program and tell me I'm wrong. I'd love to hear it. Joel goes on to say, when a gun is used by a citizen to stop a crime, it is rare. Oh, it was just duplicated. Okay. And yeah, think about all of the mass shootings. Think about all of the mass shootings, and the majority of them, 70, 80% of them are stopped, good guy with a gun, whether it's law enforcement or anyone else. Think about the Indiana mall shooting that occurred 4 years ago, and the shooter was stopped by a young man in the mall who had a concealed carry. And even though the mall said it's a gun-free zone, he happened to just take his gun in with his friends as he was going about his day. The shooter came out, tried to kill a bunch of people, and he stopped him cold. We've seen this in Texas and churches. We've seen this around the nation. Good guy with a gun all the time. We see it all the time. The news media just glances past that, and they want to tell us an entirely different story that says you can't protect yourself. Who was it in the Texas town where we had the one individual, one of the mass school shootings? Those young students were trapped in a room. We had all of the law enforcement standing outside of the room for an hour. And one guy, an American citizen, came in with a rifle and burst into the room and ended that fiasco. Yeah, law enforcement stood around, did nothing. An American citizen with a firearm who said this was unacceptable burst in there and actually stopped that. Why? He was a good guy with a gun, actually taking action. It's so upsetting. It really is, folks. It really is. All right. Now, that was some of the breaking news, and we'll talk more about some of the breaking news and some of these other consequences of this as we go down on the show. But let me switch over to the international for a moment. Let's talk about what's impacting America from overseas and how it's affecting us and how we are affecting the rest of the globe on a more direct level. Because I know a lot of people like that in this program, that we do pay attention internationally. One of the big stories is right now in Florida today, the United States, the Trump administration, Marco Rubio in particular, is in the middle of conversations also with Steve Witkoff. We are currently talking with and working out details about a potential Ukraine-Russia ceasefire and or peace talk with the Ukrainian delegation as we speak. That is happening right now. This is in preparation because during the week, I believe it's expected to be on Thursday, Donald Trump should be meeting with Vladimir Putin in Moscow to hold discussions about how to end the Ukraine-Russia war. This is a great thing. Now, we know that in principle, Russia and Ukraine have agreed to the 28-step program by the Trump administration, by Donald Trump, to end this war finally as it's approaching its fourth year. It would be great to see that they all iron out all the details. But there are, while the major themes of the peace plan both sides agree to, there are tweaks. Ukraine unrealistically wants more than what they have been detailed in the plan, and Russia wants to give them even less than what's in the plan. It's not realistic. Those expectations, those unrealistic expectations, are the things that may stop this process. And the most important thing going forward is that we don't get a repeat of what happened in April of this year, where Democrats went behind the backs of the Trump administration, giving bad advice to the Ukraine about how they can try and pressure the Trump administration and therefore America into giving away more to the Ukraine to try and continue this war ad endum, just continue it forever. And it's ridiculous. We could have been months ahead in this process were it not for the Democrats back in April pulling Zelensky to the side, saying that if Zelensky were to push Donald Trump publicly to try and embarrass Trump in the White House publicly, well, then that would get more for the Ukraine. Whether or not that actually got them peace, they would be able to get more money and to continue the war. And that was not a good thing. Literally, we could make the case that the Democrat Party, since April, since their conversation with Zelensky, that every single Ukrainian that died since that time, and every Russian, but everyone who's died in that war since that time, that's all due to the Democratic Party. There should also be some blame put onto the European Union, because right after Donald Trump kicked Zelensky out of the White House, then he went over to the EU, spoke to Keir Starmer of the United Kingdom, the prime minister there, and to Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, and he had negotiations with them to see if they would continue the war ad infinitum. Would they back the Ukraine infinitely with unlimited amounts of money and war weapons so that they can continue to fight with Russia? And of course, the answer from the EU, Keir Starmer, from Emmanuel Macron, the EU, was that, of course, they would be happy to continue to have a never-ending, infinite war with Russia as long as the United States agreed. And the United States doesn't agree. Donald Trump has been very clear about that. The United States has been very clear that under this administration, as opposed to the Biden administration that had no peace talks and just kept escalating the situation and planning. Remember, Joe Biden was willing to spend and commit to spending infinite amounts of money for the next 10 years in that war. That was one of the last things that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did under their administration, was to promise that there'll be a 10-year war. That changed under the Trump administration, and because the American people don't want an infinite, ever-escalating war. That's not good for America's economy. It's not good for the American people. It's not a good threat against our youth and our military. So we could be further in this process. We're not. Why? Democrats. That's the truth. So hopefully their influence will not be during or after these talks with the Trump administration, with Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff, and that we will come out of that with better answers, that the Ukraine will recognize their position. They are losing the war. I know there are people who watch this and they get upset. I know there are Americans across the nation that are upset about this. There are people throughout Europe that are upset that the Ukraine is losing. It is an empirical fact. It is not an opinion. It is not a guess. The Ukraine-Russia war is a war of attrition, and Russia will win wars of attrition. That is a fact. They have the manpower, they have the weapons, they have the resources. Ukraine does not. In a war of attrition, which this is, you will see the Ukraine lose. And they are losing, desperately losing. But there is a way out. Now, part of that is, yeah, they're going to have to give up some of the land. They have to. Russia has won that land. Russia will not give up that land. Now, land that Russia has not won, that's an argument. That is a negotiation point. That's something that we can work with, that Trump and the United States can try and use our strength to pressure Russia and say, you haven't won some of the things that you're asking for in the peace deal. You can't get that. It's one thing to say that they have fought over land and they won certain regions, and therefore Russia gets to keep that. That's one argument, and it's unrealistic to expect, as the Ukraine does, that Russia will just give it up. That's not going to happen. Or to expect Russia to pay reparations in a war they're winning. That's not going to happen. That's unrealistic. I understand it's a wish list. It's just not reality. So, yes, the Ukrainians have to understand they've lost some land. They're not going to get reparations from Russia. That's a reality they have to live with. At the same time, Russia should understand that America will not back down from saying you don't get to have what you haven't won, and we don't want you to continue to fight to get more. Russia has gotten everything that they initially wanted from this war. They have some of the farms and the fields for growing food. They have access to some of the rare earth metals and some of the uranium that are in the Ukraine that have historically been the reason why everyone fights over that region. They have access to the Crimea that gives them access to the Black Sea. So they have a connection through the eastern portion of the Ukraine into the southern portion of the Ukraine, which is something that they have always wanted. They have the things they started the war to get. They should stop. This is a reason why they can stop. They got what they wanted. Stop there. And the more that the United States can have a united front on that messaging, I think we could see this war end, finally, right about the same time that we reach the 4th year of this conflict. We could see it end. We just don't need Democrats in the European Union screwing up the deal. They just have to understand the context. Europe will have to put more money and more effort into directly supporting the Ukraine and not just rely on the United States for money and military and personnel. Europe has to put their feet into the fight. They have to put skin in the game because they're the first ones who would be feeling the impact of it. So they have to step up, and the Ukraine has to have realistic expectations, and the United States can't be expected to be there for everyone at every moment. At the same time that Russia has to understand, America, while we may take a step back, doesn't mean that we are out of the game altogether, and that we can step back in more forcefully at any time that we want to. That message is what will cause peace. There is no other message that will attain that goal. None. We will see if they are successful at that. That is what they have been trying to put forth. And we have been hearing from American news media, from colleges, from people who have no understanding of the military, war, of fighting, of conflict on these levels. We've heard from a lot of them who say, well, I have this idea and my feelings say it should be like this. That's fantastic. It means nothing. That's useless. That is less than helpful. Less than helpful. That's the reality. But we will see. But that's what's going on right now, today, down in Florida, in terms of the Ukraine-Russia war. And we will see the results of this negotiation Thursday when Donald Trump speaks with Putin and they try to hammer out that end of the deal. So the best case scenario, again, is if this is correct, somewhere in the spring of 2026, we may be able to see at least a ceasefire, if not a true peace deal, but at least a ceasefire. Hopefully, I pray that that could happen around Christmas, going into the new year. That would be wonderful. It is a time of peace and reconciliation. And very often we do see in many wars that time around Christmas is when we see less fighting very often than at any other point in the year. Hopefully that will happen in this case, but I'm being realistic. We may not see any true breakthroughs until the spring of 2026, somewhere around March. We can only hope. We can only hope. That being said, this is not the only conflict that the United States is dealing with. And by the way, Joanne, I did see your comment. Yeah, I'm looking forward to. I'm happy that we're finally getting close to an end to this war. And this would be the eighth conflict, the eighth war that Donald Trump has been able to stop in less than 1 year of him returning as the 47th president. That deserves some kind of recognition. The left laughs at it. They laughed at him being nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize, even though the winner of 2025's Nobel Peace Prize by name dedicated her Peace Prize, which is the resistance fighter from Venezuela. She, by name, pointed out that Donald Trump was the reason why she was able to get the Nobel. He is the reason why there is even the hint at stability in South America, and that she dedicated her Nobel Peace Prize to Donald Trump. So the left loves to denigrate because Donald Trump isn't doing what they want, which is an endless war. And I think it's a great thing. So hopefully we will see this. I'm right there with you, Joanne. I want to see this war end. Now, let me move on because not everything is perfect in the world of Donald Trump. Like any leader, he has his good days and his bad days, and he is flawed as a human being, like we all are. So he is not beyond legitimate critique. Again, legitimate critique, not orange man bad. The root of all evil and all things bad in America and the world is Donald Trump. That is just propaganda. It's useless. It serves no benefit except to elect more leftist Democrats. That's it. So I understand why they push that message, because they want more power. But other than that, there is no benefit to that. It is useless. But there is legitimate critique that can be made of Donald Trump. And at the moment, that is in reference to Venezuela. As much as Donald Trump has been removing wars from around the world, all across the world, from Africa, the Middle East, the Far East, trying to get that done in Europe, there is Venezuela, which has become a serious issue. Serious issue. Now, Donald Trump and the Trump administration have sank, it is expected, some 20 boats that the left would like you to believe are fishing boats. That, by description of the vehicles, from images that we have seen of these vehicles, they are what are called cigarette boats or cigar boats. They are racing boats. If you saw Miami Vice, the boats that they were racing in, going to and from Cuba, smuggling, yeah, those boats. These are racing boats. They're not for fishing. And we have seen from the satellite images that have been taken of these boats before they were destroyed that they are filled with anything but fishing materials. There isn't a fishing pole to be seen, but there are items that suspiciously look like illegal drugs that are being carried by these boats and have long been used. These types of boats and these same routes have been used for decades to import drugs into the United States, leading to overdose deaths across this country. That is a fact. We know this is true. So those boats have been sank. No evidence has ever been shown of any of the boats being a fishing boat. No evidence from anyone, any international source, nor any U.S. source, nor any source of the left have ever been able to identify fishing boats. Not once. And we know that we have taken prisoners. We've seen that. That happened a month ago. That we know that some individuals have survived the sinkings of these vehicles. And of course, they proclaimed themselves as fishermen without being able to identify a fishing boat. And they were less than credible. I believe each of those individuals, there were two of them, both were tied to gang cartels throughout their countries. They weren't from Venezuela, in fact. They were with different cartels. One was from El Salvador, the other I forget, and I think it was Mexico. And so these are gang members that are suddenly saying, no, they're just innocent fishermen. My incredulity only continues to rise on the stories. But Donald Trump has raised alarms for many people on the left and on the right by his increased escalation and exposure of U.S. Navy in the Caribbean. Now, mind you, we're always in the Caribbean to start with. We've always had a naval force, both Coast Guard and Navy, in the Caribbean Sea, in part to protect Puerto Rico, to protect some of our trading vessels, our cruise ships, and other interests in the Mediterranean Sea and the Gulf of Mexico. That's not new. The media makes it sound like, oh my God, we suddenly got an aircraft. We've almost always had at least one aircraft carrier in that region. That is not new. But it is new that they are more focused on Venezuela than ever before. That is new. And there was, besides Donald Trump condemning Venezuela, their government, for importing drugs and slavery into America, he, of course, does not agree with Maduro, which many governments around the world have criticized and said that the Maduro government is illegitimate as well as being evil. The fact that they're socialist, secondary, but that they are corrupt and they have been destroying the livelihood of the people of Venezuela. This is true. And we know for a fact that measles and mumps, rubella, have increased by over 1,000% in Venezuela. That is a fact per the World Health Organization and several studies looking at the spread of measles and mumps in particular throughout South America, Central America, and now into the United States. It's coming from Venezuela because the healthcare is completely broken down. The people aren't able to be fed. And so with no healthcare, lack of food, people are sickly. That means they gain more and more illnesses, and they spread those illnesses to the surrounding countries. And as they try to emigrate or infiltrate the United States, they bring that disease through their caravans into the United States, infecting other people and then affecting Americans as well in every country that they pass through. These are facts. Now, Donald Trump has stated clearly that he wants to shut down the, and he's using the USS Gerald Ford, one of the largest aircraft carriers in the world, almost as big as the Empire State Building laying on its side. It is huge. And it's estimated that there's some 15,000 U.S. American troops that are dedicated to this purpose. I will get to, and this is part of combating a cartel that is now allegedly, according to the Trump administration, the cartel of the sun is a cartel being run by Maduro. This is part of his corruption, that he is not only a corrupt leader of the government, but like in many of the South and Central American countries, cartels are actually the ones that are in charge of the government, not the actual governments we see and talk about. They're actually being strung along either because of corruption or threats. They are actually either controlled or part of cartels throughout all of South America and Central America. This is just something that is known. And Donald Trump has, and the Trump administration have said that the cartel of the Suns is controlled by Maduro. It is as much of a cartel as the Tren de Aragua or MS-13. They're the same type of cartel with the same problems for the United States. This one just happens to be run by Maduro, who happens to run Venezuela. And other nations like Trinidad and Tobago do support the United States in trying to reduce the influence of cartels, both for America and in the region. And many international, in South America, many leaders are also saying, well, Trump's going too far. And that many internationally have said, and in particular Venezuela has said, that Donald Trump does not have the right to shut down the airspace of a foreign country. I agree. He does not have that right. That is not a power of the United States president. I do also agree that cartels, whether run by Maduro or not, are an existential threat to the national security of the United States. So whether you agree that Maduro is directly a threat or not is immaterial. The cartel is a direct threat to American citizens. And this, we know, is a fact. We've seen their gangs in the United States. We see the impact of the drugs that they are bringing illegally. We've seen the slave trading that they have enacted in the United States. They are an existential threat to us. That is a fact. Does that mean, and I've been asked this over the weekend, over the holiday, I've had several people who know me who ask, Mike, but is it worth a war? In fact, I was talking to, and you may have seen the short that I did of me talking with Matthew J. on the Matthew J. Show, which predominantly is on X. And that was Tuesday of last week when I spoke with him just before the holiday, and he asked me directly, should America invade and colonize Venezuela? So let me take a second to answer that because it's a little bit trickier than what most people think. If you ask the academic crowds who know nothing except the academics, they know nothing except books. Everything's theoretical to them. Dealing with reality, having lived in the middle of a coup, having been in the Marine Corps, been trained to deal with actual fighting, and understanding international politics as well as I do for the last 20 years, having lived overseas, let me try and give you a little insight in what I see there. Should the United States invade Venezuela? Probably not. Does it matter if the United States invades? Yes, to an extent. And in a certain manner. See, what Trump is doing right now is not about Venezuela per se, not directly. This is about speaking to each and every single cartel throughout South America and Central America, even in Mexico, telling them that there is a standard under the Trump administration, under strong presidents in the United States, that their actions of human trafficking, of drug trafficking, of violence in the United States and having their cells in the United States, their various gangs, that is not something that will be overlooked anymore, as it was under the Biden-Harris administration, as it was under the Obama administration, that we will not turn a blind eye to their activities, and that we will, to varying degrees, enforce the laws against each of their actions. That's why the border has essentially been closed, down 93% versus the Biden administration alone, but even lower levels of illegal immigration than even under the Obama administration. And I believe under the Clinton administration as well. All-time lows. We are making a point. So that's what the activity in the Caribbean is about. It is about reducing the amount of drugs and human trafficking into the United States. It is about reducing the amount of crime that is unnecessary entering into the United States. That's his statement there, which is part of the reason why several countries in the Caribbean, in Central America and South America actually support the Trump administration, because that helps stabilize their nations and reduce the amount of crime they experience as well as the United States. That doesn't necessarily continue if the United States physically enters Venezuela. I have long said, and I will say again, I said it on Matthew J. I've said it many times over the years. The United States should not engage in any international conflict unless we plan to take wherever we're fighting. I said this, I think, the first time under the Bush administration in talking about Iraq and Afghanistan. And my opinion has not changed. I said this about that presidency. I'll say it about any other. If even one U.S. troop, and whether it's a soldier or a Marine, doesn't matter, Navy, doesn't matter. If even one American is going to risk their life, then we should take whatever it is they are fighting over. In particular, if one U.S. soldier lands one foot lands on Venezuela, we own that ground. That is just the way it must be. It's not an option. It is a requirement. That is part of the plan. If we are going to take over, we cannot fight Maduro and just say, we'll put in another government. We must colonize that nation. Take the whole thing over, all of it. Point blank. And there are very few who are willing to stand up and tell you the truth. And this is an absolute essence of warfare of any nation throughout history. You don't fight something just to leave it. That has been a failed ideology. It has failed everywhere in the world that it has been tried. It just leaves a puppet government, a bunch of people who are pissed off, and they eventually go into another war, another conflict of some sort, and it just goes on forever. Nobody wins. No one gains. Nothing advances. The answer is yes, colonization. Oh my God, you'll be a colonizer. Who cares? That is a stupid response. It is stupid because it knowingly means that you are unwilling to advance peace, even temporarily. Oh, it's colonizer. That feels so bad. There is no nation that exists at this moment on the face of the earth that isn't a colonizer. Every country has a colonial government. If you go back far enough in the time frame, they defeated someone else to take over. Every nation that exists right now is the result of a conquest. Whether a large or small, it happened. Whether it was in the most recent couple of decades or back 100 years or 2 or 3, it is conquest. So let's throw out this idiocy, this leftist propaganda that you're a colonizer. Everyone is. So drop that. That's stupid. That's not a reason. That's a feeling. That's your personal feeling about that. Now, colonizing can be done well or it can be done badly. I think the benefit, if we were to step into Venezuela, and I am not convinced that we should, but if we must, if we are risking our troops, then the only answer is then we must take it over. If we are not willing to take over Venezuela, we do not enter Venezuela, period. That's just, we'll control the seas, we'll control the airs between Venezuela and the United States, and we will reduce the amount of criminal activities by these cartels as much as possible. But we don't take over anything. That's one answer, and it is a reasonable answer. It has positive results. I have no problem with that. If we enter Venezuela, if one American soldier puts their feet on Venezuelan soil, we have invaded, then we must take over the country. It is not good enough to just defeat Maduro and walk away. Even if we install a puppet government, it will not work. It will only lead to further conflict somewhere down the line, 10, 15, 20 years later, and it shouldn't take more than 20 years later, there will be another conflict. It will take a generation. They will grow up. They will be upset. America will be the ultimate evil of whatever happened to them. They will be twisted and abused by people seeking power that are in opposition of whatever puppet we were to put into the government, or even if a perfect government were to somehow rise up in Venezuela after the United States fought Maduro and beat him, they would, another generation later, the losers, people seeking power, will go to all those children who have suffered or their families have suffered and convert them into a fighting army, and there will be another regional war. It happens every single time. No, the answer is the United States come in, we take over, Venezuela becomes a commonwealth, just like the Virgin Islands, just like Samoa, just like Puerto Rico. They become a commonwealth. They are property of the United States for 2 generations, and then they get to vote on either becoming a state, independent, or to remain a commonwealth, just like Puerto Rico does. And people are absolutely misunderstanding. Puerto Rico has long had the opportunity to become the 51st state of the United States. They choose not to. They are better off being a commonwealth than being a state, and they cannot operate independently. It is just unrealistic. The cost is prohibitive. So Puerto Rico is faced with this question. We've done this many times in my lifetime. We've gone through this vote over and over again. Every time they do not want to be a state. So all the left is telling you that Puerto Rico has to become a state. Puerto Rico doesn't want to be a state. It isn't. They don't have a choice in that. They can't make Puerto Rico a state. Puerto Rico doesn't want to be a state. So if they're telling you, well, we're only thinking of the Puerto Ricans have a vote on this. They have a choice. So stop trying to impose your leftist ideology onto the people of Puerto Rico. The people of Puerto Rico don't want it. But that same choice would be available to Venezuela going forward. In 2 generations, they could decide to either be a commonwealth, a state, or to return to being an independent country if they so wish. Now, what would happen in the 20 years in between? Well, realistically, America would redevelop all of Venezuela for our economic advantage. Yes, they have oil. We'd be able to tap into that. And there's nothing wrong with that. We'll use their oil for import and for heating and for reducing the energy costs in the United States. No, I have no problem with that. That's not a big deal. That's actually an advantage. That's good for us. But at the same time, what does Venezuela get? They get a stable dollar that is worth thousands more than their own money is worth. It would be an end to the poverty, the abject poverty and starvation that the people are suffering right now. We would rebuild their infrastructure so they'd get lights and water. They'd be able to have heat and housing. We'd rebuild that. We'd rebuild their roads and create new ones. We create industries so that we can better utilize the oil and other resources of that nation and to be able to process it, manufacture, and ship it around the world. We would revitalize the entire nation in a way that has not been seen in decades since they became more socialist. That's a win for them. We would introduce more education and more health care, things that they do not have now, so that measles and mumps would not be rampant in their nation and their young children would be able to grow up healthier. We would be able to teach them so that they would be able to read and write far better than they are able to do at this time. They would have the protections of the Constitution and the amendments and U.S. law, which, as much as you hear from Harvard and Columbia and these elite schools that that's somehow bad, these are the best set of laws in the world. There is no nation that has a better combination of laws and core beliefs than in the United States. I can say that without a shadow of doubt because we're the only nation in the world that has a line of 20 million people waiting to come into our country legally, as some 20 to 50 million illegal aliens are in our nation at this time. No other nation has that kind of immigration coming to them and having virtually zero emigration or exports from our nation. It's trying to leave America and everyone's trying to come in. No other nation can boast that. You can't tell me that we are a terrible nation that is absolutely horrific and we have terrible laws and everyone wants to be part of this nation under those exact same laws. It just doesn't make sense if you think it through. And that would be imparted onto the Venezuelan people for 2 generations, that they would be able to live under that structure, to actually know what a peaceful, government would be, to have established laws of voting and citizens' rights and the guarantee of a legal system that is not ultimately absolutely corrupt as it exists right now with Maduro. So Venezuela benefits a lot. Venezuela also benefits, and I think this is the gamble that Maduro is making right now in challenging the United States, is to try and create a skirmish, a small-scale skirmish, that he will inevitably and absolutely, they will lose. But they would gain the support of small nations around the world that hate the United States and the leftist population in the United States, who would donate unlimited numbers of money, amounts of money, to Maduro to fund his corrupt government and the cartels in his nation, to increase the amount of drugs and human trafficking coming into the United States. He would have massive amounts of funding and protection from other nations to try and allow his regime to never end. This is what Maduro and his best case scenario is. Very limited conflict, and then the support from various nations in the UN and from the leftists in the United States. And then he can live on easy street for the rest of his life. And he will be in charge, in power forever going forward. That's the scenario we are looking at. That is the reality of what is happening in the conflict with Venezuela. Those are the competing objectives. Maduro wants a small conflict. He loses, and therefore he wins with the elements he needs to win to guarantee his protection. Trump is looking at ending the existential and true threat to the United States and surrounding nations, both from a health standpoint, as well as an economic standpoint, as well as a criminal standpoint. And he wants to end that, which, again, if he does this, if he does take over Venezuela, that would have a rippling impact around the world. And I don't think it's the one that most of the left are saying, where it's like, oh my God, you're a colonizer and that's so evil. I think the long-term impact, and that may be the short-term messaging, but the long-term impact would be the increase in stability in South America and Central America. It would be the reduction of crimes by cartels in the United States. It would be a signal to every single terrorist organization in the world that they could face the same kind of end, that under a strong president like a Donald Trump, that the United States would assert itself and remove their threat permanently from the world. And that would stabilize them. That doesn't mean crime disappears. It doesn't mean drugs stop being imported into America. It doesn't mean that illegal aliens stop coming into America. It does mean that all of that ratchets down by multiple degrees into something that is far more manageable and acceptable. And yes, there are acceptable levels of human trafficking. There is an acceptable level of crime, of drugs, of cartels. That's just the reality. No one likes to say that because it's unpleasant, and many people will feel bad or guilty or angry about it. But the truth of the world is there are acceptable levels of it. And if you don't think that's the case, tell me what's happening in the middle of Chad right now. What's happening in, oh God, let's pick a country, the UAE, in Syria. Let's talk about any of the central sub-Saharan African nations right now. Nations that you don't even know the name of. Ivory Coast is a name I'll pull out there. Or Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan. You don't know what's going on in these countries. No one cares. No one cares. But that doesn't mean that they aren't facing many of the same problems we're talking about right now. A lot of them from corrupt governments or illegal cartels or gangs or mobs, whatever you want to define them as. It would send a message around the world that this kind of activity needs to be reduced. Long term, there would be a positive impact to the world. Now, does that mean that other countries would decide to try and colonize other places? Maybe. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Again, How they do it and what is their goal is the key. Colonizing is not in and of itself a bad thing. Without colonizers, we wouldn't have the culture of the West. Some people disagree with that. Well, that means that people wouldn't be able to read the printing press. Many of the philosophies and structures of government and creation of nations were only possible because of the conquest of other lands back in ancient days. It isn't necessarily a negative. It may be unpleasant for some people. It may be a reality people don't like to talk about. It may not be polite, but it's not necessarily negative. And the fact that I can say that to you and say, seems like there's more positives for the United States in this case than negatives isn't something that means I'm a demon. It means I'm looking at the reality as it is, not some kind of fantasy, some leftist wish list. That doesn't mean that we get to go and walk into every country in the world anywhere we want and take them over. That is not the case. I think I'm being realistic about it, and more realistic about it than most news media will be with you, more than most academics who have bias. They have a viewpoint. Now, I'm not telling you I don't have a bias. Of course I do. I am America first. I am MAGA. I believe in my country being as great as it can be. And this can be an asset to that. Doesn't mean it's perfect, but it doesn't mean that it's horrific either. We've just been told it should be horrific. You can't talk about it. Well, why not? It's the history of the world. I'm willing to hear people tell me, Mike, you're wrong. Tell me why. I'm proposing some of the positives that come out of this, and I understand there are negatives. One of the biggest negatives is there could be a protracted war, and that is an offsetting factor. A war that's 3 to 5 years, which I think is the minimum that any conflict with Venezuela would entail, somewhere between 3 to 5 years minimum. We have to reacclimate to fighting not in a desert, but fighting in a more jungle wooded mountainous region. We would have to adapt to the climate, which is different than what we've been fighting in recent wars in the Middle East. We have different types of people with different ideologies, more guerrilla fighting than in a different style than what we saw in the Middle East. So that's going to be a factor. People, not everyone in Venezuela, I think most people, especially in the cities, would adopt and would be willing to accept this. People in the country, maybe not. Those who are working for cartels or who have been protected by cartels from other cartels and other nations' interests, well, they may not be as interested in that. They're people who have gained power because of Maduro or through their connection to Maduro. They may not want to give that up, and they may be responsible for various regions throughout Venezuela. They may not be as willing as others. So conflicts would exist. This is not, I'm not looking at this as some kind of pie in the sky, instant overnight thing. This is something that will be a minimum of 3 to 5 years of sporadic fighting. That is a realistic outlook. And then you go 20 years of a commonwealth from that point. It's a long-term project. But I think long-term, this is a positive both for Venezuela and for the United States. And you can call it manifest destiny. You can call it imperialism. You can call it a lot of things. I don't care, because all I really care about is the net result at the end of the day. The name you use for it at any given moment in between is based on your political bias. Whether you think that's a positive or a negative, based on whether or not you think that this will ultimately be beneficial to the American people and or Venezuelan people. That's it. Here's a comment. There is a comment here. Mike Bowie has a comment, and he says, it's more than just 3 cartels. Oh, yeah, there's over 100 cartels. Please, if I only mentioned the 3, it's because those are the ones that are most popular in the news for most people to recognize. We know for a fact there are dozens of cartels and over 100 gangs and cartels operating in the United States from foreign countries all around the world at this moment. Over 100. But if I only mentioned the 3, it's just a shorthand for the many, many organizations that are having influence in the United States. But let me go on with Mike's comment. He says, Venezuela has been behind much of the election fraud worldwide since 2004, according to the book Stolen Elections by Ralph Pizzullo in 2025. I can't comment on that book. I haven't read it. So I'm not familiar with that, nor am I familiar offhand with the arguments of Ralph Pizzullo. I cannot say he's wrong or right. I have not read that, and I do not recall his point of view on this. So you may be very correct, Mike. I can't speak to it. I don't know enough. And rather than try and guess something on something I know nothing about, I can only accept what you're saying. So people should read the book, come to their own conclusion on that. I haven't read the book, so I can't. But thank you for that information. It may be something I look at going towards the future. I try to be honest with my opinions, folks. I try to be fair. I really do. I don't know if everyone agrees with that, but I try to be fair. All right, let me go forward a little bit more. Something else that I thought that was of interest came out today. People have probably not thought about this the way that I am, which is about the European Union. Right now, we are seeing that this is coming from the Financial Times. This is from Europe. And there are more and more people who are now saying that Europe, the EU, has to make its own way, that they have to divest and, as this article says, decouple from the United States. This is not a new idea. In fact, back in 2023, I was talking about because this is an idea coming from the French, in particular, the far left of the French, as represented by President Emmanuel Macron. Macron believes that the EU should decouple from the United States and become best friends with China and the Chinese Communist Party, much like Justin Trudeau, the former premier of Canada, was trying to be buddy-buddy and looked up to the Chinese Communist Party. So does France. And France, because they were the first ones to try and make friends and strike deals with China, is leading the charge, trying to convert Europe into a more socialist, more communist-friendly nation, series of nations connected to China as opposed to America, which is much more capitalist. Now, we've seen that socialism has failed everywhere it's been tried. Why is Macron trying to do this for France? France needs the support of a major nation to promote the amount of socialism France loves. I mean, the only reason why France can go on strike every other week, it feels like, is because they are socialists and they get a lot of funding from the EU and from the United States. But that influence from the United States, that financial security from the United States, whether it be in terms of defense or just government aid, is diminishing under the Trump administration, and very likely whomever in 2028, whoever is elected there, is very likely to continue that diminished support of Europe, and in particular France, both on a defensive sense as well as an economic in general. So France is shopping itself for a new lifeline, and that lifeline, the next most obvious supporter would be China. They're the next largest economy. They are the next largest powerhouse of the world. And China is saying, well, if America for some reasons fails, if the leftists do start a civil war in the United States, as it seems like they're trying to do, then the next best person to be aligned with is China. And it's better to be the first one trying to buddy up to them than being the last one to try and buddy up with them. That's what we're seeing. And we're seeing more of this momentum grow because, in case I didn't mention it, and I've done articles on this, but just so you can see, this is from an article. This is from April 10th, 2023. Macron made his statements back in March of 2023. I'm not making this up. I remember these things. I know most people, the average person, doesn't follow politics as much as I do and don't remember things as well as I do. I did videos on it, and here happens to be one of the articles about this, that Macron is trying to transition France and the EU into socialism to match up with Chinese Communist Party. So to see that we are seeing this continue is something to keep in mind, because it is not to the advantage of the American people. It is not in the advantage, I believe, for Europe either, but it is popular because the leftists that remain, and they are getting squeezed out. We are seeing Europe in particular, in Poland, in Germany, in Italy, in Sweden, in Switzerland, the conservative parties in each of these nations and others are gaining more and more control because of the failure of the left, like in France, like in the United Kingdom. Their abject failures, their policies have resulted in consequences that have been only negative. There is no positive consequence of some of their ideas, like open borders, like bringing in a large number of third world settlers, immigrants, into their nations with ideologies that actually want to destroy those very same nations. Look at the United Kingdom in particular, for seeing how that has been working out, how London has almost become a foreign outpost rather than part of the United Kingdom at this point, and it only looks to get worse. So you're seeing these kind of conflicts throughout all of Europe, and the leftists are trying to circle the wagons and to protect themselves and expand their power while they still have the power, and they may not have it very much longer. We are seeing conservatism take hold across Europe, just as it has taken hold in the United States. How long that lasts, I don't know. And to what end, we cannot be sure. But that's the conflict we see right now in Europe, as well as in the United States. And you deserve to know that. All right. Wow. We've covered a lot of ground so far. It's only been an hour and a half. Let me take a moment, before I go further, let me take a moment to just mention, because that's pretty much the international portion of this at the moment. We always like, for those who are new to the channel, and I welcome each and every new person to this channel, so I didn't mention it at the beginning, but we always like to look at the breaking news and international news, because they are as important as anything else. What's happening in the world, how we are interacting with the world, and how the world is interacting with the United States is critical for the future. And everything that we're talking about domestically must have some understanding of the international policy, because America isn't an island. As much as some on the left, I know Ron Paul, the libertarians, they would love America to be an island. It is not. We are a superpower. Our actions ripple through the rest of the world. The world is always making decisions that are based on how will America react to that. Everything they do includes some aspect of understanding that America is a factor in their decisions. Whether it's for or against America doesn't matter. But we are if not central, then we are a factor in every decision done by every nation in the world. We are not an island. If we were, then I'd probably be more partial to the libertarian point of view about how America should be ultimately isolated from every other country, and our thinking should be isolated from every other country in the world. But that's not realistic. That's not the reality of America or the world at this time. So that's why I like to go over this, to give you an understanding, because the mainstream news media doesn't. They want you to just obey. And they don't want to talk about these stories. They don't want to talk about these consequences. They don't want you to speculate or understand what may be happening down the road because of what is happening right now. They don't want to have that conversation with you. They want you to simply obey. Keep your head down. Don't think about it. It's above your pay grade. Someone else will figure it out. People in government are smarter than you. And that is a lie. Those are a bunch of lies. I have met many people in Congress, in our government over the last 2 decades. I've had interviews with them. I have phone numbers for many of them. I have been in conversations with them privately, off the record. Many people I've been exposed to our government. They are no smarter than the person walking down the street, whether they're in Congress or whether they're in the government or anything else. They're not smart. Elections do not raise up your IQ just because you won. That's not the way it works. And you don't suddenly get to be a rocket scientist when all you were was a bartender. It doesn't, elections do not convey new knowledge or new wisdom or an expansive understanding of the world. It doesn't work like that. So for people who think, well, the government knows better, no, they don't. No, they often don't. And I have many, many times done interviews with elected officials, and I've done some of those interviews, you've seen them, where they don't know laws or legislation. In fact, some of the legislation they have enacted, they don't even know as well as I do, or that anyone might. You may recall when New York State was considering red flag laws, I spent 6 months doing an in-depth study of red flag laws as they existed, going back to the very first red flag law and state in Connecticut all the way forward. And I comprehensively had over 200 sources that I put together in it was an 8,000 word document that I presented to the New York State Senate, and it comprehensively explained how red flag laws do not work and the consequences of red flag laws. And then I went and had an interview on the record with several members of the New York State Assembly and presented them this fact, this absolute fact about red flag laws that is never mentioned by the mainstream media. Red flag laws take children from families. This is a fact. It's not a guess. It's not my belief. It is a fact that in every state there is CPS, Child Protective Services. Every state has some version of that. And as part of the mandate in any home that if you are to lose your rights, if the child is unsafe, the state must come into that home and take your children away. If the government has identified you as a threat to yourself and to your community, such that they must suspend your Second Amendment rights to take away your rights without a trial, without a crime, but they are restricting your rights, then that household is too dangerous for your child to be in, according to state law in every single state, especially every state that has a red flag law. Therefore, the state must, it is compelled by state law to take your children away from you, even though you've never been convicted of a crime, even though you've never been accused of a crime. They will come take your children, and you will spend the next year to 2 years fighting to get back your children from the state, as well as trying to get back your firearms if you choose to try and get them back. It will cost you well over $24,000. This was true in 2018. And every member of the Assembly, every member of the Senate, State Senate that I spoke with, not one of them were aware of this consequence that had already existed and has been happening in Connecticut, in Indiana, at that time in 16 states that adopted red flag laws. No one understood that because no one ever thought about it, because the news media won't talk about it. I did. Sadly, they voted for it anyway. The answer that I received from members of the New York State Assembly that I spoke to was, well, they'll fix this problem before it becomes law. It did not. They did not fix it. They didn't even try. They just glossed it past and said, well, Mike doesn't have as big an audience as he could. He's not influencing voters. People are still going to vote blue no matter who, so it doesn't matter. Let's keep the problem. Let's take kids away from families without charging any crimes or even even accusing someone of committing a crime. Let's just keep taking the children because Connecticut does it, Indiana does it, and none of the major news media in the nation will talk about this story. That's why I do what I do, folks, because I do cover those kind of stories. Okay, so we're going to move forward. Sorry, I was drinking coffee there for a second. By the way, this is one of the mugs in Zazzle that you can get. The focus isn't there, but come on, focus on it. It won't focus, but we've got these kind of mugs. We got t-shirts. I got different types of mugs. You can buy them all. Go to Zazzle, knock yourself out. Remember, of the proceeds, we will send 50% to the Jericho Project to help veterans and homeless and families, of which I advocate for all of those. Also, if you can, you've made it this far for the last 2 hours, hit the like button. Hit the like button. More importantly, hit the subscribe button. We want to get to 2,000 subscribers, hopefully by the end of the year. Next year, maybe 5 to 10,000, so that we can get people like Zoran Mandami to come on to the program to speak with us. They only do it if we have an audience large enough that they think will change an election. So you want to be able to hear from more elected officials, please hit the like button. It makes it so much easier for me to reach out to these elected officials and to get them to answer your questions on this program. That being said, there was one thing. See, I said I was going to end with the international. I left out something, and I think this is important. And you're hearing about this right now. Did Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, did he issue an order to kill all survivors of the Venezuelan cigarette boats, these cartel boats? And I think this is an important story, and it's coming out. It's on Axios today, and it deserves to be addressed. Here's the thing. There's no proof. Not one shred. There is an accusation from the left, but much like the accusation of the left on Russia, which we later found out was a hoax, and the Democratic Party and Hillary Clinton were far more deeply involved, and they were potentially guilty of multiple crimes. I think absolutely. But that was what we found out. 3 years of investigations, $35 million, and every single investigation, including by the left, found the same thing. Donald Trump did nothing wrong. This was a hoax, and the only people who might have committed a crime were Hillary Clinton and the DNC. We're looking at that same kind of scenario right now. There is zero evidence, not one person, not one admiral, not one former admiral. There is nobody who has said that Pete Hegseth has put out an order to have no survivors from any of the capsizing, any of the boats that were destroyed, the Venezuelan boats, drug boats that were destroyed. I think that's important. That is the critical part of this, because yes, there's an allegation out there, just as there have been allegations against the Trump administration and many people in the Trump administration for a decade now, but there's no proof. They're saying they feel like this is true, but that doesn't mean it's true. That doesn't even mean it's close to being true. It just means that they have a feeling, and that feeling happens to be hyper political and beneficial to Democrats going into the 2026 and possibly the 2028 presidential election. That's it. This is political. Now, if you look through the Axios story on this, and what you will see is that there is no evidence. There's accusations, lots of accusations from the left based on nothing. They don't have anonymous sources. They don't have documentation that may or may not be actually real. They have sayings. They have feelings. I think this is incredibly important. That you see that this was alleged by the Washington Post on Friday, that CNN reported on this on Saturday. But that's not proof. And we know that CNN is biased and that they will say something that is absolutely untrue Look at the jab and the medical mandates. Look at their actions in terms of Russia or the Ukraine phone call hoax. These are all hoaxes. Look at their reactions in terms of the Hunter Biden laptop. We have seen them lie. Look at the reaction by the mainstream news media in terms of Biden's mental acuity. They told you that each of these organizations told you that Joe Biden was a mental giant, that he was all there, that he had always been all there since the day he got elected. And now we have the truth after the fact that Joe Biden was a part-time zombie president, that someone was running the country 18 hours a day, 7 days a week, and that someone wasn't Joe Biden. We don't know who it was, but we do know it was someone other than Joe Biden making many of the decisions that affected all of our lives. We still don't know who because the mainstream media won't ask. That we know long before Joe Biden walked onto the debate stage in June of 2024 that he was mentally impaired. And they knew it, and they didn't tell us. And now Jake Tapper is out pushing his book saying, look at this. This was such an insider job that they were abusing, that Joe Biden was being abused as an elder and used for political advantage. And there was all this evidence that no one could have seen that proved that Joe Biden was mentally unstable, except many of us knew it. Many of us said it, including me on this channel. And the news media told us we were wrong, that we were just propagandists, that we were just dumb, that you were wrong to notice and to identify and point out that there was something wrong with Joe Biden. You were the bad guy. I was the bad guy for daring to mention it. And these same organizations have repeated each and every one of these hoaxes, each and every one of these lies that they at the time told you were absolutely the truth. And how dare you disagree with them? Shut up, obey, don't ask questions. And here they are pushing yet another, potentially another lie, unsubstantiated theory. I call it a feeling that they're pushing on Pete Hegseth, someone who we have seen they do not like as is. They've never liked him. They have always been trying to target him, to discredit him any way that they can, which has nothing to do with what he has actually done, but their feelings about him because he's connected to MAGA, making America great, and he's connected to Donald Trump and a strong military, which they don't like. And so they're pointing this out, and they have no proof anywhere. Now, there is Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, who has already said, where's the evidence? He doesn't see this. He doesn't think it's real. Where's the evidence? Where's the proof? And no one has come up with any proof. So, but the left is saying, well, don't you understand? This is a crime. This would be an international crime. It would be a war crime. Now, to answer that and to be fair about that, if in fact Secretary of War Pete Hegseth did order that these cartel boats that were damaged, that were sinking, were then ordered to have no survivors, that those who had survived were to be killed. And we know that's not the case because we have had survivors of these boats. Well documented, very public. We know for a fact that some individuals that were on these boats did survive and they were returned to their native countries. So survivors do exist and they weren't all killed. So that aspect of the story is just pure propaganda. But they're saying that other boats had survivors and that Pete Hegseth, and to be fair, to quote this exactly, that in September, Pete Hegseth said, nope, no one survived, kill them all. And that was an order, which would have been an illegal order. I agree. If he said that, that is an illegal order. And yes, it is punishable as an act of war. That is true. And it is also part of the Navy's tradition, as well as it's not even unstated. It is a fact. every Navy in the world, if they sink your boat, they will take survivors, except for U-boats. Not U-boats, submarines. Submarines won't do that. Submarines don't take survivors because they can't. Whether they're surfaced or not, they don't have the carrying capacity, they don't have the facilities to take on prisoners or rescued individuals. They can't do it. So submarines are internationally understood. They don't take survivors because they really can't take survivors. But other than that, every naval vessel of every nation in the world takes survivors. It is naval tradition going back to the origination of navies in the first place. Every navy abides by that rule. Yes, we'll blow you up, we'll get into a war, we'll blow up your ship and sink you. But if you survived that, we will take you as a survivor. You're a prisoner of war, you're captured, you're whatever, but you are taken. Because everyone who's in the Navy wants to be saved if they're in that position. If the next time you lose, you want the other guys to come save your survivors, just like you saved their survivors. It is naval tradition, if an unwritten rule, and I believe it is explicitly a rule, both in the what is it? Not the Nuremberg. It is a rule in UN international law. So Geneva Conventions, that's what I'm saying. It's part of the Geneva Convention, as I understand. So yes, if Pete Hegseth said, kill all survivors, no one would, that would be not only an illegal order, no one would do that. They wouldn't abide by that law. They would do the exact opposite. There is no captain, no general, no captain, no admiral that would tell his Navy sailors to just let people die in the middle of an ocean. They wouldn't do it. Maybe a submarine. Again, submarines are unique. Other than submarines, and even then I think they would try, but other than submarines, I cannot see any vessel, American or any other, that would not try and pick up survivors. And more importantly, and here's the part that I think is very important about this. The power of a naval captain is not like a military landlocked army captain. There's a big difference. A naval captain is the equivalent of a colonel. They are just under the power of a general. They are massively powerful. You are the captain of a ship. You are a powerhouse. You are the ultimate power on that ship, something that many civilians don't understand. If you are the captain of the ship, you are God on that ship. The only person who can command above you is basically the admiral or the president of the United States, if you get a direct order. There is no one else on the ship that you would have a different, a stronger overriding answer. Whoever's the captain, unless an admiral showed up on your ship, if they were allowed to come onto the ship, they would then become the commander of the ship. That would be the only way that the captain of the ship doesn't have ultimate power, because he has his direct commander there present. But if you're on a ship and you've got a captain, he runs that ship. There is no way that captains, with all of their power, and admirals, who the captains answer to, the admirals, in finding out about this breach of naval tradition, this written or unwritten law of naval warfare, they would not stand for this. You wouldn't need to worry about whether or not there would be so many leaks of this information. There would be instantaneously, this would get through the entire naval structure, and there would be leaks to government and to every news agency you could name, both named individuals and unnamed individuals, telling you that this happened. But this has supposedly happened in September. Here we are just about to be in December, and they can't name any source, nor can they say there's an unnamed source. It's just a feeling. This isn't real. This isn't real. They are propagandizing you. They are weaponizing you on your lack of knowledge about naval traditions. And if there's anyone who ever served in the Navy and they want to tell me, Mike, you're completely wrong. I'm a Marine. I get, when I want to go, when Marines go from one base to another base, the Navy transports us and we do security on naval vessels. So if I am misunderstanding naval tradition, if I am misunderstanding the orders of a captain on a ship, and someone in the Navy wants to correct me on that and say, Mike, no, you misunderstand, they would absolutely let someone die in the middle of an ocean that was a survivor of them blowing up the ship. Please correct me on that because I'm not aware of that. To my knowledge and my expertise and all information I have been able to gather, that's not true. So this isn't true because the admirals, even the joint chiefs would speak up on this. They would make this known. This would not be a secret. And at this moment, we're being told it's a secret, no one will tell you, and there's no source whatsoever. That's a feeling. That's propaganda. That's how you know, or at least that's why you should doubt that this is true. The left is pushing this story. The right has no idea what they're talking about, and there's no source. You should doubt this first. Until there's evidence, this is a lie. It is pure political maneuvering. It is meant to abuse your lack of knowledge of the Navy and its traditions. Throw this out the window. Demand that the left and all the news media, that they get a source, a named source proving this. Documentation, a named source, some form of evidence. And if they cannot do that, stop pushing this because it helps no one. It divides our military and our nation. It enrages our enemies and our allies alike, making them believe that we would do something that violates hundreds of years of naval tradition. That does not help us. They are hurting America by pushing a lie. They are hurting our nation everywhere. This is endangering Americans' lives. Again, if I'm wrong, then please, somebody show me the evidence otherwise. And at this moment, there is none. All right, that being said, there is other news coming out right now. I wanted to address some news that came out earlier in the week, kind of died down. A lot of people are now focused on what's happening with the Trump administration. We're going to get to that, but here it is. Kash Patel. You may not have heard this. He was in an interview with the Epoch Times, which is considered a credible but right-leaning organization to understand their bias. But he did an interview with the Epoch Times, and it seems that there is evidence of Barack Obama and the Biden administration have covered up their involvement in spying on Donald Trump prior to him becoming the president during the transition from Obama to Donald Trump as the 45th president, as well as documentation about continued spying on the Trump administration, possibly engineering certain conflicts and difficulties that Trump had in his first presidency, possibly even at this moment as well. And so key in that has been the burned bags that you're going to start hearing about this week. Kash Patel says, as the director of the FBI, he has found evidence that were burned bags. These are bags that their name is very self-evident. These are bags that are used often in embassies, as an example, and that's usually where I see them used, but also in certain military bases. These are bags where you fill it full of information that you would not want any enemy to see. Sensitive, top secret, eyes only type of information will be put into these bags. These bags would then be thrown into an incinerator. Every embassy has an incinerator. Many military bases, their intelligence departments have these incinerators. They are built to work with these burn bags. These bags are created on purpose to reach higher temperatures to eviscerate any of the documentation that's held within. And these incinerators are built to have higher temperatures than just throwing it into a fireplace, as an example. And so these burn bags are filled normally with these sensitive, eyes only, top secret types of documents, and they normally get burned. Now, sometimes because of bureaucracy, because of, well, all kinds of corruption and mismanagement of the government, as opposed to, say, an embassy, where embassies, if they're doing this, that's kind of like in 1980 when Iran took the American hostages. They broke into our embassy, which is an act of war, broke into the embassy, captured Americans, and then pulled them out. The Americans had burn bags. They had their incinerators. And to an extent, some of the documentation was burned. It was also a bit of a surprise, so you didn't see it as much. Also, you saw this in Hillary Clinton. When we lost our soldiers. Oh, God, how can I forget that now? They made the movie 13 Hours about it. Why am I forgetting that location? I don't know why I'm forgetting it at the moment. But they, too, would burn. They were burning documents before they became overran. It's standard procedure. But for some reason, that isn't always the case on U.S. soil. That's true overseas, at our bases, our outposts, our embassies. In the United States, well, you don't have that same kind of immediacy, that same kind of pressure. It's the United States government. Why do I have to rush and burn these documents before anyone else in the government, anyone else in the intelligence agencies, before they would see these documents? And it appears that because there was a less immediacy, while these documents were gathered, while they were all accumulated, rather than them all being instantaneously burned, they were instead put into a office, an area, where they were gathered to be burned at the same time. But that was never completed. Perhaps some of the people who were in charge of making that happen were fired by the Trump administration, that they lost power, that they were countermanded by their superiors to not, in fact, burn those documents for whatever reason. However that may be, Kash Patel is now saying those documents have been recovered, at least some of them. That these documents link the Obama administration and the Biden administration to spying on Donald Trump and trying to manipulate elections, multiple elections, against the will of the American people. This would be incredible if it is true. And I don't mean that in a good way. I mean, this is like shaking the government, and it would mean that there would be people getting the death penalty. It would lead to the death penalty, absolutely. It would be the ultimate betrayal of America and the American people by politicians and members of our intelligence agencies. It's treasonous beyond belief, if it is true. And Kash Patel is saying it not only is it true, but that he has evidence, and that at least portions of this evidence will be revealed to the American people. I am sure that every Democrat will come out and say, that's just fake. Thus, the evidence is so important, because we must see the evidence, the American people, and it must be verified with the American people aware of every step. We cannot just trust that, well, the left says it's not true, so it can't be true. We don't need to see the evidence. Hell no, we have to see that evidence. We have to see it's true. If Patel is lying about this, that is a crime, and he should be punished to the fullest extent of the law if he does not provide the evidence, and if that evidence does not lead to where we believe it leads. If it is not indicative that there is been massive corruption in our government, then Patel needs to be punished for that, because that would be trying to take advantage of the American people. But if what he has said is even slightly true, if it is even 1% true, then heads should roll. This is devastating, and we need to see more on this. I say this to you now because I expect in the next week or two, you will see this downplayed, discredited, and disavowed by the left overwhelmingly. You will hear Biden and Obama and all of their supporters, all of their spokesmen will come out and say that this is not true, this is not real, this didn't happen, but they won't provide evidence to prove that. Again, the burden of proof is on Kash Patel, as it should be. But if he is able to provide that evidence, these people must be held accountable to the absolute highest requirement of law. And in some cases, that would mean death. And we must enforce that. We must. That is my opinion on that. Others may disagree. I look forward to seeing what some people have to say about that. By the way, when I say that these are burn bags, sadly, this is a story. And when I say that this is a story we should have been aware of and that it's going to be buried, that this story will not be something the mainstream media will be talking to you about. If it were not for Kash Patel speaking to the Epoch Times about this, if it were not for him saying that he had found the burn bags and having released that, well, the first time we heard about this story was back in July 30th of this year, 2025. And that was covered by Fox News, by WBMA, that the secret room was found. This is in July. MSN covered this story to an extent on April 8th of 2025. CBS covered this story back in August 26th of 2025. Notice CBS didn't want to touch this story and only glanced over it a month after the news came out. A month after other major news media were covering this, then CBS came out and covered it slightly and then covered it up. We see that the New York Post covered it on July 30th. That, let's see, who are the major ones? Again, the Times covered it July 30th. NDTV, which is somewhat known and credible, covered this on July 31st. So this is a story that has been out there, and you didn't know about it. It was covered up already once successfully. Obviously, Kash Patel has more information now than he did in July. And he is speaking now to other organizations. Obviously, speaking to the mainstream news media failed. They covered up the story. They ignored the story. They did publish it, and then they killed it. They killed the story and glossed right over it. That's why no one recognizes that this story has been out. This is an update, not new news. This isn't breaking. It's an update. You weren't told. Oh, they published the article and then didn't talk about it on the nightly news. They didn't talk about it on their YouTube channels, and they just didn't cover it. They put it in, like the back page of the newspapers. They buried it under other articles on their online coverage. So they published it. They just didn't tell you that they published it. They didn't emphasize the importance of this. They hid this from you. They lied to you. They obfuscated. They obscured the truth, potentially. There has to be, and that makes me think there has to be more truth to it than none at all. Because why would the story come out and they hid it? They didn't discredit it. They didn't say that it was unlikely or untrue. They didn't disavow it. They didn't debunk it. They ignored it. And they made sure that the mainstream public wouldn't notice it either. So that makes me think there's at least some kernel of truth to what Kash Patel is saying. Again, I don't know how much truth. I don't know what is or isn't valid. I just know that the mainstream news media, the first time round, they hid this from you. So there's something that's true in this. And this time around, you see Cash Patel is going to other sources that aren't as prime time, let's call it, as beholden to the Democratic Party, the left-leaning ideology, the Harvard and Columbia style of thinking. They're going to the right. And now we're going to hear more about it because he's gone to alternative sources since the mainstream wants to kill this story. You deserve to hear more about it. I've covered it. I will try to follow it more. Just want you to know. If you think my reasoning is wrong, tell me why. Just tell me why. I'll be happy to hear it. All right. We're getting close to the National Guard being shot. I'm going to cover that. I'm going to cover that in just a moment. I hope you are finding this to be interesting, eye-opening, thought-provoking. Maybe some people will find it to be funny, perhaps. Some people will find it to be educational. It's the stepping stone to you finding out information for yourself. However you find it, if you've been with me for over 2 hours now, please hit the subscribe button because it matters. It makes immense difference for me. It really does. It changes my life. Now, you can always, please consider doing you can do a Rumble rant or a super chat or a super reaction if you're not watching this live. You can do a super reaction, and that will help me to be able to do more research. Again, I'm one guy. Unlike ABC, CBS, Axios, I don't have thousands of employees. It's just me doing this work by myself. And I would love to have more employees, but that takes money. I'd love to be able to have a sponsor. It takes money. So you would be able to help me to be able to access more of these politicians if you just hit that subscribe button. And if you can, please do consider going on out there and donate. Because again, we're going to use that money to get out to help the Jericho Project in January of 2026. Okay, so that's been up. We're going to get to it. Let me tell you a little bit about Black Friday because that's obviously news. Black Friday just came, and you are being told, depends on the source. Now, to give this some context before I go any further, I want you to see this because you're going to hear a lot about Black Friday, and you're going to be told how it was a bad Black Friday. That even though we had record-breaking numbers of purchases on Black Friday, $11.8 billion, that it wasn't that good. That even though the top line number sounds great, well, it's Trump's inflation, prices were higher. It really wasn't as good as you think it was. That's what you're going to be told because that's what's going through the news media now. And I'm going to show you why they're wrong, why that's not the truth. So what we see right now, excuse me, I didn't put it up yet. So what we see here, this is from 2024. This is about Black Friday 2024. Came out on December 1st, 2024, a year ago. And what we can see in this story, besides the fact that there were $10.8 billion, 10.8, and they were more than happy. This is coming from NPR, the left itself, saying that it was a 10% increase versus 2023. By the way, that's not correct. That number that they're quoting here is incorrect. And I won't say they're lying to you. That initial data that they had turned out to be untrue. But there was an increase. It wasn't 10%. And it wasn't 10.8 billion on that Friday. But yet, notice they're saying this is good news. This is higher. This is tracking well for retailers. This was good. This is double what consumers spent in 2017. Why did they pick 2017? That was the first year of Donald Trump. That's why they picked 2017. They didn't compare it to 2019, which was the last year before we had the lockdowns. They didn't compare it to that. They're comparing it to Trump, and they're picking the first year of Trump, not the debatably the last year of a Trump administration without the complications of the lockdown and the pandemic. So rather than comparing it to 2019, they compared it to 2017 and said, see, Biden brought in double the amount. No, he didn't. Now, here's the other thing that I want you to think about this. They highlight in this NPR article that while higher costs and inflation account for higher sales numbers, Friday offered deeper discounts than expected across product categories, including Adobe. So they admit that part of the reason why it was supposedly 10.8 billion, which is that number got reduced, why it was in the billions, why it was such a profit is because of inflation and higher prices. By the way, you can go back year after year after year, and you can look at Black Friday after Black Friday, and to some varying degree, every year, part of the reason why prices are higher is because of inflation and because of higher prices. It happens every year. That's not saying much, but they're admitting that it wasn't as successful as they want you to believe it is. It's kind of like looking at movie ticket sales, where every year they say, oh, look, when they look at a movie that came out this year, I don't know, Fantastic Four as an example, or Captain America 4. Oh, look, it brought in hundreds of millions of dollars, not adjusting for the fact and compare it to previous movies. So Captain America 4 made more money than Captain America, not the Winter Soldier, but Captain America, the First Avenger, the first movie in that series over 15 years ago. What's the difference? Well, inflation, the cost of ticket prices are factors that would easily make up, it costs what, almost $30 per movie ticket per person today, depending on where you're at. It's like $17 to $20 per person. 15 years ago, it was closer to about $7. The price has tripled. So that's going to change the revenue coming in. So what looks like was a lot of money and a lot of people, less people went to see Captain America 4 than went to see Captain America, the First Avenger. And that's because we can adjust the prices and take into account the increase in the price of the ticket as well as the increase in inflation, which would also raise the price. So the revenues aren't the same. It's not apples to apples in the comparison. Now, I bring that up so that I can bring up something that we just saw on this Black Friday. And we see that this Black Friday, and this is according to Reuters, there was a record 11.8 billion. The first thing you should take from that is that this year was bigger than last year under Biden. That under the Trump administration, where you were told we would be in a recession, if not a depression, that the tariffs would eliminate any kind of commerce, that people would be absolutely abject broke, and that the entire economy of the United States and the world by this point would have failed. If you look back at all of the comments back in March and in April about the tariffs, they said that the fourth quarter would be destroyed, that Black Friday wouldn't exist. People wouldn't buy anything because they wouldn't have any money, because we would be devastated. That's what they said because Orange Man bad. The reality, $11.8 billion more than under the Biden administration. Now, they're going to tell you that that's the case because, and this is not including Cyber Monday, just to make sure, but I believe I highlighted. Did I highlight the page? No. Where is it? Now, they're going to tell you that this is only because inflation and that the prices went higher. Well, that was true of Biden. That's been true of every Black Friday going back decades. It wasn't because the economy is okay. It wasn't because of consumer confidence. It was just because, well, the prices went up because of inflation. It has nothing to do with people actually buying stuff. This was absolutely horrible. It's because of tariffs. Tariffs destroyed America. No. Yes, you can say that there was part of the increase was because of tariffs, because of inflation and higher prices. That's true. But unlike as the example of the Biden administration comparing 2024 to 2017, we're comparing 2025 to 2024. And by the way, inflation has been about 3.5%, not 15%, not 25%, 3.5%. So there hasn't been that much inflation. The prices haven't increased that much versus 2024. So even if you discount that, there is more purchasing this year under Black Friday than last year under Black Friday. Now, does that mean that everything's perfect and everyone's got money in their pocket and everything's great with the economy? No. What it does mean is the people who are promising you doom and gloom, the same people who told you to sell all of your stocks when the stock market dipped back in March, the same people who told you to sell all your Bitcoin back in March because the economy was going off a cliff and we were going into a depression, those same people who were absolutely wrong then are going to be wrong now. They're telling you again that the evidence in front of you isn't worthwhile because it doesn't match their feelings. I used to be a stockbroker. Go back to what our coverage week by week, just go back to March, go back to April, and you'll hear me telling you that you should not sell your stocks. In fact, maybe you should buy more if you have the financial capability. You saw me telling you that the U.S. wasn't going into a depression and that we weren't going to be wrecked, that our economy wasn't destroyed. Not that it was perfect, but it wasn't the abject doom and gloom that the left were telling you that was because they had a political advantage and they wanted to win in elections. They wanted to bring in money because the DNC was broke, that all of their donors ran away from them. In fact, they've run away so much, as I covered earlier this week, the DNC is in debt. They had to take out $15 million in loans just to make it through 2025. They have no money because their deep pocket billionaire, the good billionaires like Mark Cuban and Bill Gates, they cut them off. They have cut them off from donations because they have no leader and they have no leadership, and because they're playing games with the public where they're telling you that the economy is falling apart. Meanwhile, the evidence that we see is the exact opposite, that we are, in fact, having better sales. And by the way, they lied to you earlier. Last year, we saw this is a 9.1% increase versus last year. And last year's numbers were just under 10 billion, but it's an increase all the same. I'm only trying to share with you the truth of these things. And I'm just trying to point out the way that they are lying to you. The mainstream media is lying to you. And they're misleading you. And they don't care if it hurts you. They don't care if it hurts business. They just want you to understand Orange Man bad, MAGA evil, Republicans have to be voted out. That's it. And they're doing it because they are desperate. Again, the DNC is out of money. Their donors have abandoned them. They have to borrow $15 million to get through 2025. They're going to borrow even more money in 2026. They are in trouble. They are desperate. They may fall apart and dissolve because they can't raise any money, which would be very interesting to see move forward if that is the case. Probably won't be. They'll probably get bailed out by a billionaire here or there for God knows what kind of favors. Think about this. No one's going to mention this to you, but just like they have downplayed in July that their donors cut off. I say this because Ken Martin in July of 2025 told us, because the evidence came out, they had no money. Their donors, all the billionaires, all the millionaires, cut them off and they didn't have money. And then Earlier this week, last week, they came out and told everyone, or rather, they didn't. The documents were filed. That's how we found out. The documents were filed saying they have no money and they had to get a loan of $15 million. These people who are so desperate are going to tell you the Republicans have failed, that they have all the right ideas, and everybody supports them. No one does. And when they do, and they will, get money from donors like Bill Gates, like Mark Cuban, like Jeff Bezos, when the billionaires do come in and make donations to them, what deal do you think they are going to make? Am I saying that they will be corrupted? Yes, because Democrats are desperate. And a billionaire can come in and say, I will cover that $15 million. I'll repay your loan and I'll give you $30 million. Pay off your debts and give you an extra $15 million so you will survive. But what are you going to give them? It's not enough to say, well, we're going to say that Orange Man is bad. You've been saying that for 10 years. No one cares. It's not enough to say that making America great is somehow evil, even though there's no evidence of that. That's not enough. You've been doing that for 10 years. No one cares. It's not enough to say that Republicans are the bad guys. You've been saying that for 50 years that I've been alive. No one cares. They're going to have to come up with something different. They're going to have to give these donors something special for the money that they are asking them for. And that may be part of the reason why all of the Democrat donors walked away. They have been waiting for this moment. The Trump economy isn't in depression. It isn't in a recession. People are buying things still, and the lies aren't working. This lie about where we are right now isn't working. The evidence is so obvious, everyone knows it. So what will those billionaires who are going to donate, those good billionaires, as Ken Martin, the chairman of the DNC, would call it, what is he going to make a deal? What is he going to give them that he won't tell the public, but he's going to have to do to get the money he needs to get through the 2026 midterm elections? What are the individual Democrats, people like Chuck Schumer, people like Kirsten Gillibrand and Cory Booker and AOC, what are they going to have to promise to these big donors to get the money they need to get reelected in 2026? Because they can't get the money from the parent, the national party has no money, and they need the money to compete so that they can get reelected. They count on that every year. Where are they going to get their money from? What deals will they make? This is something we should be asking in 2026. We're in that election field. What are they going to be doing? Because it's not just that they are making deals. It's because they're desperate and they have no other option. And everyone knows all the things they have promised, all the propaganda they have pushed is a lie. Not because I think so, because we have the evidence. Again, look back at what they were saying to you in March and April. Look how they were telling you the economy would fail and you had to sell all your stocks. Think of all the money you lost, how much money you had to pay in taxes because you listened to the mainstream media who had Trump derangement syndrome, forced you to take profits and take losses that you shouldn't have had, and the market bounced back within a week. And now they're telling you, now they are in financial trouble, and you're not supposed to ask, what are they going to do to get out of that financial trouble that they pushed on you as well? It's an interesting question. Mainstream media won't ask. I am asking that. All right. For those who are just listening, I'm taking a drink of coffee here through my mug, which you can find on Zazzle. One of a few of the mugs that I have on Zazzle. I got to get another one. So I wanted to, oh, I know. Let's move on. And I wanted to get back to New York City and New York State. Remember, I showed you earlier at the beginning of the show that many of the leftist protesters, so-called protesters, they're criminals, how they were endangering their lives, committing crime. They wanted to be hailed as heroes. And they are. By the way, people who thought, Mike, but they're not heroes. They're in the streets. They're endangering their life. They're endangering the lives of others. They're breaking the law, impeding the ICE and police from doing their job, enforcing the laws that Democrats voted for. They're not heroes, Mike. No one's going to look at them and say they're heroes. Here is New York State Senator Julia Salazar. And she's a Democrat, and she is a believer. You know that because she's wearing the mask for no reason. No reason. She says she's grateful to all of the New Yorkers who quickly mobilized, put their safety on the line, that's a crime, and protected their immigrant neighbors. She leaves out the word illegal. These aren't people who are here legally. These are criminals. Against ICE's expected raids. Expected. So this isn't something that was actually happening. They were doing this ahead of time, proactively. So they can't even fall back and say, well, they were raiding people. No. This was all proactive. And against their expected rates, they sent a clear message to the masked ICE agents. She's masked. The masked ICE agents, she's masked. The people in those, quote, protests were masked. Everyone's masked. What's the problem with the mask? If it's not a problem for a member of New York State Senate to wear a mask, if it's not a problem for Antifa to wear a mask, why is it a problem for ICE to wear a mask? Okay, going on. Hiding in their garage, get out of our city. Why? 600 ICE agents were supposed to be deployed. Hundreds of New Yorkers, as I showed you earlier, came out and were preventing them from doing their job. A member of New York State Senate is supporting this. This is criminal. She is supporting criminality. This is how corrupt New York State has become. That she thinks it's a benefit to her, that she's going to get reelected for supporting criminality. I've made it, and I showed you, and I explained in detail how what these people did is a crime. And she is supporting their crime. She's aiding and abetting a crime. She is a co-conspirator. If we were to really enforce the law, she is a co-conspirator to the criminal actions that are happening in our state. She should be drummed out of her office. Forget about being reelected. She should be kicked out and charged with crimes, the crime of aiding and abetting criminal behavior. She's trying to support. She's trying to drum up more. She wants more people to commit these crimes. It wasn't a protest. Again, if you want to stand and shout at an ICE facility, at Police One Plaza or anywhere else in the state, holding up a sign saying, "Shame on you, I disagree," fantastic, knock yourself out. That's your right. I do not dispute that whatsoever. The moment you put your hands on other people and other people's property, you are now committing crimes. These are acts of coercion and violence, as well as endangering people's lives, yours and others, as well as breaking the law because you're stopping someone from doing their lawful job, enforcing the law as it is written. So these are criminals. No way you can word it. And State Senator Salazar, she should know that. You would think that a state senator would understand that. She helped to vote for some of these laws. She helped write some of these laws that ICE are enforcing. that the New York State police and local law enforcement are enforcing, or at least they're supposed to be enforcing. She may never have thought that they would ever enforce this law. She may have only written these laws because she thought that it would never be used against her and she could get a couple of Republican votes. But no one should ever vote for Julia Salazar ever again if she's not smart enough to understand she is supporting crime. She is supporting not just the activists who broke the law to stop ICE and other agents from reducing the number of illegal aliens in New York State and in the country. Not only is she a criminal for that, and she is, in fact, a criminal for supporting that, she's also supporting the gangs in New York, the human trafficking in New York, the drug dealing in New York, the gun running in New York. She is actively supporting violent crime in New York by supporting these illegal aliens. And if you want to say, but Mike, but there's only 1% of those illegal aliens that are criminal. There were over 200,000 illegal aliens under the Biden-Harris administration that entered New York in just 1 year. And according to the 1% rule that people love to throw out there, 99% of them are good people. Fantastic. I agree. And that's still 2,000 new criminals in New York City. Not the only criminals. That's 2,000 more. That's just from 1 year. Biden was in office for 4 years with open border policies that both Eric Adams and Zoran Mandami support. How many other, if you just want to go with 1%, how many more criminals have come into New York State, in particular New York City, because Salazar is like, come on in. I don't like Trump, so come in and destroy my city. Come in and create more crime that only hurts her constituents. She's never been faced with that. No one has ever said that to her face, and they should. How can she support criminality? How can she support the criminality of the protesters, the supposed protesters, the ICE and the far left? How can she support their crime and the crime that results from the illegal aliens she is protecting, which is against her oath of office? Her oath of office does not include illegal aliens. It does not. So how can she justify that? No one in the news media will ask her that. I am asking right now. I guarantee you she will not answer me. Just want you to know what's happening here, folks. And again, just to show you a different way of looking at that, that's Julia Salazar. This is ABC News. And ABC News, do you think they will be impartial? Do you think ABC News will tell you that any of the crimes these people committed? Will they tell you that Julia Salazar is helping to enable crime in your neighborhood? Let's see. Multiple people were seen blocking the street. That is a crime, ABC News. This is theirs. Protesters arrested in New York City over possible ICE-related activity near China. No, they were arrested for impeding law enforcement. They were arrested for standing in the middle of the street trying to beat up a car as it's moving, which is endangering their life and the lives of others around them. They committed crimes. These were criminals. Alleged criminals, but there's video of this. They're committing crimes. That's why they were arrested, not because of anything else. See, ABC is trying to justify what they did. ABC likes that there are illegal aliens in New York City. They like that this makes Democrats look good amongst the far left. They think this is a way to get more donations and more votes. ABC has a bias, and they're just not telling you what it is because they're not telling you the truth. And they say it from the headline. Multiple people who were protesting possible immigration and customs enforcement activity in Lower Manhattan were arrested Saturday because they broke the law. Protesters were seen near Center Street shouting ICE out of New York, according to video obtained by ABC News. They could have been there. It's Manhattan. Where is ABC's headquarters? In New York City? In Manhattan? Why didn't you send any of your people there? You could have been there in a heartbeat. They didn't care. They didn't want to be there because if they saw the crime, if they were videotaping it, kind of like CBS in Chicago taping Kat Abu, the candidate for the Illinois 9th District, they caught her committing crimes as a news organization, which means that evidence of their video showing her breaking the law has to be part of her charges when she goes to trial. So, and they have to give it because they're the news media and they have videotape of it. If ABC went down and covered this, they would be witnesses and they would have to testify and provide the evidence of the crimes that they observed. If it's someone else's video, they don't have a choice. They don't have any evidence they can provide. They can't testify. They're doing this on purpose. Again, there's over 10,000 employees of ABC News, of which several thousand of them are in New York City alone throughout all the 5 boroughs. If they wanted to cover this, they could have. They chose not to because they don't want to provide evidence against this. They want this to succeed, even though it is criminal, even though it harms you. I thought I had highlighted a part of this. Hang on. Give me 1 second. Oh, and at the very end, as you can see, in the very end of this, they go, 4 U.S. citizens were arrested and held for nearly 24 hours. Okay, so wait a minute. Were they arrested or were they held? They were arrested and held. Well, that would mean processing. Okay. 4 U.S. citizens were arrested and held for nearly 24 hours without any federal charges. Well, this happened on Saturday. I'm reading the news on Sunday. Of course, it's less than 24 hours. Of course, it's less than 24 hours. By the way, if you are the police, law enforcement, have the right to detain you. That is legal everywhere in America, and they can do that for up to 48, in some places 72 hours. That's just the law. People always forget that. Oh my God, they detained American citizens. That's legal. That is legal. You can be detained for 48 to 72 hours across America. That's not illegal. But these 4 people apparently were detained, which means they were being processed because they got arrested. So they weren't detained, they were arrested and processed. And it took less than 24 hours because the news story happened on Saturday afternoon and they reported this on Sunday. Of course, it's less than 24 hours. It isn't a big deal. This isn't a negative. It's not. And this is what, but they threw it in at the end of the story so that they could say, see how bad they were? By the way, they were bad. Don't think about it. Because if you think about it, you'll understand. Yeah, that's perfectly natural. Of course, they were detained. Yes, of course, they got arrested. Yes, it was less than 24 hours. No surprise, no crime, not a big deal. Who cares? But again, it's meant to give you a certain way of looking at this story. They're covering their base on the essential facts, but they're doing it in a way to manipulate you. That's also why it's the very last sentences of the story, because they don't want to give you anything to think about, to say, oh, wait a minute, but of course they were only held for less than 24 hours, which is, of course, not a crime. Of course it's not. And it's not a problem. And yes, they got arrested because they were criminals. Hi, by the way. Hi.
He's ridiculous.
Yeah, no. Hi. Want to say hi to? No, you want to say hi to the people? Yes, I know. Thank you. Say hi to the people. Say hi. Say hi. Here. By the way, this is my puppy. Come on, stand up. There. Yeah. Hi. Put your foot down. Put your feet down. There you go. Here he is. This is the Khan. The Khan. No, look over there. Look over there. Look at the camera. Yeah, say hi. Hi. All right. If you're wondering, when I say I have to walk my dog or my dog is complaining and crying, that's who that was. For those who are new to the channel and haven't seen it, that's my 14-year-old dog. Yes, that dog is 14 years old. He also is 24 pounds. He's getting a little fat at the moment, but whatever. But he's 14 years old. I love my dog. He's fantastic. And as always, we usually take a break. Usually we do it at the 2-hour mark, but we went a little long today. It's been 3 hours. Who knew? And I'm going to come back in just a little bit to talk what happened in Washington, D.C. What about this Afghan national? What about the other Afghan nationals that were allowed into America in 2021 as a result of the Biden-Harris administration and their illogic, the stupidity of their actions and running away from the Taliban? How is that going to affect America going forward, as it already is affecting America, and how we need to address this and think about this? I'm going to cover all of that when we get back, but I'm going to take a quick break to walk my dog. It's raining outside, so that'll be a lot of fun. But I'm going to walk my dog. That'll give you a chance to have a cigarette, to grab something to drink, to talk to your family and friends and tell them, yes, he is MAGA. And yes, this black man is a conservative Republican. Can you imagine it? And he has all these details. This is a conversation, maybe you say that. Maybe that caused too much of a fight over the holidays. I don't know. But I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to walk my dog. Let's see. It's 5:30 now. So let's say 6:15. At 6:15, I will be back and I'll pick up where we've left off here. But in the meantime, I'm going to, there we go. What I want to play for you is I'm going to put up, yeah. So this is from 2021, August of 2021. This is as America was running away under Joe Biden's, the part-time zombie president. This was the process of America running away from Afghanistan, running away from the Taliban. This will give us a frame of reference. I want you to remember what was happening back in 2021 when we took in some 60,000 Afghan individuals that we had no vetting for, that we didn't know anything about. Yes, there were 20,000 that we did know, and there were 60,000 we had no idea who they were. And I wanted to put this back in context for you. So I'm going to play that, and then we'll come back. We'll talk about the DC shooting. We'll talk about what's going to happen as a consequence of that. And I look forward to seeing all of your comments. Remember, we'll be back at 6:15. So, hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. It is a difficult day today that we speak with you. It has taken us all day to calm our nerves, to let our emotions die down, to be able to speak about the troubling news we've heard all day. By this time, you have assuredly heard 13 members of the United States military have passed away. They were killed in a cowardly suicide attack by members of an organization called ISIS-K. This, sadly, is not a surprise. This was known. We knew this was going to happen. Intelligence agencies had been reporting for days that an attack was imminent. News media around the world had reported for days that an attack was imminent, that this was being planned, and that this was something that was going to happen. Looking at this news, and we will not show images of the aftermath of these two cowardly suicide attacks, bombings that killed and injured 72 Afghani citizens, 12 Marines, 1 Navy corpsman for the United States, that it's mind-boggling. Again, our emotions are very high at this moment. And that's why we want to take our time to speak about this. Not about the politics. Yes, there is a political aspect to this. And we've been having these conversations with individuals on Twitter and on Facebook and in person all day long. There is a separation. At this moment, we separate the politics from what is happening. There is a failure that lies with the Commander-in-Chief of the United States military. There is a failure that lies at the Oval Office, and the person who sits in the chair, that person is Joe Biden. This problem is something that affects everyone, not just the United States, but our allies in NATO, in the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Australia, and many other nations. This is a problem that does not end at the Afghanistan border. It will affect people in Israel, as well as in the United States and many countries around the world, as well as many Afghani citizens. It is deeply saddening to hear the United States President say at any time that there will be American citizens consciously and willfully left behind in enemy hands after August 31st. It is troubling, to say the least. It is aggravating at the least. It is infuriating at the least. And yet that is the truth of the matter. This isn't about politics. This is about the decision of Joe Biden and his administration, including Kamala Harris and General Milley. They have made this decision consciously, willfully. In fact, they have been planning on that since August 18th, as we have reported, when they first made the utterance that all Americans who want to leave Afghanistan will be able to leave Afghanistan. A statement that was later proven to be incorrect, as not only in the United States, but our allies around the world insisted more time was needed, that a complete withdrawal could not be done effectively by the timeline that was created solely by Joe Biden. Many may not like that. Many may want to call that politicking. It is simply the fact. But we want to look through this. And as we said, it's been a troubling day. Earlier today, we saw at 11:51 a.m. that Mr. Malcolm Nance decided that he wanted to attack the United States. He stated, 20 years. For your information, there have been terrorist suicide bombers killing civilians nearly daily in Afghanistan. This ain't new. It's why we're leaving. Deal with it. To say that that statement is tone deaf is the least of things that could be said about it. MSNBC must be very proud to have one of their members who so disregards the lives of American soldiers and Afghani citizens to so nonchalantly say, deal with it. It gives us heartache. Yes, the Kabul airport attack killed 13 U.S. service members, 90 Afghan citizens, according to the Wall Street Journal. And in fact, there may be more. The numbers are still coming in throughout the day. And as we said, back on August 18th, we first noticed that General Milley had said, all Americans who want to get out of Afghanistan. And it was on August 18th that we said, this seems to be an excuse ready-made to excuse why on August 31st, the U.S. military will be gone, Joe Biden will wash his hands of Afghanistan, and any Americans left behind will be claimed to have been individuals who decided on their own to not go out of Afghanistan, that they did not seek an exit. This is an excuse. This is spin. We see that on August 18th, Richard Grenell had been stating the British are going out and rescuing their own citizens. Yet the Secretary of Defense says the United States cannot. Secretary Austin said, "We don't have the capability to go out and collect large numbers of people," even as Germany, France, and Britain had been going out into Kabul and other parts of Afghanistan and getting their citizens and retrieving them, giving them an exit out. But instead, the Biden administration said, "Trust the Taliban. The Taliban will work with us. The Taliban will ensure that Americans are able to get to the Kabul airport and get out." On August 20th, in an exclusive interview with a special agent, former special agent and former retired diplomat Eric Caron, and we asked him about what was going on, and he was deeply troubled, fearing even the potential for World War III. Going further, we had further questions and further issues with what the Biden administration was telling us day by day as tensions grew and became worse. And we shared those thoughts with you. 12 hours ago, we mentioned the clock is ticking, that there was a time bomb set to go off, that the August 31st deadline was not good enough. It would not ensure all American citizens would be able to exit Afghanistan safely. Many people had issue with us saying that. 11 hours ago, my fear was and is that there will be American and NATO hostages displayed on September 11th in Afghanistan. But this attack, which was expected and reported on beforehand, hints at how bad Biden orders have been, especially with time running out and an intent to leave Americans behind. Again, that is almost incomprehensible to think that an American president will willfully leave American citizens in harm's way when he has the option, the capability to do otherwise. And we denounce that. We denounce that as strongly as we possibly can. At that same time, we had just heard, as reported by John Kirby, that there was an explosion at the Abbey Gate, and this was a complex attack that resulted in a number of U.S. and civilian casualties at that time, and another explosion at or near the Barron Hotel, where many people would go to transition to get to the airport. It was reported on the 25th. Jazz Shaw, a friend of this program, had stated, "Any American who wants to leave will be able to do so." And yet, the United States Embassy, under the direction of Joe Biden and his directives and orders, the embassy warned Americans to avoid the Kabul airport gates because we knew a threat was imminent. How can every American get out of Afghanistan if they can't get to the only airport with the only runway to get out of that nation, that they cannot make it to the airport? And yet the Biden administration says it's okay. They'll somehow get out, or we will leave them behind on August 31st because he will not change his time frame. 7 hours ago today, we mentioned that another attack seems to have gone off, that this will not end until the U.S. responds in force, that Biden should not be waiting until 5 p.m. to be able to address this issue, that the United States leads leadership now. Clear, decisive orders and responses. This will not end with the laissez-faire approach. Miley should resign. I reiterate, what I had hoped to hear from Joe Biden was, "You have awoken a sleeping dragon seeking peace. You attacked us. Feel our wrath. We are leaving, and we still will. But you will not see that day." Instead, what we received from Joe Biden was a yawn, saying that it wasn't nice, that we're leaving as fast as we can, and that we might swing at some of the enemies of the United States in Afghanistan as we run away. We are going to go through the speech by Joe Biden. We want you to hear this, and we will explain exactly why we believe and why we have said what we have said.
Delivered remarks from the White House on the terror attack at Hamid Karzai International Airport in Afghanistan.
Let's stop for a moment right there. Joe Biden said he would be speaking to America at 5 p.m. He arrived at 5:25 p.m. You could look at this as a one-off kind of event, but it seems consistent, highly consistent, that the Biden administration, Joe Biden, actually makes it to any of the speeches he's going to make, any of the press conferences, on time. That is troubling. It is troubling because of the nature in which he conducts the actual press conferences. And so this fact that he is 25 minutes late to a speech that many Americans were eagerly awaiting to hear some strength from him does not start this off in a good note. But let's continue.
A tough day. This evening in Kabul, as you all know, terrorists attacked that we've been talking about and worried about, that the intelligence community has assessed, has undertaken an attack by a group known as ISIS-K. Took the lives of American service members standing guard at the airport and wounded several others seriously.
Let me stop right there for a second. And I have to ask you a question. Does this sound like a man who is outraged? Does this sound like a man who is passionate, that he is filled with anger, that he wishes retribution against his enemies that have just killed his servicemen who answer to him, that he is the commander-in-chief and his troops have just been killed by an enemy? Does he sound angry? Does he sound passionate? Does he sound desperate to make sure that American citizens will be safe going forward? Do you feel passion and strength and leadership? Or do you hear an old man who seems barely capable of speaking, who seems to be asleep at the wheel, who sounds like he just woke up and has to clear his throat because he hasn't spoken all day? Which of those descriptions sounds more like what we are hearing from Joe Biden right at this moment? And which one do you think ISIS and Al-Qaeda and the Taliban are hearing? A strong leader or an old man who just woke up?
He had also wounded a number of civilians, and civilians were killed as well. I've been engaged all day, in constant contact with the military commanders here in Washington, the Pentagon, as well as in Afghanistan and Doha. And my commanders here in Washington in the field have been on this with great detail, and you've had a chance to speak to some so far. The situation on the ground is still evolving.
All right, let me stop it again. Do you notice how it sounds like he's almost mumbling? He definitely sounds like he's speaking in low tones. Why? Why is Joe Biden speaking in such a manner that makes his speech and his words sound mumbled and jumbled and almost like he's unsure of what he's about to say, that he has a lack of confidence in what he is saying, and he continuously looks down? Is he looking at his notes? Quite possibly. But at this moment, at the beginning of his speech, these are things that are known. It's straightforward. American servicemen have died. Civilians have died. There were two separate suicide attacks. This was committed by ISIS-K. These are simple headlines. The details don't have to be that exacting. That is what happened. The world is aware of it. Shouldn't he be looking directly at the camera, looking at the American people, looking at the world, and saying this as directly and matter of fact as it can be? I know some have said, well, his soft-spoken tone was in reaction to the fact of the seriousness of this issue. Well, you may believe that, but that isn't necessarily the impression that I'm receiving. And I'm not sure that anyone else in the world is getting that same impression either. But let's continue.
Constantly being updated. These American service members who gave their lives, it's an overused word, but it's totally appropriate here, were heroes. Heroes who've been engaged in a dangerous, selfless mission to save the lives of others. They're a part of an airlift, an evacuation effort unlike any seen in history.
What are you walking? Stop.
With more than 100,000 American citizens, American partners, Afghans who helped us, and others taken to safety in the last 11 days.
That doesn't sound exactly right. Now, it sounded like, as he said it, he meant to say that there were 100,000 Americans who were removed from Afghanistan that were able to get out. And then he clarified that no, that number is inclusive. Now, here's the big thing to think about that. Yes, 100,000 Afghan citizens and Americans and individuals from around the world have been evacuated. That is without question. Except there are thousands of American citizens that remain. Almost 50 Afghanis to every one American have been removed at this time that have been able to escape. That seems lopsided. And yes, I know this may sound somewhat insensitive, but the primary concern, the first order of importance, should be American citizens. He is the American president. And yes, I do believe we need to take care of those Afghans that worked with us, the interpreters, the government officials, women of high office that are targets for death. Yes, we should take care of them too. But where are the American citizens? Where are the thousands that the Biden administration will not even confirm, will not address? We have heard that there's upwards of 15,000 American citizens in Afghanistan throughout that nation. We have no idea how many exactly have been brought back. We believe that about 5,000 Americans have been able to return home. That some 80,000 or more Afghan citizens have been able to evacuate. What about the other 10,000 American citizens that are spread throughout Afghanistan and are stuck in Kabul, incapable or unable to get to the airport? What about them? But let's continue.
Just in the last 12 hours or so, another 7,000 have gotten out.
Does that 7,000 include American citizens? And how many American citizens? It wasn't 7,000 American citizens that left Afghanistan. We have to be clear. This is why he keeps saying people. He's trying to give us a very large number to make it seem like there are very few Americans there, that it's merely a handful. That isn't correct. This is propaganda and spin as we are watching it. He is giving himself an out because of the politics and because of the visual. The American people are seeing failure. It's hard not to get upset about this. It's hard not to take this personally. But he's playing a game. He's playing a game of semantics. He is doing so willfully to manipulate the emotions of American citizens and to put them at ease when they should not be at ease, to give them a sense of calm, which is important, and also to mislead them for the safety of our fellow Americans. And yes, I take an affront to that.
They were part of the bravest, most capable, the most selfless military on the face of the earth.
I agree.
And they're part of simply what I call the backbone of America.
I agree.
They're the spine of America.
Absolutely.
The best the country has to offer.
No doubt.
Jill and I, our hearts ache, like I'm sure all of you do as well, for all those Afghan families who lost loved ones, including small children,
Yes.
or been wounded in this vicious attack.
Yes.
And we're outraged as well as heartbroken.
But you don't sound that
Being
way.
the father of a Army major who served for a year in Iraq,
I understand that this is a call to emotions, a request for sympathy. He's perhaps even trying to be empathetic here. But that's not quite how it comes across. Perhaps I'm jaded, but I take this as someone who's drifting off into a side tangent, another story. Yes, it is relevant, but at the same time, it is not the focus. And as much as I am saddened to say that we're not concerned about the death of his son, we're not. That's not the issue at the moment. And this isn't a time for the empathy for his son. This is a time for the empathy for our soldiers. And it is a time for empathy with the Afghan civilians who died. And we need to emphasize that. And we need to emphasize what's going to happen. Because there are many people in the world who are watching this, and they're not getting a feeling of strength, of surety, of conviction, of a willfulness and strength. That's not what I'm feeling. You may disagree.
and before that was in Kosovo as a U.S. attorney for the better part of 6 months in the middle of a war. When he came home after a year in Iraq, he was diagnosed, like many coming home, with an aggressive and lethal cancer of the brain.
Many people don't have that.
We lost. We have some sense, like many of you do, what the families of these brave heroes are feeling today.
I believe
Get
he
this
does.
feeling like you're being sucked into a black hole in the middle of your chest. There's no way out.
And finally, we see a moment where Joe Biden is showing true feeling, true emotion. I do not deny or doubt that he feels this, that he has gone through this emotion, that it is heart-wrenching for him and his family. And we do appreciate that. I do console him for that. It is terrible for any parent to lose a child, and we do feel badly about that. And we feel that emotion, and really the only emotion so far in this speech.
My heart aches for you. But I know this. We have a continuing obligation, a sacred obligation to all of you, families of those heroes. That obligation is not temporary, it lasts forever. The lives we lost today were lives given in the service of liberty, the service of security, the service of others,
Yes.
in the service of America.
Yes.
Like their fellow brothers and sisters in arms who died defending our vision and our values in the struggle against terrorism. Of the fall on this day, they're part of a great and noble company of American heroes.
Yes.
To those who carried out this attack, as well as anyone who wishes America harm, know this.
He's reading from a teleprompter. Look at his eyes. Look at the way he's pausing. This isn't something he's saying off of his memory. This is not saying something that he says because it is a feeling he personally has. That was when he was speaking about his son. Now he's on another track. That emotion has fallen out of his voice. He's reading to us. He's reading the words someone else gave him. And he doesn't seem to be impassioned. That is a problem, because that shows a lack of conviction, a lack of confidence, a lack of commitment. But let's hear what he has to say here.
We will not forgive. We will not forget. We will hunt you down and make you pay.
He says it with some strength. He says it with some credibility, but he's reading, and you can see it. This isn't something that he feels. This isn't his thoughts. This isn't how he is expressing himself. This is him reading what someone has written for him. Look at his eyes. Look at how he is speaking to us. When he started, he was looking down. He was trying to remember. When he was speaking about his son, he was able to look at us. He had emotion in his eyes and in his face. He just made a threat against ISIS, against anyone that would attack the United States, to the enemies of the United States around the world. Does he seem passionate to you? Does he even seem to have the same kind of passion I have at this moment in speaking about what he said?
I will defend our interests and our people with every measure at my command. Over the past few weeks, I know many of you are probably tired of hearing me say it. We've been made aware by our intelligence community that the ISIS-K, an arch enemy, the Taliban, people who were freed when both those prisons were opened, has been planning a complex set of attacks on the United States personnel and others.
Let's consider that for a second, because it's very important what he just said. On August 15th, as we were reporting during our live stream, we became aware, and the international news told the world, ahead of the United States, that the Taliban had released 5,000 to 7,000 members of ISIS and as well Al-Qaeda. They were released at that time, some of the worst individuals possible. Yes, ISIS and Al-Qaeda and the Taliban don't like each other. Yes, they have different religious views. Yes, they are all fanatical in their views. Yes, they all hate America and Israel, and they wish to kill us regardless of your political preference. They are all a threat, and they were all released because the United States had run away, because we had abandoned the Bagram Air Force Base, because we ran away in the middle of the night and did not tell our allies, either in Afghanistan or even around the rest of the world. Everyone was finding out after the fact that we had been running away and removing our troops without evacuating our citizens first. This happened. This result of releasing those prisoners is a direct result of what Joe Biden's orders, this is their consequence. This is what he put in place. And that is important to remember, because he should be passionate about this. He should be remorseful about this, maybe even apologetic about the manner in which he did these things, these orders that he put forward, and the consequences that they have had that are now coming back and biting America in the ass. And let's also keep in mind, in 10 days, actually from August 15th until today, 11 days, we see that ISIS-K, these prisoners that have been held up in Afghanistan, that they were able to organize a complex attack against the United States and our allies and the Afghani people that is more complete than anything that Biden had put in place up until this point. That they were able to put together a plan after just being let out of prison that the Biden administration had no plan for, no countermeasure for. That's troubling. And that should scare everyone in NATO, all of our allies, everyone should be scared by that.
This is why, from the outset, I've repeatedly said this mission was extraordinarily dangerous, and why I've been so determined to limit the duration of this mission.
That's not true. Joe Biden hasn't been talking about ISIS-K. Joe Biden had no idea and no way to know that the Taliban would take over. According to him, the Taliban wouldn't be able to take over for months, according to what he has said. The intelligence agencies told him that it would take months, not days. We were assured by the Department of Defense that there was no way the Taliban could take over between a Friday and a Monday, and it did. So to say that this is something that was planned for, that this was something he was aware of, that this is something that was accounted for, is contradictory to what we've seen him say for months now. Because in July, when he was asked if this could happen, that this complete collapse could happen, he said no. He said there wouldn't be a Saigon moment, that the country would not fall to the Taliban. It was not inevitable. And yet now he's telling us he knew that this was a possibility. He knew that this was going to happen. He knew that the ISIS would rise up, ISIS-K or any other faction of it, that they would rise up and that they would attack American citizens. If he knew all of that, why didn't he tell the American people at any point before today? Why did he not take any precautions before today to protect American soldiers, American civilians, and the Afghani people? If he knew this, then why did he do nothing?
As General McKenzie said, this is why our mission was designed, this is the way it was designed to operate.
Our mission was not designed to operate to allow suicide bombers to kill American soldiers. That is not true. And by the way, no matter how many generals he mentions, no matter how many members of intelligence agencies he wants to bring up, this is Joe Biden's plan. This is Joe Biden's order. He made this order. And even Kamala Harris, who at one point was happy to attach herself to this, she even said herself, after everyone had left, after all the intelligence agencies, after all the generals had left, she was the last one in the room with him before he made the decision to run away and run out of Afghanistan. That she was involved in that decision, and she was the last person speaking to him about it before he put this in forward. So as he mentions all these generals, as he mentions intelligence agencies, keep in mind the decision is Joe Biden's. The plan is Joe Biden's. He approved what was done. He directed these soldiers on what they can and cannot do as commander-in-chief. It is Joe Biden who is responsible here. He's the primary source of responsibility. No one else. Let's continue.
Operating under severe stress and attack. We've known that from the beginning. As I've been in constant contact with our senior military leaders, and I mean constant, round the clock, and our commanders on the ground throughout the day.
Then why did it take you until 5 p.m. to make a response? Why was there no comment from the White House at 5:25 p.m.? If you were in constant contact and you were made aware of this as soon as it was happening, which happened to be about 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, then why did it take you until 5:30 to let the American people know what was going on and to let them know that there was some measure of safety? I understand the situation was fluid, that there was a lot going on, but there was no comment from the White House. There was no statement saying that, don't worry, we have a plan, that we are doing something. Why did it take you so long?
They made it clear that we can and we must complete this mission, and we will.
They don't get a choice on that. They don't have a choice on whether or not we complete the mission because they didn't make the mission. Joe Biden did. It is Joe Biden's mission. It is his plan. The generals don't make up their plans on their own. They don't. Remember, he is the commander in chief. He says yes or no. They can make a billion plans and none of that matters except for what the commander in chief authorizes. So it's not their mission. It is his mission. He is trying to lay off some of the blame and to take it off of himself and to put it on others so that he has a scapegoat so that they can fall on their sword when this is all done. Like we are going to see General Miley resign, falling on his sword. We will see others that will fall on their swords, taking the blame, but the blame ultimately belongs with Joe Biden.
And that's what I've ordered them to do. We will not be deterred by terrorists. We will not let them stop our mission. We will continue the evacuation. I've also ordered my commanders to develop operational plans to strike ISIS-K assets, leadership, and facilities. We will respond with force and precision at our time, at the place we choose, in a moment of our choosing.
Which means he has no idea where they are or how to get to them. Let's be honest. All of our intelligence assets in Afghanistan are in pullback. They are leaving. The Afghani people, the Afghani intelligence agencies and their government that we relied on to help us to identify these terror groups, they're in fallback mode. They're running to try and get into the airport to evacuate. We don't have those assets. We don't know what's going on in that country. The things we thought we knew, like it would take months for the Taliban to take over the country, were completely wrong. So we're supposed to believe that he now has intelligence capable to pinpoint strikes on ISIS-K, an even smaller group than the Taliban in Afghanistan. And most of them, or many of them, have just been released from prison. They don't have assets. So this doesn't sound credible. It sounds incredulous from what he is saying. There are problems in his statement. It doesn't make sense. There are holes throughout his conversation at this moment, and it is very troubling.
Here's what you need to know. These ISIS terrorists will not win. We will rescue the Americans in there. We will get our Afghan allies out.
But we know, as reported and as stated by our allies and by members of the intelligence intelligence agencies in the United States, we cannot get all the American citizens out by the deadline of next Tuesday, August 31st. It cannot be done. That's what we have been told over and over again. That is what our allies in the United Kingdom, in France, in Germany, in Australia, that's what they have told us. This has been reported by international news sources repeatedly, and that we have been asking. This is why we have sent members of the CIA under directions from the Biden administration to speak with the Taliban to try and renegotiate and to get more time. And they have repeatedly told us no. So to say that we're going to get everyone out, it rings hollow and it's inaccurate.
And our mission will go on. America will not be intimidated. And I have the utmost confidence in our brave service members who continue to execute this mission with courage and honor to save lives and get Americans, our partners, our Afghan allies out of Afghanistan.
There is a mix of comments here. You're saying that the mission does not end. The mission is to run away. That's how you have detailed it. This is how you have designed it, to run away. We have been doing that for a long time. Bagram Airport, which was on July 3rd, was only one example of that. So the mission to leave Afghanistan, no one is questioning that. That's not the issue at this moment. No one has said that we're going to stay. What people are saying is, can we get our American citizens out safely? And that we need to be there long enough to get our American citizens out, to get our Afghan allies out, to allow our NATO allies like the United Kingdom, France, Germany, and Australia, to allow them to get out. People aren't saying we need to stay in Afghanistan. That's not the argument. The argument is not whether or not that mission has failed. The question is that we cannot complete it in the time frame you have provided to us. And to say that, well, we will not allow terrorists to dictate this to us, well, they are. The Taliban has dictated that they will not move their time frame, but they also will not allow American troops to go out into Kabul, which is something that we are seeing our allies do anyway. So yes, they are dictating to us what is going to happen and how this mission is going to be accomplished. It is not in the hands of Joe Biden, even though it should be. That should be aggravating.
Every day when I talk to our commanders, I ask them what they need. What more do they need, if anything, to get the job done? As they will tell you, I granted every request.
Except for time.
I reiterated to them today on 3 occasions that they should take the maximum steps necessary to protect our forces on the ground in Kabul. And I also want to thank the Secretary of Defense and the military leadership of the Pentagon and all the commanders in the field. There has been complete unanimity from every commander on the objectives of this mission.
That is not true. We have heard this said several times now, where everyone agreed that there was no way that the Taliban Times and other credible news sources around this nation and around the world. That is not correct. There is not unanimous thought on this. But there is Joe Biden's statements, which are entirely different than what evidence exists in the news media at this time.
And the best way to achieve those objectives. Those who have served through the ages have drawn inspiration.
He's mumbling. Listen to his voice.
From the book of Isaiah, when the Lord says, "Whom shall I send? Who shall go for us?" The American military has been answering for a long time. "Here I am, Lord, send me. Here I am, send me." Again,
this is only the second time in this conversation that he has shown actual passion, actual emotion. I believe he's a religious man. I believe he knows the scriptures in the Bible. But it's the only other time that we've seen him have any emotion besides talking about his son. Not about the American soldiers, not about the deaths of Afghani individuals and civilians. Just those 2 times. It's amazing.
Each one of these women and men of our armed forces are the heirs of that tradition of sacrifice, of volunteering to go in harm's way, to risk everything, not for glory, not for profit, but to defend what we love and the people we love.
Finally, some emotion again.
And I ask that you join me now in a moment of silence for all those in uniform and out, uniform, military and civilian, who have given the last full measure of devotion. Thank you. May God bless you all, and may God protect His troops and all those standing watch for America. We have so much to do. It's within our capacity to do it. We just have to remain steadfast.
Does he sound tired? Or does he sound like this is an emotional outpouring for him? Because it sounds like he's tired. Like he used up all his energy. that one outburst that he made, the second in the entire speech, that took all his energy now. And now he's just tired. He's ready to be done. It's been 9 minutes and 54 seconds. He's done. He's used up his energy.
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, and thank you everybody for being back with us here at No Soundbites Allowed. It is still today, the 30th of November. It's currently 6:17. Thank you for coming back for the remainder of our show, where we're talking mostly about what's happening domestically in America. Please remember, this is a conversation between you and me. As you can see in the comments, we are happy to hear everything you have to say. Now, of course, if you use a SupreChat, a RumbleRant, this would, of course, help us in donating to the Jericho Project on January 2026. They will receive 50% of the proceeds of everything we are able to raise, whether it comes from Zazzle, where I sell mugs and t-shirts and such with various designs, or it could be our Patreon, or if you donate to the PayPal, if you go and however we are able to raise money, that's going to be donated January to the Jericho Project to help the homeless, veterans, and families, because I don't trust Zoran Mandami, nor do I trust government to take care of these problems. They're the reason why we have these problems. So I thank you for your support with that. But if you have no money left over because of Black Friday and the holidays, fantastic. Just hit the subscribe button. Like button's good too. So is sharing it. Hit the subscribe button. Help us to get to 2,000 to 5,000 subscribers so that we can start getting people like Zoran Mandami on this show to take our questions. The more people we have, the more we can get politicians to answer questions that are important to you. And I hope you will consider that throughout the show as we go forward. Now, we've been listening to a lot of the comments here. I've just played for you the reminder of what was happening back in July. Was that July or September? Hang on, let me double check. I don't want to misstate that. Bear with me. Stop. Give me, there it is. That was August of 2021, just as Joe Biden was about to run away from Afghanistan, picking up our troops, the last of our troops, the last of the Americans that he was willing to take and to run away. Now, subsequent to that, 2 weeks later, after the video you just saw, Joe Biden on September 1st, 2021, told us that he had successfully taken everyone out of Afghanistan except 100 people. Within 2 weeks, we found out that there were 200 people. Within a month, we got back 200 people, and we were told there were still another 100 people remaining in Afghanistan. By January of 2022, the news media stopped talking about it. The White House, under the Biden-Harris administration, stopped talking about it. And we knew for a fact that well over 500 to 1,000 Americans remained in Afghanistan at that moment, and that the Biden-Harris administration knew they were still left behind. Since that time, we found out that there were as many as 9,000 Americans that were left behind in Afghanistan. To this day, we don't know about 5,000 of those American citizens. We have no idea where they are anywhere in the world, possibly still in Afghanistan, possibly still alive, possibly dead. That was the Biden administration. That's how he handled that crisis to America. It was the worst military evacuation since Saigon. It was embarrassing. In fact, it was worse than our retreat from Saigon by magnitudes. It was exponentially worse. Now, that is important for what we're going to be talking about going forward, because we're going to talk about the Afghan refugee and his murder, his assassination of, attempted assassination of 2 members of the National Guard. He successfully killed one. One is still in critical condition at this time. And I will be referring back to my comments on Wednesday, where the event had just happened. My emotions were very, very raw, and some of my conclusions were incorrect, and some were very correct. But we will update all of that information. We'll talk about that. And I look forward to hearing your feedback as we have that conversation. Your thoughts are important and valuable. Whether you agree or disagree, that's okay. I'm not a leftist. You don't have to agree with me just because I'm black or because I'm Hispanic. You don't have to agree with me because I'm on the screen. I expect you to have independent thought, and some things you'll agree with, some things you won't, and that's okay. So let's pick up where I had been. And of course, links to everything that we've covered so far and what we will cover will be in the description of the show. After about an hour after we finish the show, I'll update all the links. So you'll be able to go into detail on all of this for yourself. Let me first start off with one of the consequences of this event in Washington, D.C., where there was that attempted assassination. And one of the things is that since then, Donald Trump came out and said that he will cancel all of Joe Biden's orders that were done by AutoPen. Now, to be clear, there have been, Joe Biden had about 169 executive orders, which is a large number. And I don't like excessive use of executive orders by any president. That includes Donald Trump and any other president as well. 169 is not the most we've ever seen, but it is a lot. And we've seen a lot this year from President Trump, much of it to rescind what Joe Biden did, which was, in fact, rescinding what Donald Trump did as the 45th president. So this has been a bit of a yo-yo for our government and our politics. But we know that of the 169 auto pen authorizations by Joe Biden, some 80 of them, about 79 or 80 of those orders have already been rescinded, which is not unusual. Many presidents, like I said, by Trump as the 45th president did that to Obama. Obama did it to Bush. Bush did it to Clinton. Biden did it to Trump, and Trump did it to Biden. So it's not unusual to see some number of orders usually get reversed in the first term of the new president. But this is a very large number. Now, this is directly because Joe Biden, many of his executive orders, many of the bills that he signed with an auto pen led to having an influx of Afghan nationals into the United States. What Joe Biden didn't say in August of 2021 and what he subsequently told America in September is that we had to take back our allies, which is absolutely fine. 20,000 Americans were evacuated from Afghanistan. That's military personnel as well as civilian personnel. Fine. I have no problem with that. And the 20,000 Afghans who were fully vetted, keyword there, fully vetted. And we removed them from Afghanistan. Why? They had been working with the United States, either directly with the military or other aspects of the United States government, and they were fully vetted. We knew about their backgrounds, we knew their lifestyles, we knew about their families, all of their connections to various other organizational groups in Afghanistan. We knew they did not work with ISIS or Al-Qaeda or the Taliban, and we were confident in that. That's a fully vetted person. There's some 20,000 of them that we were able to bring back. Now, that isn't true for everyone. We had other people who were not able to come home. Some fully vetted individuals in Afghanistan that, just like many Americans, we weren't able to remove from Afghanistan, in part because of the rush of Joe Biden to meet an artificial date created by the Taliban and his own words that we really should have extended our time there to get the last of our people and to get the last of the people who worked with us. But Joe Biden was in too much of a rush. He was too worried about the 2021 elections. He was too worried about how he would be viewed by Americans and the rest of the world and how this might be negative for the elections for Democrats. And to preserve the power of the Democratic Party, he just went ahead and lied to the American people instead. This led to Putin seeing the weakness, seeing that Joe Biden was more concerned about his political view rather than the actual ramifications and consequences of his actions. And he decided, well, now's the time to go into the Ukraine. Joe Biden is weak. He's afraid to stand up for anyone, including American citizens. So let me go into Ukraine and take that over because Joe Biden won't stop me. And he didn't. I want to be very clear about these details. These are important. And the news media just really won't share that with you. And that's why, in part, why Donald Trump is saying Joe Biden, he was a part-time zombie president. He made some horrendous decisions, or those who wielded power in place of Joe Biden made horrendous decisions, including not just the route and the retreat, running away, but in terms of our people. And by the way, if you follow this program, you know that the final count under the Biden-Harris administration, there were 70,000 Americans around the world that were abandoned by Joe Biden. It wasn't just in Afghanistan. It included 16,000 Americans in the Sudan, 40,000 Americans in Haiti. It was international. He just left Americans everywhere. Not really talked about by the news media as it should be, but we don't forget on this channel. Moving forward of that, let's talk about, and I just want to put out this reminder for everyone who's saying, oh, no, but the Democrats, they're looking out for you. Remember, the Democrats voted 15 times to deny the American military a paycheck. They were more than happy to leave you high and dry and to not provide you with resources or payments to you and your family because they wanted to prove a political point that never came about, that never happened, just to say Orange Man bad. So no, they're not good guys that are looking out for you. They aren't helping you. Actually, before I get to this, so Joe Biden, let's remember what Joe Biden in fact did. Joe Biden went in, and the numbers vary, but in 2021, somewhere between 68,000 and 86,000, depends on the source. Some say 76, some say 86. I've seen numbers 46,000, some tens of thousands, and let's say 76 as the mainstream number most often quoted. 76,000 Afghans were taken from Afghanistan on C-130s into the United States and to some other areas, other ports around the world before coming in. But we know that in the earliest days, some 46,000 Afghans were taken directly onto military bases in the United States. That is a fact. That is not a question. That is an absolute fact. And we know of those 46,000, almost immediately, we started seeing Afghan citizens being distributed across the United States into various different corners of the United States. Some where there were other communities, either Afghan or other Middle Eastern communities, like in regions like in Minnesota with the Dearborn, Michigan, and other areas like that, or sometimes in the Montanas, in Washington State, Oregon, and other places that are absolutely nothing. There was no one else there, and we were just depositing them, sometimes on military bases. And in the very first month or so, usually to additional military bases all across America to make room for the remaining 30,000 Afghans that were all across the globe. They would come into American bases and fill up the spots that that initial group had been holding on to. Throughout that process, for about 3 months, we saw that those Afghan citizens were getting were going through the vetting process. Now, the 20,000 that we had fully vetted, that had fought alongside our troops, that had helped not just the CIA, but various parts of our government, and that we trusted implicitly, they were released into the United States. They were allowed to travel to wherever they wanted. They weren't deposited. They had a choice. And more than happy to have them. And I was one of many who were happy to allow them to be in America. It was the right thing to do. They would have assuredly been tracked down by the Taliban, ISIS, and Al-Qaeda and killed mercilessly if we did not save their lives by taking them out of that country. That's good. What about the remaining 40, 50, depending on your source, 60,000 Afghans that were not fully vetted? Well, those individuals went through an expedited process, which included special immigration status conferred by Joe Biden, again, by an executive order signed by an auto pen, expedited integration into the United States. Many of these individuals were not fully vetted because they could not be fully vetted. It was not possible. Many of the documents that were necessary were destroyed either by the former Afghan government, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and Taliban, or by the United States to protect their identities. So many of the documents that we would have needed to use to verify who this individual was and their background was destroyed by various organizations and or governments, and therefore the records don't exist. We could not fully vet each and every one of these individuals. Many of them lied about who their identities, who they were, and what they had done. So we were unable to fully vet them as well. But within about 3 months, 3 to 6 months, all of the Afghans that we had taken were distributed across the United States. They had been given, many of them, different classifications, but special, expedited ability to live in the United States. These are all facts. You're expected not to remember that. The news media doesn't go back, as I just did, to 2021, and I will go back to 2021 again to show you more of the evidence of what we knew then that they won't speak about now. And it is important to understand that context of what was happening then, what was done then, and how it's affecting us today. It is critical to understand that. Let me show you what I mean, because I think this is critical. This is also another video that I did This video is from October 22nd. So it's 2 months after the video you saw during the break. 2 months afterwards, and almost into November. And we were talking about the fact that there were, in many locations across the United States, some of those Afghan refugees were responsible for sexual assaults on U.S. military bases and in residential communities they had been deposited in. These are people that had either been finished with the vetting process or were nearly finished, that we were told they were okay to be in America. And there were a huge spike in sexual assaults in these bases and in these communities that they were deposited in. Again, that's not every Afghan citizen, no, but there was a segment, again, let's call it 1%, that would be some 700 individuals, maybe more, but at the minimum, just going by 1%, 99% were fine, 1% were not. There were hundreds of these individuals dispersed across America because they were not fully vetted and they were protected to stay in America rather than being deported out back to either Afghanistan or any other country. You don't believe me. Here's what I said October 22nd, 2021.
In Texas, in El Paso, there have been no arrests at this moment, even though a United States servicewoman serving at Fort Bliss was attacked by a group of men. And I want to be very clear. A female soldier was attacked by a group of men on September 19th. As of the reporting of this article from K Fox, we see that, which was on September 24th, as of the time of the reporting, nothing was being done. No criminal charges existed. Going forward, looking at October 22nd, today, Representative Harrell noted that Americans need transparency with Afghan refugee vetting because it does not exist.
Let me stop it right there. Have I lied? This is a reporting. These are the articles. These are the news sources, left-leaning, many of them, that I am showing you. I'm showing you on the screen, just as I always do. I'm citing the news source. I'm citing the elected officials. I'm citing the crimes and the condition. I'm giving you the evidence. News media today is not telling you this. I will show you article after article that will tell you, oh, well, they were fully vetted. No, they weren't. Oh, but they're all good people. No, they all aren't. Oh, well, you're just being MAGA and Republican and Donald Trump. This is evidence. I went back in time to show you this. 4 years ago, this was a problem. But the news media protecting Joe Biden said, stop talking about it. You're a racist. I'm a racist for pointing out that these were not fully vetted individuals that were committing sexual assaults, and those were sexual assaults across this nation within months of coming into America after saving many of their lives. And by the way, we were notified in this entire process that elements of Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and the Taliban had planned to join into the crowds, the tens of thousands of individuals they were mixing in to be transported into America as sleeper cells. We knew this. This was revealed by our intelligence agencies and intelligence agencies around the world. We don't know how many, but we knew they were coming. We knew that they were here. We knew that they were in that massive group of non-vetted Afghans that were allowed in. Tens of thousands of them. We knew this for a fact. It wasn't a question. It's just a matter of how many. That was the only question that remained. And we knew, as this member of Congress was identifying, that they weren't being vetted. And nobody, this wasn't national news. The news media had no appetite to share this information with you. By the way, I believe in this same video,
article and hand over to the Taliban.
In this same video, among several others I made at the time, I reached out to 15 members of our elected government, individuals in the federal government, in Congress, in the Senate, in New York State Assembly, New York State Senate, because some of those those Afghan refugees, some of them were coming into New York State. They were being distributed across the state, upstate New York. So there was a vested interest for even local government to understand the vetting status and the number of of refugees that were coming into New York State from Afghanistan that we didn't have vetting for them, nor did many of the communities they were being brought into. They weren't ready. Nobody was told where they were going, how many were going there, when they would arrive. That was the situation in 2021. Remember when we get told that Biden and Kamala were fantastic and they made no mistakes, that they that this was as smooth a process as is possible. And then remember the truth. Communities were not told when they would get Afghans or how many that they would get, nor were they fully vetted. And in many of the communities that they went to, not all of them, but many of these communities, we see that there was a spike in sexual assaults against women of all ages, in particular those that were young and many of them underage. But all women were experiencing this in the communities that just happened to add a bunch of Afghan refugees that were not previously vetted. Again, I want to make that difference. There were some that were fully vetted. They weren't a problem. They haven't been a problem. There are those who were not vetted. Many of them are not fully vetted 4 years later, and some of them are a source of problems, continuing ongoing problems. Many of them be assaults and or sexual assaults, as well as other crimes that have been continued. That's the reality. That's the truth. That's what the news media does not want you to remember, because you might not vote Democrat. That's the overriding answer. You're not supposed to think about what happened in the past. You're supposed to forget. You're not supposed to remember these things at the time that they happened. I do. And I have the physical evidence of it. They're not supposed to remember that I sent out emails, and you can watch the video for yourself to see who I sent messages to, who I requested as a member of the press, a citizen, and a constituent in some cases. I asked members of elected office to provide detailed information. How many refugees are going to be put into communities throughout New York State? Were they fully vetted? Have any of them committed crimes previously that we were aware of or should be aware of? When are they arriving? How are they going to be paid for? Someone has to pay when these communities, small towns across America, when they absorb these Afghans, who's paying for their unemployment? Who's paying for their housing, their food, their clothing, for their education and assimilation into America? And by the way, in many cases, that didn't work. As we will find out with the DC shooter, assimilation failed. Some of these people do not speak English to this day, been in the country for 4 years. Some of them cannot assimilate to American culture. They're still Afghans in America, and they act as Afghans in America according to their traditions and laws that they had in Afghanistan prior to 2021. So that is a problem. That is a clear and present problem. But we're not supposed to talk about that, because then all the left, they instantly go, "But Mike, you're a racist." No, I'm not. I'm not picking on them because of the color of their skin. I'm not even picking on them because of their religion or their region that they were born in. I'm talking about their assimilation and the level of trust that we should have with them. And this is a concern I've had for years. This isn't just, because of DC. I had this day one. I had this before they showed up. I had these concerns. And I've yet to receive answers, not just whether they're satisfactory or not. I haven't gotten answers. I received, out of the 15 members of elected office in 2021 that I reached out to, 2 people actually gave me a response. One came from Congresswoman Claudia Tene, who still is a congresswoman to this day. And by the way, I know her personally. And also from Assemblywoman Donna Lapardo of New York, who I also personally know. And she did also officially respond to me. 2 out of 15. And by the way, most of the people that I sent a letter to were also elected officials that I knew and knew of me either directly or by reputation. The other 13 failed to respond. And I wish they did. I really wish they did. Because today, their answers might have been relevant. Their answers and that information may have been important for what we see happening in DC and potentially assaults of various natures, crimes in New York State and across this country. But the left were too busy saying, Mike, but you're racist, rather than saying, but Mike, you have a serious concern. And this concern has consequences, long-reaching, long-term concerns, problems that we need to address as a nation. And I understand every refugee from Afghanistan, some of them couldn't go back home. Some of them shouldn't be sent back. That doesn't mean they stay in America. Maybe they should go to another country. Maybe they should have gone to Syria or Jordan, maybe Egypt, or somewhere else in the Middle East, maybe the United Arab Emirates. I don't know. Maybe that would have been a better fit for them. Maybe in Africa, maybe in South America or Europe, maybe even Canada. But not necessarily to be in the United States, because these people were a clear security risk to the United States and to our people. Not all of them. Again, not all of them. I'm not making a blanket, although I am talking about a specific group. And if you want to say it's 1% or you want to say it's 10% of the entire total, we're still talking about hundreds, if not thousands of individuals. And of that group, we have an unknown number of individuals that might be deep cells of ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and the Taliban. Again, not all of them, but it only takes one. And that is a concern, especially if they're there to influence others in other communities, to radicalize individuals directly and indirectly, to take advantage of those who are suffering, and to use those individuals to commit acts of terror, which is the norm that we see throughout the Middle East. Whether you like that truth or not is separate of the fact that it is the truth. That is what happens. These terrorist organizations radicalize individuals who are suffering at their moments of weakness and use that to indoctrinate them to commit acts of further terror. That's how the process works. That's true. We've seen it in country after country after country throughout the Middle East and other areas that have been radicalized by the agents of these countries, like ISIS in Burkina Faso, like we see throughout Eastern Africa. These are facts. We see this in Sweden. We see it in Germany. We see it in France. These are the no-go zones in their countries that we have seen this radicalization, this lack of assimilation, that this is what's happening. It is a real concern. And to say something as trite as, well, you're just a racist, is asinine, because it doesn't address with the reality, the true concern that we should all be worried about, that we should have an answer to. And again, that answer may be deport that individual back to Afghanistan, or maybe to another country where they can more easily assimilate into because of cultural similarities or other communities that can accept them, especially if they can't speak the native language of whatever country they find themselves in. And the American people should have been told about this process all the way through. But I guarantee you, you will not see articles from the mainstream news media talking about what I was addressing, not even in September or in October of 2021. They wouldn't address this. They wouldn't talk about it. I talked about it. They would not. They refused. Look, and the consequences aren't just here. Remember, at the same time, right now we are dealing with a group of people, excuse me, we're dealing with a group of people who have failed to assimilate for 4 years. Some of them have not been able to keep jobs. They're on the government dole, which is something that affects their morale, that affects their understanding of themselves. It's very negative to know that you can only survive because the government continues to allow you to survive, to provide for your food, your housing, and even that is in question. And they have failed to assimilate, some of them, for many reasons. But whatever the reason, they failed to assimilate, either because they don't want to or they can't, or they're having great difficulty at it and they get frustrated, they get depressed, demoralized, and therefore they go into a tailspin of a vortex. This is an issue we need to address. We need to be aware of that because the American people don't know that is happening as we speak, that it has been happening for 4 years. Those are ticking time bombs, just the same as Antifa or any other depressed individual who then goes out, like the trans shooter in Tennessee, the trans shooter in Minnesota, the mass shooters that we see across this country. They're ticking time bombs, each and every one. And the more that we are aware of them, the more that we can try and do something about it to help these individuals, to defuse them, to reintegrate them into society, rather than allow them to fester on their own in depression and possibly being taken advantage of cells from foreign interests that would love to see America collapse. Beyond the organizations like the Democratic Socialists of America, who are in America right now and want to see America collapse. I'm being real with you folks. Nobody's talking about this. We should be. And perhaps it's my own failure that I stopped talking about some of these things. I only spent a couple of years arguing this case over and over and over again, making my point, trying to draw attention. I am suffering constantly from YouTube and from Google and their suppression of my voice. That's why we're trying to get to 2,000 subscribers after 20 years. It's not because I'm not knowledgeable. It's not because I'm ugly. It's not because I don't know what I'm talking about. They don't want anyone to see this. They don't want to have to address these questions. They would rather you just be silent and accept whatever they say, no matter what the consequence long term. And that consequence long term sometimes involves the death of American citizens that should never die, that should never have been put in risk. All right, let's look at this. Because at this moment, we have people who are that are complicating this massively. And I'm talking about Mark Kelly. I'm talking about Elisa Slotkin. People who are saying that, well, the National Guard, they're going to shoot American citizens. That's not true. And by the way, understand and think of this from the point of view, in this case, of some of these Afghan refugees, the small portion of them that have not assimilated into the United States, that may speak poor English or no English whatsoever, who are disappointed, they're upset. They're not in Afghanistan. They're not in their homeland, where maybe their families, they have been there for generations in a particular town or region, and they're now in America and they are upset. This isn't their home. They're not assimilating. They know they can't go back, but yet they can't fit in here like they want to, or maybe they don't want to. And now they're being told that because Orange Man bad, some of the National Guard might start shooting American citizens. And if you're to believe the same leftists that are saying, like Slotkin, who are saying, oh, well, National Guard might just suddenly decide to shoot American citizens. And if that same leftist ideology says that, well, racism is rampant in America, and especially amongst the MAGA Republicans and Donald Trump, then those same National Guard troops might start shooting people who are minorities. And they're picking out people, according to the left, they're mass deporting people who don't speak English, that they're targeting people with certain skin colors, according to the left, which means those Afghans are directly in danger. They're threatened. Again, I'm talking about the ones that did not assimilate, those that have a depression, that are troubled. And now they're hearing, oh, well, the National Guard might shoot people of color, that ICE may deport people who don't speak English. That's them. And they're already having problems, and they don't trust the military. They don't trust the government for good reasons. Look at their own country. They can't trust the government. They're in a spiral, feeling like they're the only ones, because they may be one of just a dozen people in a community, because that's where they got dropped off by the Biden-Harris administration and forgotten about. I'm not excusing them. I'm understanding. And I'm understanding the risk to America and them and their community. Slotkin isn't helping. She's increasing the fear and the problems that these people may be facing. Now, that being said, let's understand. Now we have Kristi Noem is saying that the National Guard shooting suspect could have been radicalized in the United States. How could that happen? Some of those Afghans were members of ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and Taliban. They were members of terrorist groups. And other nationalities, other groups may have mixed in with the Afghans as they're escaping. Could have been Iranians, could have been Jordanians, could have been people from Lebanon. We don't know. There were many nationalities fighting in Afghanistan alongside ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and the Taliban at that time in 2021. So we don't know. And they could have easily lied and said, I'm an Afghan. How would we know? Especially since we could not fully vet these individuals. And Biden said, that's okay, let them in anyway. Spread them across America anyway. So Kristi Noem saying, well, he could have been, because there are various groups preying on these individuals already. They're preying on American citizens. We've seen people like over at Ithaca College, where the professor who was celebrating October 7th, 2023, the wholesale slaughter of over 1,200 individuals in Israel, including Americans and British and people from 56 different countries, innocent civilians. He was celebrating that. An Ithaca College professor, who's back, by the way. He took a vacation for a year. He's back at Ithaca College now. And he's perfectly okay. And he's still teaching students, and he's still gleeful about the murder of these innocent civilians. And he converted at least one student, came out publicly and said, yes, he's a member of ISIS. He voluntarily, on U.S. soil, an American-born individual said, I'm a member of ISIS, and was persecuting his fellow students because of their religious beliefs. And you mean to tell me you don't think there was anyone who could possibly radicalize any of the Afghan nationals? Especially those that were not fully vetted? You think that that could not have happened? Because that's what the left is telling you. It's just a pipe dream. It's not possible. That's not real. Oh, yes, it is. And we have to understand that risk. Let's also understand what we're seeing. This is, by the way, ABC News coming up with these stories. Let me show you what else ABC News is saying. Now, the article here is the National Guard shooting suspect was likely vetted by the keywords, likely vetted. They want you to think, oh, he's vetted. No, he was likely vetted by the U.S. before being granted asylum. Well, he was already in America. He had already been granted asylum. They go on to say, Kash Patel said, the Biden administration did absolutely zero vetting of Afghans. I will not agree with that. That isn't the case. We do know that some level of vetting was done, just absolutely minimal. And it wasn't necessarily credible because it couldn't be credible given the circumstances in 2021, which I have just reviewed with you to let you know what was being said real time at that time and the concerns of members of Congress, not just me, members of Congress and the facts on the ground. Okay. So ABC said, no, he said that, and they're the ones, by the way, they quote 76,000 Afghan refugees. Again, I've seen higher and lower, but the thing that really caught me in what they said is in this section here. By the way, this is the alleged shooter. I can't pronounce his name. I not even going to try. If I try, I will botch the language. I will screw it up. There's some languages. If it's more Slavic, I can try. I can speak the language a little bit. I can't. So that's why I'm not even mentioning his name. And the fact that he's a shooter, mass shooter, I don't want to give him any credit. So I don't want to mention his name. But this Afghan, they go on to say, on Friday, director of the National Counter-Terrorism Center, Joe Kent, said in a statement on X that the suspect had been vetted by the intelligence community, but was, quote, only vetted as to serve as a soldier to fight against the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and ISIS in Afghanistan. He was not vetted for his suitability to come to America and live among us as a neighbor, integrate into our communities, or eventually become an American citizen. That is the fact. Now, that is what Kash Patel, FBI director, is talking about. They weren't vetted to be in America. They weren't vetted to be American citizens. That isn't why they were here. He was vetted to fight in Afghanistan against terrorist groups in Afghanistan as an Afghan national. That is a big, massive, huge difference than being in America. He never wanted to come here. He needed to come here, apparently, based on their statements, because we would have vetted him for becoming an American citizen if he ever had the intent. He didn't. Which you can imagine, this is why he was demoralized. And I mentioned that he's demoralized. Where is it? Here it is. No, that isn't it. Where is the article? I think it was the Political article. Yes, here it is. Let me bring this up. I have several articles here, so you can see them all later. But the suspect in the National Guard attack struggled with dark isolation as the community raised concerns. This is Politico trying to get sympathy for the shooter. This is Politico trying to, basically, they're pulling out the race card. You're against this guy. You want this guy to get penalized, to get the death penalty. Well, you're just a racist. You're concerned about others that might be similar to him. You're a racist. You're the bad guy. This entire article that was written by the Associated Press, published in Politico, that came out on today, November 30th, this whole thing is about the Afghan shooter and how he had difficulty assimilating to America. And according to this article, he didn't. He couldn't speak English. He'd been here 4 years. He was in job training. He dropped out. He was in counseling. He dropped out. He would spend days driving across America for no reason whatsoever. He would not tell his family. He would not tell his friends. He would get in his car and he would drive away, and they would see him. He would drive back days later, up to a week later, and just return. He sat in his house in a single room, closed off from everyone else with the lights off. And the only people that he would talk to is his youngest children as they would give him food. That is someone that's someone who has a problem. Someone who is deeply spiraling into depression, dangerously spiraling into depression. And people in the community, his family, thought he was in trouble. They weren't able to get him help. The US government did check on him for unknown reasons. We don't know why there was a government agency that came by that were trying to reach to him. He wouldn't speak to them. So they weren't able to help him. He refused any kind of conversation. He was already in the spiral. The question we might say is, well, he was spending days upon days traveling across the country. What was he doing? Where was he going? Why did he do that? Was he just trying to see if different scenery would cheer him up? Was he just traveling so that he would maybe find a different place that he might be able to assimilate in a little bit easier? Something that reminded him of being back in Afghanistan, a country that he wanted to stay in. He was willing to fight for it. He was willing to fight for his country. He was willing to stay in his country until he couldn't and had to leave with his family. Was he doing that? I don't know. And I'm trying to give him the benefit of doubt here. It's not unusual. Maybe he had PTSD. It's not uncommon. Look at the stressful situation he found himself in. I know that there are many people. My father suffered from PTSD. And when he would have his bouts, he would leave. Now, he would go to a VA center. He would go over to the American Legion. He would go amongst other veterans and he would speak and hang out with them. He would talk to the VA center, to some of their counselors, and he would spend time with them for days, sometimes a week. Now, mind you, we would know where he went, and we would be able to contact the VA and find out that he's there and confirm it and confirm that he's all right. He's not in his right mind. And therefore he didn't want to be around other people for various reasons. My father never hurt anyone. Rather, he never hurt family. Immediately after coming back from Vietnam, he did hurt people. He would go into a bar fight or two. He did. And that was part of his PTSD and part of something that he learned to live with. So I'm not going to fault this Afghan, this murderer, this assassin for going out on the road for a week at a time, days at a time. I'm not going to fault him for that. In fact, I can appreciate and understand it, especially if it's PTSD and he's spiraling and he's in a depression. I can forgive that. I can understand that. It happened in my family. But my father did something to get help. He went to a community like the American Legion, like the VA centers, where he could be around people who understood his difficulty intimately and that he could have conversations with them that he couldn't have with the rest of the family. And he didn't want to harm anyone. He was over that phase in his life. He wasn't just back from Vietnam. He wasn't drinking and getting drunk and lashing out violently. He wasn't in that phase. He grew out of that. He got older. He dealt with that. So I can understand it. And maybe that's what this guy was looking for. Maybe, and given the numbers, according to ABC News, 76,000. And of those numbers, we know that tens of thousands were improperly and very poorly and very rushed in getting their vetting, their initial vetting to just be in the United States. Forget about becoming American citizens. Forget about getting asylum. They shouldn't have been in America to start with, but they were pushed through the system. There could be hundreds of people just like this one Afghan. Hundreds just like them. And then this guy flips out. He drives from Washington State all the way to DC, finds a couple of National Guard members, pulls out a handgun. So this is, again, not gun control. By the way, gun control, he shouldn't have gotten a gun as a refugee. He shouldn't have been able to take it across state lines, multiple state lines. It's illegal to have that handgun in Washington, D.C., and he shot someone with it. So he broke a bunch of laws. Gun control, meaningless. Again, as I said earlier, those who are criminal and criminally insane don't care about laws. He didn't care. He broke all the laws. Democrats were like, he was in a gun-free zone. Brought the gun anyway. He wasn't supposed to have access to the firearm. He brought it anyway. Murder is a crime. He did it anyway. Stop talking to me about we need one more law. We need just another law for gun control and I'll be safe. No, you won't, you fool. That is a lie. A lie you tell yourself so you can go to sleep at night and believe that the world is safe. It's not. And no number of gun control laws is going to make you safe because the criminally insane and the criminal don't care. And the government can't protect you at every moment of your life. Zoran Mandami may think that there is no problem too big for government. Well, here's a problem: protecting our National Guard. We can't make sure that they will be safe because of the actions of the government. It was the government that brought this guy into America. It was the government that let him fall through the cracks. It was the government that could not protect the National Guard troops. And I know some on the left want to blame Donald Trump for this. Where in this process is this Donald Trump's fault? Where in the process? Oh, well, there was National Guard troops there. This guy could have killed an American citizen, a cop, anyone. He was ready to snap. He did snap. The fact that he decided to take it out against active military versus another citizen, maybe he was trying to save a bunch of civilians. This sounds very much like suicide by cop, except he wanted to fight soldiers. That's what he had done back in Afghanistan. He fought soldiers. And he may have been angry at the United States for multiple reasons. Who knows? And he knows that, well, a bunch of other Americans are mad at Donald Trump. They're mad at the National Guard. And he knows where they are. They're walking around in D.C. They might be in Chicago, but they're also being kicked out of Chicago. And there's not a whole lot of them, so they're harder to find. And they might have been in Portland, but they're being removed from there because of the law, so they'll be harder to find. He's not going to take on a bunch of Marines in California. And by the way, they were sent back to their base, so that's not a choice. So the only place that he really has a choice to find National Guard troops, to die by National Guard troop, suicide by National Guard, is to go to D.C., where according to the left, they're hated. According to the public and interviews and polls, they're supported. That's the place to go. And so that's where he went. Now, again, I'm making some assumptions throughout this entire process. And I'm trying to put together the pieces of information that we do have that are credible to understand the why. But it's almost impossible to truly understand the why. Individuals like this, they've snapped. They're not thinking rationally. They're not thinking sensibly. They're insane. So I don't presume to understand the insanity that was going on in his mind when he decided that he was going to kill innocent soldiers just doing their day to day, walking a patrol. No one was in danger. And he just made that choice. I can only think that this is some reaction, his last vestiges of sanity, saying, well, I'll go out taking a soldier and they'll take me out. And so I'm not going after civilians because that would be horrific. So this is, I can kill those soldiers. They can kill me. At least it's a warrior versus a warrior, and I get to die. Maybe that's the mentality he had. My concern here is how many others are in the same situation. It goes back to my letters to elected officials. It goes back to my mindset in 2021. We don't know where these people are. We don't know what they're doing. We don't know who they are. They have never been fully vetted to be in America. We don't know what their mental state is. And we don't know if any of them are being corrupted, either in part or in whole, by foreign organizations that don't like America, even homegrown organizations like Antifa or even the Democratic Socialists of America. Yes, the DSA, because the DSA don't want the Constitution. They don't believe in the amendment. They want to remove those things. They want to destroy them and replace them. So even the DSA could have been an influence on him. That is troubling. That is troubling. There could be hundreds. There could potentially be thousands. That could be just like the Afghan shooter in DC, just waiting for an opportunity, ticking on down. How many are sitting in their house right now in a dark room? How many either have family that they don't speak to or have no one and they speak to no one? Not just like in 2020. No, these are individuals that are choosing to isolate themselves from all of society and all of America, and they haven't assimilated at all. What about the ones that did assimilate, but they speak bad English and they're upset because they get picked on about it? How about the ones who tried to assimilate and failed? Besides the ones that aren't assimilating, and there are a percentage of these Afghans that aren't assimilating. There's a bigger number that have failed to assimilate. What about them? Have we considered any of them? The news media doesn't talk about them. Local news generally doesn't talk about them. We don't know what's happening. This is a time bomb from the Biden administration that has been amped up by people like Mark Kelly and Alyssa Slotkin. It upsets me. It upsets me in a different way. On Wednesday was just raw anger at what had happened because it was preventable. I've had time to think about it. I've had time to look at some of the evidence, look at the information to try and understand the why, not just the what. And it makes me upset even more because this is a situation that is preventable and is very likely repeatable. That this will not be an isolated event. And it was because Joe Biden rushed through a process that should have taken weeks or months longer than it did, that should have been more organized, where people should have been vetted more clearly. And instead of doing any of that, because it would be someone else's problem, he rushed through it to protect his political position, to protect his political party, rather than think about the American citizens and the consequences to each and every one of them. The left may not like hearing this. It's the truth. It's a fact. And it's a concern that their political ideology does not protect them from. Saying, Mike, you're a racist, doesn't change anything. That is a distraction. It is meant to discredit me. It does not make you safe. It does not resolve the problem. Oh, well, you just don't like Afghan people. I don't care. I don't know. At the moment, I don't know if I've ever met anyone who's Afghan, and I don't care. Are they an American citizen? Fantastic. Are they following the law? Even better. I don't care. When they're not following the law and they don't identify as an American citizen, then I have a problem. And in this case, we have a problem. And that problem, the cause of it, the consequences of it, I have no idea how to assess how big a risk is in America at this moment. Are you surprised that Donald Trump is looking to review all of the Afghan refugee status, that he wants to look at the vetting for each and every one of them? Now, I know what's going to be said by the left, but Mike, many of these people, I think it's, where's that article? I have it here. Where is it? I'm trying to find an article here. I don't know which one it is, but I know one of the arguments being said right now is, well, Trump he was vetted. In fact, it's embedded in several of the stories. Well, the Trump administration gave him full asylum in April of 2025 based on information that we received for 4 years from the Biden administration. How did we know? How could we have ever guessed that? Well, no, that's not fair. I was going to say, how could we ever imagine that the Biden administration did such a terrible job at vetting these individuals? But that isn't a surprise to me. We knew in 2021, in October of 2021, I was able to tell you these people are not fully vetted, that there is potential risk and danger to the American people in 2021, 2 months after they arrived, that some of them were potentially dangerous to America. So am I surprised that in 2025, we're now seeing some of the danger on top of a spike of problems we saw back then in September in base after base around the country and community after community around the country where there was a spike in sexual assaults for these individuals. And again, I'm assuming it's only the ones that did not assimilate, that we did not vet. I'm assuming it's only 1% of the total that we brought into America. Just 1%. So I'm not surprised. Trump, okay, they trusted what was being said by the Biden administration, because you would think that even though the Biden-Harris administration was slapdash at best, that they were inaccurate in all of their actions, that they would have at least gotten that part right, that they would have at least done their job, they would have at least done proper vetting over 4 years. They had the time, they had the personnel, they had a motivation that you would have thought that they would have done in all of that time, that final analysis, because let's be honest, when this guy was up for in April of 2025, when this guy, the DC shooter, was up for approval or denial of his asylum, they had a file. They said, oh, this is from the Biden administration. His file says he's good to go. It got rubber stamped. You know that's what happened, because that's what most of the middle management of America does. Donald Trump didn't look over every file and read everything that was in the file and say, yeah, I approve of this guy. Let's let him in. No, he didn't. None of the secretaries of the various departments in America, none of them read this guy's file. No senior management was reviewing everything in his file and said, yep, they've got all the information, checked off everything we needed. He's good to go now. No, this was done by someone in, at best, middle management. Someone who said, well, the paperwork's been filed. It's all in place. Good to go. No major crimes. He didn't murder anybody. No, he didn't get arrested for robbing anyone. No. Okay, so he's good. We have no major crimes. He's fine. The file, it's incomplete, but that's okay. That's what happened. That's the reality. That's the truth. A bunch of paperwork. Someone pushed the paper over to the final guy who said, oh, well, it's made it through all the other people who said yes, so I'll say yes too. and didn't read a word of it. That's the bureaucracy we have right now. That's the reality. And I guarantee you that guy, if he isn't leftist, there's a bunch of left-leaning people throughout our government that are like, well, you have to approve him. Why? You're a racist if you don't. It's racism to not approve him. He's been in America for 4 years. He's good to go. Give him asylum. Otherwise, you're a racist. You don't like him because he's Muslim. Notice, I haven't mentioned the fact that he's Muslim throughout this entire thing. Why? Because it doesn't matter. That's not important. That's not a factor. But that's what they would say. Rubber stamp. He gets asylum. The only reason why we know anything about this guy is because of what he did, because he snapped. How long before we find out the next guy who the only reason we find out about them is because they snapped too? Will the next one come from New York State? They might. How many Afghan refugees came into upstate New York or New York in general? We have no idea. No member of Congress, no member of the New York State Assembly could answer that question for me. None of them. On the record or off the record, they have no idea. They have no idea how many refugees we took into our communities in New York State. Nor do I know of anyone who knows how many refugees went to any state. No one knows. We just know they were dispersed throughout our country. Who's following up on them? We don't know. What are they checking on? We don't know. Shouldn't someone think about it? This guy made it all the way through 4 years of processing for his general asylum. He had special asylum from Joe Biden directly. And then he's getting general asylum to remain in the United States. And no one in that process, we know that someone came to his house, spoke to his family, knew that he was in a room by himself with the lights off and that he only talked to his children. And they said, great, no marks in his file, no red flag, nothing that said, don't give this guy asylum. Review this case more. Have this guy come in for questioning. Nowhere was that done. That's before Donald Trump ever got into office. At no point, this has been going on for years, and at no point under the Biden administration did anyone stop and say, we need to talk to this guy. Not once. And I will say, my speculation, it's because they didn't want to deal with it. The answer was he arrested? No. Any major crimes? No. Rubber stamp, push it to the next guy. It's off my desk. It's not my problem. Next person will have to catch it. The next person will have to care. The next person has to deal with this. It's no longer my problem. It's not on my desk anymore. Give me my next piece of paper so I can push that to the next person as well. Rubber stamp, move on. Rubber stamp, move on. That's the machine. That's the corruption in America right now. We have too many people and doing nothing but pushing paper. That's why we need to shrink the government. That's why we need to care. Do you think I'm wrong on that? Do you think I've misunderstood that? Because I don't think I have. This is a time bomb. He's the early warning. He's the early warning. This is very much like what I say about the trans individuals, the youth that we have sold an idea about trans about, and we have failed them. Again, even if it's just 1%, that is thousands of our kids who have changed their lives irrevocably. And we have nothing set up to deal with any of those kids who suddenly realize they made a mistake. The affirmation culture that said, oh, well, you think you're a frog, we're going to treat you like a frog. We have nothing built in to deal with, even if 1% say, I made a mistake. We don't know what to do. And because we don't, we get some of that 1% that turn around and turn into the Minnesota or the Tennessee trans shooters. It's a ticking time bomb, and there will be more of them. Here's yet another ticking time bomb, and there will be more of them. If there haven't already been, there may have been other cases similar to this in your local community throughout America. It's just that it never hit national news. They didn't shoot a National Guard member. They didn't shoot someone who's an elected official, someone who's important. Maybe they only got into an altercation with their neighbor. Maybe they only got into an altercation with the police officer. Maybe they were shot dead. Maybe they went to jail. Maybe, we don't know. Because no one wants to talk about it. Democrats don't want to talk about it because they're embarrassed. It was the ultimate failure of the Biden-Harris administration. They have no spin on that to make it look good. They don't want to talk about this. The news media doesn't want to talk about it because they didn't do their job in the first place. They didn't ask these questions in October of 2021 when I was asking the questions, when it was important and vital and preventable to do something about it. So now it's on them. They don't want to talk about this. They don't want to admit they failed the public. They want this story gone. Let me see what some of the comments say, because I'm interested to see what you guys think about this. So starting with Joel. Joel says, our Republican majority Congress is failing by not acting on Trump's executive orders and not following through with DOJ findings. They have wasted too much time. I agree. That's absolutely true. And it is part of that waste, the overburden of government. We have the same government that DOJ was supposed to shrink down. This is the result when we don't shrink our government down. One hand doesn't know what the other hand is doing. We let things fall through the cracks and no one pays attention because the government's too big and too uncaring. It's too dedicated to self-preservation. They just let things go until they break. And then they might fix them, not always. And this is another example of that. DOJ was a great solution. We should have pushed for that. We should have enabled that even more. We should have taken 10% off the top of every department, every aspect of our government. And we shouldn't be just working on shrinking and eliminating the Department of Education. It shouldn't only be U.S. aid that was completely shut down and stopped its wasteful spending, 83% of its spending, complete and utter useless waste. Should have been more, but we haven't. So in reference to Alyssa Slotkin, the Democrat senator, Mary mentions that she is throwing gasoline on the fire. You're right. She is. So is Mark Kelly. So are the other 4 Democrats who also push this idea that our troops should disobey orders. They're helping to feed and fan the flames. And it's not just other Americans. We have refugees and illegal immigrants from all around the world that are in our country right now. Their actions are feeding into this. The fears that they are making for other Americans are fears that are amplified, magnified exponentially amongst illegal aliens and even refugees who may not understand English properly, may not understand the context or the situation. And by design, what Elisa Slotkin, what Mark Kelly said was meant to be vague, even if you did understand English. If you didn't know what the UCMJ definition on sedition or insurrection, if you didn't know the law, if you've never served in the military, American military, then you don't know exactly what they're saying. And it sounds like, to a civilian, the civilians I've talked to, it sounds like they're trying to set up a coup, that mass chaos is about to happen. And for many of these people, whether they're illegal aliens or legal refugees or they're something else, many of them come from countries that have had actual civil wars, that have actually had major unrest, not what Americans think is unrest, but actual civil wars and real unrest and real slaughters like the Sudan and Darfur. They're looking at this and going, oh my God, it's about to break out here. They know how devastating that could be. Can you imagine the amount of fear they would have? I just escaped a country where there's civil war for the last couple of decades, where people are being killed based on their religious beliefs. Again, I point to Darfur, which has gone through all of that. That's in the Sudan, by the way, where people were being literally massacred, and they were trying to genocide the people of Darfur because of their religious beliefs. That's actually a genocide. And the world let that happen for decades. Obama ignored it. He had an option. He had the opportunity, and he decided to do nothing about it. That's a fact. I covered it back then, back in, I think that was in 2010, 2011. And I covered it. So imagine what some of these refugees are thinking, saying, oh my God, I know what kind of war that leads to. I know what kind of battleground it creates, what kind of slaughter it creates. Can you imagine how terrified they are? Because they're on the chopping block. There is no friendly side for them. They're not Americans. They're not like the majority of Americans. And when I say that, I don't mean white people. I mean American people, American culture. They have funny accents. They misstate things. They don't know all of the trends. They're too religious or not religious enough, depending on who you speak to, or they have the wrong religion for some people. They have darker skin or not dark enough skin, depending on where you are specifically. They stand out no matter what criteria you decide to use. They wear funny clothes, or there's 1,000 ways that they can be identified, and they know it, and they're terrified. Because what happens if America becomes just like the place they left? No one ever talks about that. No one ever talks about that. Let's see. I got another comment. This one comes from Joel. He says, we only heard of the plane loads of illegal aliens being flown all across the country from citizen reporters, not the mainstream. That's true. Kind of like the children under the Biden administration that were flooding the unaccompanied minors, over 450,000 of them, that Joe Biden took from our borders and spread into Tennessee, to New York, to every state. And we don't know where 450,000 of these unaccompanied minors, we don't know where they are. I covered that last Sunday. We have no idea. The news media won't touch the story. They won't. They said, oh yeah, it's a story. They put it on one of the back pages. They ignored it. It's true. It's a fact. It's something that the Trump administration is now starting to address, but the mainstream news media doesn't want to talk about it. Why? Because Joe Biden let in over 1 million, I believe the number is over 1 million unaccompanied minors, and we don't know where they are. He let them in, sent them all around the country, and forgot about them. And the news media let us forget about them. Let them go. Because who cares? In fact, if it weren't for small outlets like me all across the country, you would have never known. We found out about Tennessee when it first happened and followed up about New York City. And we tried to make that national news. And to an extent, it did become national news for about a week. And then the news media let it go. But they were never going to tell you about it in the first place. They didn't want you to know. They were forced to admit it. And then the major news media went on to another story. I covered it for years. Eventually, yes, I stop covering those stories too, some of them, but how many stories can I follow every week? How many times can I tell you about the 70,000 Americans that were abandoned by the Biden administration now that we're in the Trump administration? I talked about it for years. All that got me was more and more suppression by YouTube and Google. I'm on their hit list for suppression. And it's not just YouTube and Google that did that. And we know now that the Biden administration went directly to YouTube and Google and said, people saying the things that I'm saying right now to you, they have to be suppressed. Google admitted that. YouTube admitted that the White House came directly to them and said, these are the things you cannot let people talk about. You have to suppress these voices. This is government censorship. We know it happened. The left did it. And the news media says, well, yeah, it kind of happened, but we're not talking about it. It's not happening now. Don't believe it. Stopped. It ended. The moment that Trump got elected, everybody stopped doing it. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Okay, we got, by the way, what is this? Why is there, okay. Please do not send links to sources I don't know while I'm in the show. In the chat, there shouldn't be the ability to send links to various things. You can tell me if you want me to see a video of something that's relevant to what I'm talking about. Great. The best way to do that, tell me the title. Tell me the whatever channel is. Tell me the name of the channel. Tell me the title of the video that you want me to look at, and this way I can bring it up. But if you just send me a link during the show, I consider it spam. It gets blocked. Doesn't matter who it's coming from. You know, if I don't know who you are and you just send me a link during the chat, I'm just going to block it. That's it. So for anyone who's looking at this YT Tyler McQuaid, I don't know what that source is, and I'm going to pretty much block that so that I can't see it, because I don't know who you are. I don't know where that link goes to. I don't trust it. I'll block it. So there's that. And I'll make sure in the future that that'll be blocked going forward. Is it unfair? Perhaps, but I don't know. And I don't want people to click on something thinking that I approve of it, and I don't. And I don't know what it is. I don't know. So I'm having this conversation with you guys. Do you think I am wrong in my understanding about this shooter? Now, I know on Wednesday I said, well, it's probably going to be some white leftist, someone who was pro-Hamas, somebody that was indoctrinated by the left. I also said there would be somebody who's not from Washington, D.C. Got that part right. And this guy may have been influenced by the left. It's kind of hard not to. If you watch the news at all, if you look at social media, the influence of the left is in everything. It's in entertainment, it's in the movies, the video games, it's in TV shows, live streams. It's everywhere. They have swamped everyone. In fact, that's part of the reason why people look at all the woke movies. They all fail. Look at the woke TV shows. They all fail. Comic books, wherever they've inserted this, for the most part, the American people have pretty much rejected it. But it's everywhere, which is also why so many people in America are upset, because they're shoving these ideologies down our throat and we don't want it. So I'm sure this is influencing refugees and illegal aliens all alike. Maybe even legal migrants into the United States. They're being affected too. And we don't know what the consequence is. We do not know. That troubles me. That troubles me a lot. And I know that this is going to trouble a lot of other people as well, because, you know, what this has resulted in, as has been, you know, announced since, is that, well, there's, like, according to The Guardian, Trump says he will permanently pause migration from third world countries. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? That just makes sense to me. And obviously, something in our vetting process failed. Something in the refugee process has failed. And it only makes sense that until we figure out what failed and how to fix it, stop doing it. And again, it's not saying that every person from a third world nation or a war-torn nation, that they're all bad people. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying all illegal or legal migrants are bad people. I'm not saying that. But I am saying the possibility of having someone who's suffering from PTSD, who may not assimilate into America, who may not want to assimilate into America, is higher in these third world nations, especially those that are war-torn. And most of the war-torn nations are third world nations. Kind of goes hand in hand for the most part. And for the left to say, well, that's racist, you're being racist, this ban is racist. No, it's not. He didn't say I'm going to stop all the black people from coming into America, or the Spanish people, or the Asian people, or women, or Muslims, or Buddhists. That isn't what was said. And it makes sense if we think about it for just a moment, instead of just that surface level, oh my God, it's racist because you must mean black people. Well, first of all, it's racist if you heard me say third world nation, if you read third world nation, and the first thing you thought of was black people, you have a problem. If you thought Hispanics, you have a problem. If you thought women, you have a problem. That's on you. You have the issue. I'm thinking about nations, not any one in particular. And the first thing I think of when I hear third world nation is poverty and war. Why? What do third world nations have in abundance? Poverty and war. And when I think about that, and that is the most prevalent thing we see in third world nations, then yes, I would want to slow down the number of third worlders that are coming into the United States, given they're coming legally. Again, the illegal people coming should be shipped off to Antarctica. That's not a joke. That's not me being silly. I'm being serious. Ship them to Antarctica. I don't care. They're not our problem. But for those that come legally into the United States, yes, we should have a way to properly vet them fully to understand, are they coming to America for a short period of time and then they're going to go back to their country, or are they coming to America to stay here permanently and eventually become American citizens? We should know the difference, and we should be able to evaluate them during the time they're here in America to see how they are assimilating, especially if they plan to be in America for their life, for the rest of their lives with their families. Then we should know how well they're assimilating into America, which we don't. And we should know what kind of support systems they need so that that can be provided to them if they plan to eventually become Americans, to help them assimilate. And if they're not, that we would put them in an area, we would put them in a community that would allow them to not have to worry about assimilation as much because they're only here temporarily. We should know the difference, and we should know what is necessary. And at the moment, we don't. And if we're looking at what happened in DC properly, then we have an understanding that was our warning sign. That's the firecracker that went off, the primary that went off before the main bomb goes off. We have an understanding of something to look out for. Trump is right. It's not racist. It's not sexist. It's not based on religion. And if you think it is, you have the problem because you've misunderstood the nature of what he is doing. This is a long-term protection for the short and long-term protection for the United States. There's really no other way to look at it other than that. But the news media wants you to think, oh no, Orange Man bad, Orange Man bad, Orange Man is just terrible. It's stupid. It is a logical conclusion based on the circumstances that we have in front of us at this moment. And I'd love to hear if there's anyone on the left that thinks, well, Mike, you just don't understand. Fantastic. Explain to me how I'm wrong. without mentioning and targeting, well, black people, or without having to say Hispanic people or Muslim, without targeting a specific group, because Trump isn't targeting a specific group. Tell me how I'm wrong. And you won't hear anything from the left, because they must pull out the race card. They must pull out the religion card. They have to call you an ist and a phobe. They have to, because they don't have anything else. Because their question, their argument isn't foundational. It isn't based on substance. It's based on Orange Man bad. It's a feeling. And they have no way to substantiate that feeling. And therefore, they're, of course, going to attack you and me. That's their answer. Well, I'll attack Mike. You're an old man. You got gray hair. No kidding. Yeah, and that doesn't answer my question. Well, you don't know what you're talking about. I've only been doing this for 20 years. That doesn't answer my question. Doesn't matter how long I've been doing this. Doesn't matter how qualified you may think I am or am not. The question has been asked, what is the answer? And they don't have an answer. It's kind of like what we're seeing in Georgia. Let me address that. If you look at most mainstream media right now, they are trying to say that James Comey and Letitia James are scot-free. Donald Trump, Orange Man bad, he was wrong. And, well, this is the interference case, but let me deal with Letitia James and James Comey. Matter of fact, let me go back. You hear a lot in the left that are saying that, well, James Comey and Letitia James, they've been, a judge dismissed their case. They're innocent. That isn't what the judge said. That isn't what happened. This proves that Donald Trump is on a wild goose chase, that he doesn't know, he has no bearing there. This is all just about politics. James Comey is not proven innocent. Letitia James has not been found innocent. The charges can still exist. They can be charged again tomorrow. And according to Kash Patel, there will be more charges for James Comey and other individuals going forward. These weren't the only charges to be put against them. That's what he says right now. But even if we don't look at that, the exact same charges that they were given in Georgia, it wasn't Georgia, it was Virginia. The exact same charges that were dismissed can be re-entered. Why? Because the judge said the way they were charged, the paperwork was wrong. That's what he said. Literally, the exact term is, the exact situation is, the attorney general that was put in that made the charges, she was supposed to be approved by Congress. That didn't happen in 120 days. And that's the window. So after day 121, she can't file charges. She has to be appointed by Congress first, and then she can file any charges. She, on day 121 or 122, she filed the charges because she was going to be approved. It was just Congress was wasting its time. So she filed the charges and everyone was moving forward. And then somebody on the left presented this to a judge and said, hey, judge, she can't do that because paperwork. Not because Comey's innocent, not because Letitia James is innocent. It's because paperwork. And that's why the charges were dropped, because paperwork. They can be charged again. They're not innocent. At the same time, they're not necessarily guilty either. To be fair, they're neither. The charges can be reissued and they will go through the process. They're as innocent as any other American because all Americans are innocent until proven guilty. But they haven't been proven anything yet. So that's one aspect of it. But I wanted to go also into this talk about Donald Trump here, where they want to say Democrats, the same Democrats that say that Letitia James is innocent, that James Comey is innocent, are the same ones that say, well, Donald Trump is guilty, and it's just paperwork that let Donald Trump get away. You don't get to play that game. It works both ways the same way. And by the way, Donald Trump wasn't found innocent because of paperwork. He was found innocent because of the process, because there's no case. Because the prosecutor, after wasting millions of dollars, found nothing in Georgia. There's no evidence, no substance. There's nothing to make a case on. It sounds great in an election ad, which is why they did it. It was meant to be an election ad in 2024. It didn't matter if it was true or not. It didn't matter if it ever went to a trial. It wasn't meant to go to a trial. It was meant to stop Donald Trump from running, either to scare him away, which is coercion. It is definitely an abuse of power, and to deny him donations and votes. That's the only reason why we went through the Georgia election interference case. It wasn't about actually getting to a courtroom. It wasn't actually about trying to find out if Donald Trump was guilty or not. It was all about the politics. It was about manipulating the public. And now that we got rid of Fani Willis, who's got TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, who publicly said that she was going after Trump, that she was like Letitia James. She was there to punish Donald Trump because she doesn't like Donald Trump. She was doing this because that's what the Democrats wanted. So she decided that, hey, no problem. I'm going to put in these charges, even though that they were faulty at best. And she did it through a process that was more than just flawed. It was an abuse of power, which is why Fani Willis got removed from the case, why her boyfriend was removed from the case, because it was flawed at every single level. And when someone else walked in and saw what she had done, that next prosecutor said, there's no case here. We're wasting the public's money and time. And a judge, when he said that and said, I want to drop the case, the judge looked at it and said, you're right. There is no evidence here. This is a waste of money and time. Dismissed it. That's why the election interference case was dropped, because it was a waste of time. It was propaganda. It was meant to manipulate people who don't pay attention to the details to get them to not vote for Trump, to vote for Democrats, to vote blue, no matter who. It didn't matter if it was Biden or if it was Kamala or it's Gavin Newsom or any other Democrat. It didn't matter. Just couldn't be Donald Trump. But the news media don't want you to think about that. They don't want you to think about the details of that. They don't want you to see the corruption that is at the core of this. And they want you to say, well, see, it's just paperwork. Yeah, this they will say, well, it was just because she filed the wrong paperwork. No, it's because there was no evidence. It's not paperwork. Paperwork is everything we've been talking about for the last hour or so. That was paperwork. This isn't paperwork. Letitia James and James Comey, that's paperwork. This is substance. That's why Trump is not being charged, because it's substance. Because there's no case. There never was one. You were lied to. You were lied to and was pushed by the news media because they had a bias and they wanted Donald Trump to lose at all costs. And it didn't matter that they were wasting money and time, and what they were putting out there was definitively false. But no one says that because, that's just bad. Oh my God, Mike, how can you say that? Oh my. Okay, I'm going to be wrapping up in just a few moments here. And I'm going to switch over to something a little bit less heavy than what we've been talking about for the last hour or so, which I hope people do follow. And again, I'm more than happy for those who didn't want to make a comment during the live stream. And by the way, you didn't have to no one is required to do a super chat or a Rumble rant. I'm just trying to raise money for the Jericho Project. And as you can see from people like Joel and Mary, and there was Mike Bowie and Joanna, and also Mike Kolodijik. They were all able to leave comments on Facebook, on YouTube, on Rumble. They were able to make their comments, and I'm happy to take comments from anyone at any time, always. And if you decide after the show you want to say something in the comments, I respond to all my comments, always. Some people are surprised by that. Some people don't expect that. But yeah, I read all the comments, and I do respond to the overwhelming majority of comments. A lot of people don't realize that. In fact, I'll show you one. Let me show you what I'm talking about here, folks. Because I thought this was funny. I kind of thought this was funny. Not everyone will. Bear with me. Right. And there's that. Where is it? Newest. Hang on one second. There we go. There it goes. So what you're going to see here, can I show this with no problem? Yeah. So what you see here, this is a series of comments. I pissed off one of the, what is it? Fuentes, Groiper, whatever the hell they are. And I thought it was pretty funny. This is from my short video based on my conversation, a clip from my conversation with Matthew J. Last week, Tuesday. And Matthew J. asked me about Nick Fuentes, and I denounced him. I consider Nick Fuentes a nut job, which I literally said during the show, during that interview. And I denounced him and said that he's a radical, he's vile, and he's not reputable, amongst other things. I seem to have pissed off this guy, Clay. I don't know if you're watching today or not, Clay. Clay Gillespie 2800. Yeah, but I actually pay attention. And Clay was like, I was a former Groiper, and Nick is great. He's the great Nick Fuentes, and you should take that back. You just don't understand. Yeah, well, as you can see, we went back and forth a couple of times. Yes, for those who are supporters of Nick Fuentes, yes, I know about Nick Fuentes. I've known about Nick Fuentes since about 2019. That's when he first hit my personal radar from various individuals, including individuals that were aligned with Nick Fuentes at that time. Yeah, I had people talking to me about Nick Fuentes even way back in 2019. Or was it 2020? To be fair, I forget if it was 2019, 2020. Right in there. And I had people telling me about him. And I know people who were following him, like one of his acolytes, Groipers, whatever the hell you want to call those nut jobs. And I know about some of the things, a lot of things that he was saying. Yes, I know about how he got to sit down with Donald Trump, and it had nothing to do with Donald Trump. I even covered that on this program live. I've known about Nick Fuentes quite a bit, and the things that he has done, the way he's taken advantage of people, the way that he uses people for his personal gain and his financial troubles that he's had, all of the questionable things a lot of the questionable things that he's done, and things that he denies very publicly that privately he's not denying quite as much. Nick Fuentes is irredeemable. In my opinion, he's irredeemable. He is also vicious. He is vile. He is repugnant. And I denounce him. Again, I said that on Matthew J's show. I'm saying it on my show. And I said it to you, Clay Gillespie 2800. And I'll say it again. By the way, folks, I love this guy. He tells me in his comments going back and forth, tells me I don't know anything about Fuentes, and I do. He assumes that I've not done any research, and I have, for many years, long before he was popular amongst the leftist news media. And then he says, well, I hope, he wishes for the absolute failure of my channel. He wants me to fail financially and personally. He attacks my character. And then he has the balls to say, Happy Thanksgiving. Screw you. That's my answer to you, Mr. Clay Gillespie 2800. Screw you. Okay? You're not welcome. You understand? You're not welcome. Yeah, your comments there, because I want people to see how ignorant you are, because you don't know what you're talking about. But just, I'm a fair man. I'm letting everyone see exactly what you said, and I'm showing them where they can go to see your words on the short video that I did. See exactly what I said. Yeah, screw you. That's what I say to you, Clay Gillespie 2800. Thought I forgot? I didn't. I didn't forget. We got a couple more comments in here. Where's this? So Joe says, Jericho and Khan. That's right. I'm raising money for Jericho, not for Khan, but for Jericho project. But I love Khan. He's my puppy. I love that dog. He goes on to say, Chuck Schumer, I am leading a resolution in the Senate to reject Nick Fuentes. Why? I don't agree with Fuentes either, but it's not a congressional issue. Okay, I see what you're saying. So Chuck Schumer wants to denounce Nick Fuentes in a Senate resolution. Now, those Senate resolutions really don't do anything. It doesn't really mean anything. It won't stop you from it might stop someone from getting a job if your boss pays attention to the politics. But if they don't pay attention to politics, it's not like you get something on your record. It's not like it's something that you carry around. It's not like a badge or anything. So it doesn't really have any impact there. It doesn't have any impact on your finances because, again, this is something that's tracked. Maybe if a bank officer knows about it, they might factor it in, or if they're doing research on you, they would factor it in, but it doesn't actually do anything. So what Chuck Schumer is doing is he is virtue signaling for the left. He needs to gain back some of his credibility with the left, especially the far left. And this is an easy way. Nick Fuentes is a radical. He is an extremist. He's a low-hanging fruit of a target. And so he's going, I'm going to go after Nick Fuentes because obviously he's a bad guy. And to my opinion, Nick Fuentes is a bad guy. But is it something that Chuck Schumer and the United States Senate have to say something about? Absolutely not. I agree with you, Joel. Nick Fuentes has not done something that warrants him getting censored by the Senate or having Chuck Schumer do anything about it. Chuck Schumer can go on the news any day of the week that he wants to. Anytime that Chuck Schumer wants to have a press conference, he can. And every news station is going to pick him up, especially all of the left news. They will always cover everything he has to say. If he wants to say that he thinks that Nick Fuentes is a bad guy, like I just did, he can do it. And he will reach millions of people. And he can explain why he thinks Nick Fuentes is a bad guy. Although I don't think Chuck Schumer really knows. He knows that other people have told him on his team. He doesn't know any of the groypers. He hasn't been to a CPAC. He doesn't talk to regular Republicans on a regular basis. And most of the establishment Republicans, they know nothing about Nick Fuentes. He doesn't hit their radar. He's not important. The left tried to make him important because he's an easy target to demonize. And he should be demonized. Well, I think he should be demonized, but not really. But he's an easy target to point at and go, evil. He's the evil right person. And Nick Fuentes is the evil person on the right. He is. So he's easy to target. And there aren't a whole bunch of Republicans, whether they're establishment or not, that are going to stand up and support or protect Nick Fuentes because he's despicable. He is downright despicable. So they're not going to support him. So the left can target him all day long. The most that Republicans or anyone on the right will say is, well, Fuentes isn't connected to anything else. he's meaningless. He's not important. Now, I know there are a bunch of people who say, oh, no, but he's got this whole group. He has a minuscule following. In all truth, he has a minuscule following. Very few people in relative terms, relative to the size of the Libertarian Party, size of Conservative Party, Republicans, Democrats. He's got a smaller following than even the Democratic Socialists of America, the Socialists of America. He has a smaller following than the Green Party. Okay, he's not effective in politics. He's not. He never has been. So this is a waste of time. And if anything, it's counterproductive because Chuck Schumer is making more people find out about Nick Fuentes and finding out about his radical, racist, sexist ideology. His radical ideology is getting more attention because of Chuck Schumer than not. Because Chuck Schumer is saying we have to have a Senate resolution about this. No, we don't. We don't need a congressional resolution. There are a lot of people in the world that you may or may not like. It doesn't mean that they have to get a congressional resolution striking them down. Doesn't happen. So that is an abuse of power. If anything, I would have to say, even though I don't think Nick Fuentes is a good person, I do not think Nick Fuentes is a good person at all. And I know his politics are absolutely abhorrent. And I still have to say, Chuck Schumer, leave it alone. You're screwing up. You're giving this guy advertising. You're helping him out. There's a reason why I think I've mentioned Nick Fuentes maybe twice in 20 years. Since 2019, I think I've mentioned him twice on any of my programming outside of the interview when I was asked directly about Nick Fuentes. If Matthew J. had never asked me about him, I would never have brought him up. He's not important. I would never have talked about him. And I think there's only been 2 times, including this one, where I've ever mentioned Nick Fuentes on this channel because he's an insignificant gnat that deserves to be ignored, to be tossed aside, to be treated as the trash as his policies are, as his ideology is. And for all the people who think that, Nick Fuentes is great, I don't care. Screw you. You're wrong. And I'm not going to try and publicize him or make him great. He's a racist. He's a sexist. He doesn't understand the Constitution. Screw him. That's it. So, yeah, Chuck Schumer is wrong. I would not support what Chuck Schumer is doing, even though I support the idea that this guy is scum of the earth. I just wanted to share that with you guys. But last thing that I'm going to share. And again, anyone can copy this, send it to Ed, Nick Fuentes, all you want. I don't care. I don't care if he sees it. Don't care what he thinks about it. Don't care if he has a comment. He's meaningless to me. He really is. Here's something for New York City. And I think a lot of cities around the country, especially the bluer than blue cities, really should pay attention to this. This is a detail that came out. This story came out on November 25th. Okay. Why isn't there more outdoor dining in New York City? This is from The Gothamist. Now, some people say, well, that's New York centric. No, it's really not. The story, some of the particulars deal with New York City, and whether it's Eric Adams or whether you're thinking of Zoran Mandami, but it's bigger than that. See, the story is essentially there were about 10,000, there's thousands, over 10,000 restaurants in New York City. 8.5 million people, of course there are. And there's a lot of restaurants where people are out. Before the lockdowns, there were a couple hundred of these restaurants that would let you eat outside. So you could be inside, but you could also sit outside. And many of them are trattorias or little small diners or specialty places. And you could sit outside. They had a little porch center or just a couple of tables, and you'd sit outside and you eat your meal. And you could watch people pass on by. That's in good weather. Okay, that's during the summer months and in good weather. And people would sit outside so they could watch people pass on by. Fair enough. Then came the lockdowns. And basically, the only way that many of these restaurants were allowed to stay open is they had to get a license for the outdoor facilities so that you could sit outside on the sidewalk and or in the street, and you could still go to the restaurant, but you had to be in that little tent, and then you could do that. But the businesses had to pay for that. That was above and beyond paying for their rent and their electricity, their employees, the food, and then they had to pay an extra fee to New York City to have the outside facility that they never wanted. For overwhelmingly, they never wanted that. They had to do it. Lockdown ends. People more or less go back to their old habits. People really don't like in New York City and in many major cities, you really don't want to be outside all that much, especially if the weather isn't perfect. I mean, if it's a perfect June or July, sun's out, it's nice and warm, it's not too hot, it's not too cold, it's just that perfect weather, maybe about 70, 75 degrees. For me, it would be closer to 75, 80 degrees, but it's perfect weather and there's just a slight breeze and you want to be outside. Okay, but there aren't a whole lot of days like that in New York City, let alone any city anywhere in the country. So these licenses, one, it takes like 20 pages of paperwork to even apply for the right to have this outdoor dining. And then it costs several $1,000s for each application that you make, for every single restaurant that makes it. It's a cash grab. It's a cash grab for New York City and every other city that did this. And by the way, all the major cities, you see the same thing in same process in LA, in Chicago, in Seattle, in Austin, in Boulder. It's all over the country. You see the same thing. It's an easy cash grab for each and every one of these cities. And it's a way to boost instead of doing tax. It's another tax on business, in particular restaurants. It's just a free cash grab for them. So now, because people are going back to their normal habits and the businesses don't want to take the time and the effort to fill out 20 plus pages of regulations, and they don't want to submit a fee of several $1,000s, which is the same thing as a tax that eats away their profit margin, and have to deal with all the difficulties of being outside and inside, since they don't want to deal with all that and they don't want to spend all that money, as fewer and fewer people actually want to eat outside, because most people don't. Not in New York City. Maybe in other cities they do. Not in New York City. So there's less businesses filling out the application, just like was the case in 2019 is the truth in 2025. But the city is now dedicated to that money. They're used to getting that extra money in. So they want that money. And they're like, why isn't anyone filing the paperwork? Why isn't anyone paying the fee? We need that money, because New York City is like $2 billion in debt. And they're like, oh my God, that's going to be several hundreds of thousands of dollars more debt. They need the money. They want the money. Why are you denying them the money? It must be. And so the answer, according to the Gothamist and their point of view on this is, oh, well, people, it's too much paperwork. People don't want to fill out 20 pages worth of paperwork to get a license that they apply for every single year, every year. And they got to put the money up front. And then eventually New York City says yes or no to them, but that ties up their money and it's thousands of dollars that they don't want to spend. Why do all that when it's a diminishing return? Less people want to sit outside. It's not worth it. So the overwhelming majority of businesses, now that they don't have to do this to stay alive, they're not doing it at all. And New York City is upset. Every city will do this. This is going to happen to every city. And what's going to eventually happen is about the same number, maybe a little bit more, of businesses that would apply for this in 2019 is going to be about the same number that are going to apply for this and have this service in 2025, 2026, and going forward. The administration, especially Zoran Mandami, are looking at this and saying, well, it's just because, see, this is because there's too much paperwork. We'll just reduce the amount of paperwork from 20 pages to 6. Literally, this is what they're doing. They're cutting it from 20 pages to 6, which means that they never needed 20 pages of information in the first place. They never needed more than 6. And that's probably way too much anyway. I can't imagine that they need more than 1 page for this to get this right, this option that they're paying for. I can't imagine that it would take more than 1 actual page of information that they need. But they're reducing it from 20 pages down to 6 because bloat, because there has to be regulation and somebody has to pass the papers to someone else. They can't fire anyone, so they still have to have some kind of paperwork. They have to waste time somehow to justify these union workers being in the office. So they gotta have some kind of paperwork. Can't be 1 page, has to be a couple of pages that someone can look down and go, oh, you didn't dot the I on page 6. The whole process has to be done over, which is the way they do it now. But this should be a lesson for many of the cities, especially the bluer than blue cities that do this kind of crap all across the country. This isn't going to work. Your scam is ending. This get-rich-quick scheme for the cities, abusing restaurants that, by the way, you're spending all this money for these outdoor dining. That means that they have to raise their prices in each and every one of these restaurants. Their prices are going up because they have to pay the city to be able to have the extra dining space that no one's using. It's a waste. It's driving up the cost, which drives away their customers to I bought this outdoor dining space, but my prices went up by $5, $10 per plate. My neighbor next door, he didn't fill out the paperwork. His price stayed the same. We're both good restaurants. Which one are people going to go to? Oh, well, the economy's not perfect, so they're going to the one that's cheaper. This is the process. Democrats never think this through. They never think this through. They thought this would be a never-ending cash grab. They thought that this was going to be just free money coming in forever, and they would never have to be accountable, and they'd never have to think about it. And now that it's happening, they don't know what to do. And they're like, how do we get people to keep giving us free money? How do we get this fee? How do we keep it going? The answer is you don't. Either drop the fee altogether, drop the paperwork, because it doesn't take 6 pages of paperwork to allow someone to say, okay, I'm going to put a couple of tables on the sidewalk in front of my business. It's not that big a deal. This isn't that in-depth. It doesn't take 20 pages. It doesn't take 6 pages to let someone have 5 or 6 tables out in front of their business. It's not that big. It's not that important. But Democrats got a Democrat. And this is failure. And this is why we're seeing so many of our major cities fall apart. Because they're wasting their time. They have too many employees that are pushing around pieces of paper to let someone do something that is minuscule and, in fact, is actually worse for the public than letting it happen. It's costing extra money for no reason. It's not worth it. But, just a little bit of insight that I have. All right. So we've been on for just shy of 6 hours. Slightly longer show than usual. Usually we go about 5 hours. And I know it's nothing like the 17. By the way, for those who think I'm doing a long show, there was a video that was just done by Mahler. 17 hours. 17. It wasn't, it's a marathon. It is. And I've seen the whole thing. But it was on the video game Star Wars Outlaws. A completely trash game. Horrible game. On concept, on execution, just trash. And he did 17 hours going through every single flaw in the game, like detailing the flaw and showing multiple examples of multiple people having these flaws on the highest settings with the most recent updates and how the game absolutely is broken. By the way, they charge $160 for Star Wars Outlaws if you wanted to get the early full edition. It costs $100 for the full game. $100, completely broken from beginning to end. Everything about the game, every aspect of the game, completely broken. $100. Ridiculous. That's Disney for you. That's Disney Star Wars. That's Disney in general. They destroy everything they touch. And most of the game was about virtue signaling. Completely horrible. Well, I can't say most of it, but a huge, healthy dose of wokeism injected into the game, and it completely failed. It's a complete failure. Did a 17-hour video on that. So when people say, Mike, this is a little bit long, no, it's not. There's longer. But that being said, we normally go about 5 hours. Today we went 6. I will be here next week. It is possible I may be in Broome County, in Binghamton to be exact. I may be dropping by my good friend Ed Hickey at his bar, which is called the Belmar Pub. That's in Binghamton, New York. I used to live a block away. I owned a house about a block away from there. I may be going back over there. There could be elected officials that may show up. I would hope that they do. And I don't, local and higher state level, federal level members of elected office may show up. Can't be sure. But that would be around 1 o'clock in Binghamton, New York. So if anyone wants to try and drop on by, I can't guarantee 100% that I will be there. I believe I will, but I can't guarantee that. I do know that my good friend Larry Sharp will be there at 1 o'clock at the Belmar Pub. So I want as many people that can, and I'll talk about this throughout the rest of the week, but for support. One, support my good friend Ed Hickey. Support his bar, which is the Belmar Pub. Great food. I enjoy the spot. It's a nice little divish bar. It's really cool. And it's in Binghamton, New York. So give him support. I would appreciate it. He'll appreciate it for sure. By the way, tell him that Mike sent you. Tell him that Voss sent you. And it may give him a chuckle. And you may see some very interesting people there. Besides, Larry Sharp and other elected officials may be there. And you can have a great time. It's a great spot. And they may have some music that day too. So that'll be a bonus. So, and also you get to meet my good friend, Larry Sharp, who's running for governor of New York, whom I support. And you can talk to Larry and ask him questions and get his answers. By the way, Larry is a libertarian. I am a conservative Republican. There are many issues where Larry and I have massive differences. But I also know Larry for a decade now. And I believe Larry is a genuine, real individual with real solutions. Not every solution that I agree with, but he has solutions. As opposed to Elise Stefanik, as opposed to Kathy Hochul, that have a lot of promises, a lot of ideas, but no way of making those things happen. And New York, at this point, as we've just pointed out, looking at what's happening in New York City, what's happening in New York State, as we've discussed, we need solutions, not more promises. We need answers. We need a fix. And they're not offering that. What they're offering is more of the same. And we can't survive that way. We're falling apart. We can't keep kicking the can down the road. So while Larry isn't perfect in everything that in every issue, most of them, I do agree with him. And most of the time, I agree with his solutions more than I do with any other candidate. So yes, as a conservative Republican, do I endorse Larry Sharp? I do. Not just because he's my friend, because he has solutions. So you can go and ask him some of the things that we agree or disagree on. You can ask him what solutions he has to a problem you may have. Something that you have, if you're in New York State and you're like, this is a problem for me, ask my friend Larry Sharp and say, Larry, what do you think is the solution? I'm pretty sure on almost every topic, I can't really think of a topic that Larry doesn't have a solution for of some sort. But you can test him on that. Please do. We have a final comment here, which is coming from Joel. He says, I watched Marvel Ironheart. Why did you do that? Don't watch. Oh my God. Ironheart. Okay. We're at the end of the show, folks. And so it's not political. I don't like the reason why I hate the Ironheart Marvel TV show and the Ironheart character for Marvel, both in the comic books and in the TV series. Well, in the comic books, she's a useless character. She's a woke character. They needed a female Iron Man and they made her black. It was DEI. Useless character. No one cares about her. Don't care. But in terms of the TV series, it wasn't enough that they needed a female Iron Man. It wasn't enough that they needed to be DEI and they made her black. She is a villain. By her own words, by her own actions, she is a villain. She's not a superhero. She's not a good guy. She has nothing heroic about her. She is an abject, absolute villain. And her story in Disney is the story of a villain. She's a criminal. No, let me correct that. She starts off as a petty criminal, and by the end of the show, she elevates herself to a super villain. That's how bad that show is. And I know Whoopi Goldberg was like, oh my God, you're so important. You're a role model. No, she is not a role model for women. She's not a role model for black women. She's not a role model for black people. She's not a role model for poor people. She's not a role model for anything unless you want to be a supervillain. And you shouldn't want to be a supervillain. Ironheart was terrible. I feel bad for you that you watched that. You make me feel like I should have had a warning, that I should have done a video saying, don't watch this. It's repugnant. I feel bad. But anyway, Joel says, he goes on to say, I completely agree with your criticism on that show. I did do something about that show, didn't I? I don't know if I did it on my other channel, which is my video games, and I play video games. Occasionally I do video games online. I do a live stream of me playing this game or that game. Like recently I've been playing a video game called Vane, which is a survival crafting zombie game. It's kind of like Project Zomboid, except in first person with far better graphics. And I play that, and I played it a live stream on there. You may see it. The channel is called Old Man Voss, VASS, Old Man Voss. So I may have said something about it on that channel. I don't remember if I said something about Ironheart on this channel, but it's trash. It is complete garbage. But I'm glad that you watched it. I'm glad that, well, no, I'm not glad that you watched it, but I'm glad that you remember I warned you about it. And I'm happy that I did warn you about it, because absolute trash. Absolutely a trash video. Did you see it on the Old Man Voss, or did I do it on this channel? So I have the two. By the way, if you're going to the Old Man Voss channel, I only go on there when I have like free time, which isn't very often. And I'll play games for, I'll try and get 3, 4, 5 videos, 2-3 hours a piece, each one of me playing the game. But it's not like a dedicated video channel. So don't expect that like I'm going to do a video every week. I don't do that anymore. Not on that. I do this. This is what I do. But just letting you guys know. It was the other channel. It was. Okay. It was Old Man Voss. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't lying. Trash show. Oh, God, it was so bad. Absolute trash. And it was all because of DEI. And by the way, you have to like Ironheart because she's a black woman. It was stupid. It's not a reason. If you actually watched the show, or if you read any of the reviews, you watch my review on it, absolute trash. She's an absolute villain. Horrible person. But Hey, DEI is going to DEI. The left is going to tell you you're a racist because, oh my God, how could you not love this black woman who's an absolute villain, breaking the laws left and right, killing people left and right? But she's a superhero. Doesn't do anything heroic, doesn't save anyone, doesn't save anyone's life. Ends the show making a deal with the devil, literally. The Marvel devil. She makes a deal with the Marvel devil, not to save anyone's life. Not because she has to, because she's greedy and selfish. That's why she did it. At the end of the series, she makes a deal with the devil because she's selfish and greedy. And the devil tells her to her face, you're selfish and greedy. That's why I'm here. And people tell me, that's a hero. Whoopi Goldberg says, that's a role model for black women. Making a deal with the devil because you're selfish and greedy, according to Whoopi Goldberg, is a role model for black women. My God, what has happened to you, Whoopi? What is wrong with you? I don't know. But thank you for bringing that up, Joel. Something that a lot of people may not have known about me or what I do. So thank you for bringing that up. Folks, if you have made it this far into the program, please remember, we are raising money for the Jericho Project to help homeless, to help families, to help veterans. Please remember, 50% of the proceeds of everything from any of my channels or properties. That means Super Chats, that means RumbleRants, that means the Patreon, which is $1.50 a month. It's super cheap. There's only one level of Patreon because $1.50 is more than enough. If everybody that subscribes to the channel is on the Patreon, that's more than enough to cover all my bills. But so there's that. There's PayPal in case you want to make a one-time PayPal. It's the Christmas season. Maybe you want to do that. Okay. Or you can go to my Zazzle store. As I've shown a couple of times, I have coffee mugs over there. More than just this one design, but this is my personal one. There's t-shirts, there's hoodies over there. So there's a few things that you can choose from. It doesn't matter how I gain the money that comes in through every one of my properties, everything that I do. I'm taking 50% and I'm going to be donating that in January to the Jericho Project because they are not the government. They don't rely on Zoran Mandami and socialism. They don't rely on the government to be able to help veterans and families and the homeless. And I am an advocate for every one of those groups. I want to help them. And so this is the way to do it. Not through more government, not through dependence on government, not waiting around for the government to come up with a solution like Zoran thinks, but by actually doing something directly. That's my thought. So please consider that. If nothing else, it costs nothing. Hit the subscribe button. That's it. Hit the subscribe button. It costs nothing. Again, matters to me. Helps me get more interviews with bigger and bigger politicians, but it costs nothing. Makes a massive difference to me. So with that said, I thank you guys. We've been on for a little over 6 hours. I appreciate you spent part of the Thanksgiving holiday weekend with me. I know Monday we all got to get back to work, even though we don't want to. I want you to have a great night and have a great start to the week. And trust me, I'm going to be around. I'm not going anywhere. We'll be having more coverage, more content for you throughout the week. I'll talk to you soon. Thank you very much, everyone.